Chapter 1001. While the clash of advanced primordial aura in the sky only becomes more intense, my perception of the rest of the purple zone becomes more clear. The spread of links of loyalty in the outer settlements keeps speeding up. I can see a perfect ring now, around the entire neutral zone. The demon-run land that connects to the ritual zones is already under my control. From my natural perception now, I can feel the entire central domain. Instead of just around, the domains slowly spread out to the edges of the purple zone, where there are hardly any primordial trees. In the back of my mind, I can see almost the entire zone. My linked worlds still increase quickly, surging past 110 billion. Every new one that connects lights up another dot in the dark expanse of the lower realm. Many of them have little to no life left on them, as they are ancient worlds from billions of years ago. However, there are some that have sprouted new civilizations unrelated to the current owners of their worlds. This brings a constant new surge of data points into the worldwide connectivity system. New spectate POVs are added to the forums, sorted by the admins, and sent out to the teams of fighters handling the demon invasion. There is no longer a lack of power or fighters in the lower realm. There is only a need for more eyes, teleport points, and time. At the same time, a new update rolls through the worldwide connectivity system. All registered planets can now support instant fast travel points for admins, knights, commanders, and generals. Even if there isn't a soul left alive in the solar system, this can be overridden by the admins to allow civilian access via a simple application. Alvaron begins rapidly approving high-ranking elites, strong first-class fighters, and exceptional outliers in any world that applies to fight against lingering armored white demons that are not an immediate threat to life. The higher-risk cases are reserved for the inner circle. Before this update, none of them would have ever been on the front lines. However, an extremely dense wave of primordial aura streams in from the upper realm, making any fighter that accepts it able to wield this power. It does not feel natural at all. Everyone that accepts it understands that it is an emergency break in the system, and the rising emperor is granting them a portion of his power to fight for their future. Simultaneously, new options start popping up in their natural mana-based system options. Before, there were only a small amount of skill borrowing options approved by the admins. They included self-regeneration and most of the elemental combat skills. Special cases received some of the more volatile and rare skills. However, no one has seen the borrowed buffs sections yet. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site? This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. Instantly, everyone sent out to the front lines has the option to activate their own mana-based greater forms, divine astral forms, and even celestial rank buffs. Unlike skills that directly transfer to their systems, these buffs mutate when borrowed. No one can directly unlock the Rising Emperor's sacred body, nor can they replicate the unlimited growth nature of his astral form. However, a system user can access buffs that are multiple rank ups away in their own system's future track, allowing monsters from 3rd and 2nd class worlds that have not even leveled up past 1000 yet to unlock celestial bodies. It gives them the temporary framework to wield primordial aura and take out stray ancient imperial demons all over the galaxy. The situation in the green zone is much different. There are far fewer imperial demons, and the 3 generals that have the power to kill them are ruthlessly doing so by the hundreds. Many of the elites that were standing by join in to target the stragglers that try to land cheap shots on the citadels. Zashin and the enormous white griffin protect the Grand Citadel while Ava takes on the bulk of soldiers in the front lines. Asik and Torvak stand their posts at Ellipsia, behind Ari. And Raven, an army of shadows, lurks below it. They are the remains of a demonic army that the high noble Vermilion demon who used to own Mensa Citadel left behind. All of them now hold a fraction of the power from Ares' spirit hands. And they are infused with the primordial aura pouring down from the purple zone. They act as the final line of defense, but the invisible swordswoman and the dark archer do not appear to be letting a single demon through. The fortress is completely protected by its own ancient defense system. A few stray ancient mindless demons wander out to it, but they explode into pure ether and demonic essence on contact with the defense barrier around it. The fortress itself has begun to blink with a strange white and silver light, and glyphs start floating to the jet black surface of all the cube-like structures that make up the floating island of storage in the sky. The reactor below the Grand Citadel blinks at the same exact rate. In the cyan zone above, the energy manifestation of tree roots is growing in size, spreading over the outer layer of the ravine's high-quality ether barrier. At first, it was far too strong to fall victim to this celestial grade form that Abby summons from Redryad's legacy. It would only allow small amounts of high-quality ether residue to flow off of it. This was the only energy source allowing the tree to grow larger. After all, she and Seraphel drained the entire cyan zone of its energy after killing Lucian, and the dark blue zone above was cleared out by Jay and Maria on their trip upward before. The only source of power is this ancient array, and the roots crawl all over it, surrounding its edges and trying to find weak spots anywhere they can. This is not an easy feat after all. A royal demon was trapped beneath this array for hundreds of millions of years, and never found a crack. It is a perfect seal. Nothing from this zone can possibly break an artifact created in the purple zone, that is, unless they had power borrowed from the very zone that it was created in. When the primordial aura of the rising emperor pours into Abby and Seraphel, both of them receive the most potent stream out of anyone below. They are the closest to the source, and in need of energy the most. The entire massive green tree starts to ripple with rainbow aura, invisible to the eye for those that cannot understand its depth. Every passing second, the aura gets more refined, denser, and more complex. This is because the rising emperor's understanding of primordial aura itself is progressing with every passing moment. Waves of budding advanced primordial aura seep into the roots of this tree, and they're reinforced with enough pressure and pure will to begin cracking through the top layers of the ravine's array. The pure white high-quality ether that is released when these glyphs begin to break and spin out of control is millions of times greater than the runoff they were leaking before. Streams of pure white ether flow up the roots of this tree, and the roots squeeze tighter, breaking through more and more layers of the array. Instantly, the leaves and branches breaking through into the blue zone start to grow upward. They are breaking through their growth plateau, up toward the sky again, searching for the top of even this zone. Chapter 1002. I watch as all of the zones below me light up in perfect clarity, down to their last mana particles. There are only small blind spots in the lower realm, but even they are being closed up as the moments pass. They connect together at the same rate the final domains in the outer settlements swear their loyalty to me. As ancient imperial demons are killed by elites and lower-class world system users, new powerful forces rise from seemingly out of nowhere, gaining tens of thousands of levels from a single kill. Multiple celestial-grade fighters are in their own level 100,000 rank-ups naturally, and each one of them that does is capable of holding more primordial aura in their minds and souls. It becomes the strongest in the commanders and generals, as they are the only ones that fought against the real outer guard demons. However, every bit helps. Even those that do not battle the demons directly and only use this shared power to send coordinates, or just use it as processing power for the worldwide connectivity system. This is because the primordial aura refinement is spread out through countless soul ties. It is not just pure mental and soul power that fuels this refinement. I get the life experience and worldviews from an unfathomable amount of life forms. Their perspectives and ways of thinking about the aura that flows through them are all slightly different, even if it is just a hint of understanding that comes from somewhere I have not considered. The feeling and comprehension are echoed back through the soul ties that tether us together through the zones. These strands of primordial aura are connected through the rising emperor's interface, only connecting to the links of loyalty I have. These invisible soul ties morph into the total isolation barrier and are consumed as pure, warm advanced primordial aura comprehension. It is nowhere near as fast and accurate as my own, and Maria's comprehension rate while looking at the battle that rages on above us. However, it does fill in gaps that we did not even know existed. It makes all of the aura we consolidate firm and stable, with no possible cracks or impurities. Every single possible flaw has been evened out by over 100 quintillion individual minds with unique perspectives. Just give up. What nonsense are you spouting? You believe humans can kill me? An anomaly forged in the purest ether our system has ever produced? The seal will be set any minute now. They do not possibly have the time to use the key. I will keep my aura pouring out at full power and kill them the moment you die, and that artifact protecting them goes with it. Marcellus yells while slashing through Ember's flesh with two daggers at the same time. He roars back and badly burns the demon's left arm. However, Marcellus doesn't care at all. Since he realized his healing time is many times faster than Amber's, he has been far more reckless with his attacks. The Imperial family head laughs loudly, almost drowning out Ember's reply. Don't you find it strange how I never arrived back in the primordial garden until you activated the seal? The demon's eyes grow sharp, and Ember grins wider while blocking a flurry of attacks stolen from its rightful author. This tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Every 10 or 20, there is an angle he is too slow to turn, and another chaotic wound is added to his body. Yet, the flashing white lights behind his eyes grow brighter, and Marcellus begins to realize the rhythm is not random. You connected your immortal core to the seal. If I were to break it here, the seal would shatter too. But you would never return. All I would have to do is create another, and the only threat in this system would be eliminated. Why would you be so careless to do such a thing? He replies back in a terrified tone, but it is soon drowned out in his own laughter as he yells again and stabs both blades into Ember's flesh. He takes the full force of his white flames against his face without any care. Flesh is ripped off, and the glyphs on his horns grow more dull as they're burned. But the damage he's causing Ember's internal organs is equal, pouring chaotic aura into his body. The horrific spectate feed from Ember links to my mind in this moment, and I too feel every surge of agony that these orange and blue waves of advanced primordial aura cause. It's instantly bounced through Maria and my shared consciousness in this state, and shatters another mental bottleneck. We process it with ease. All of the inconsistencies are smoothed out by a collective subconscious pouring up from the lower realm. Ember grits his teeth and manages to break away from the deadly collision they were just locked in, and yells back, "You believe it is careless, but I see it as the only chance I had left. There is a new emperor in this system, but I refuse to believe it is the current overseer. It is not feasible for an entity like him to rule. If you have seen the pasts that I have, you would know this truth too. You are stuck in your delusions of artificial immortality. To truly live, one must be prepared to die." Marcellus has already begun to heal, the parts of his face burned off grow back, and the glyphs on his horns become vibrant again. It only takes another few dozen clashes for him to be as full of vitality as the start of the battle. Ember's advanced primordial aura does not change. His will is solid, serene, and immovable. There are no fluctuations at all, even his eyes stay sharp and determined. As though he's winning the battle, however, internally, I can feel that his physical body is being torn to shreds. There is something missing, not allowing him to heal entirely. He is not using his full true dragon form, and I'm not sure why. My first thought is that doing so would not give my consciousness enough time to perceive the lower grade abilities and weaknesses of his current form. My second thought is, maybe he can't. Maybe just like the seal on my soul, sword, and system, there is something holding him back from using all of his power. This realization pushes my comprehension even further. I start to rationalize the thoughts that the battle above me is actually not the pinnacle of power in the purple zone. Following this mental track, looking even deeper and higher, instead of trying to comprehend just the energy in front of me, it deepens my comprehension even further. All of the subconscious minds follow suit and begin filling in the gaps like living glue. Instantly, thick auras begin to manifest around the outside of our souls, just below the total isolation barrier. Where our arms and legs touch in this sitting position, the auras fuse, but there is a clear color separation in the center. Mine is dark black and red, with a cool white stream in its center. It flashes with metallic colors, and flows with a soothing, warm, inviting feeling from one angle, but a violent and all-consuming abyss from another. Maria's is icy cold and looks almost pure white, yet in its flowing ripples, it turns a blinding bright blue. When the blue becomes intense enough, it flickers with a rainbow hue that is so sharp, even looking at it feels like an attack. All of these colors are completely invisible, but also blinding and pouring into the consciousness of anyone that looks its way all at once. They are volatile and changing. This advanced primordial aura is becoming thicker, denser, and evolves more and more every passing moment. The instant it's summoned into physical existence, our progress skyrockets by thousands of times. The primordial aura strength gap is no longer an unfathomable cliff to jump across. By looking at the clash of advanced primordial auras from high above, now I can finally see the path to matching its strength. Chapter 1003, the budding advanced primordial aura around us rapidly matures. Before, it only showed sparks of this dense output, but it's like the dam holding a reservoir back has finally broken, and now every single bit of primordial aura seeping out of our consciousness is turning into something completely different. My high royal vibrations cannot escape the isolation barrier, but the waves that are still beneath, and now existing within the metallic red and black aura, grow tighter and stronger to become unbreakable. There was a clear difference in their strength when shifting from just royal to high royal in the battles against the outer guards and first bloods. It is what turned these vibrations from frail yarn into what felt similar to steel cables. Now, there is another shift taking place, as the high royal vibrations can finally set into their natural states. Before, they were forced to be confined by only the physical reality around me that I could see, and the primordial aura would follow them like shadows. Now, these unbreakable steel cables can finally bend into a different direction of space. They have become like elastic bands, stretching and bending, and fusing with the primordial aura to embrace its true nature. There is less and less mystery dwelling in my heart and soul about where this energy comes from, and how it interacts with the reality around me. I no longer have to rely on my blind trust intuition. I am gaining full control over my will. the same exact reaction is happening in front of me, as Maria's advanced primordial aura consolidates and becomes denser and more mature. Neither of our auras feels as though they are lacking anything at all individually, but the moment we echo their true depth through each other's minds, it's as though two parts of a whole are being connected together. Some of the colors that I saw inside Ember's aura, that I could not name, as they come from a different spectrum of perception, all begin to emerge and bloom in our auras as well. Every new collision that beats down on us from above makes more and more sense. It is not only because the isolation barrier is dissecting the aura and feeding it to us in its broken down form. I can actually see the ripples in space and comprehend exactly what both Ember and Marcellus have exerted on reality to send out such a potent wave of willpower. It also makes the wounds that build up all over Ember's body so much more egregious. There are hundreds of them, and each chaotic/compounds to consciously attack his soul. The fact that his primordial aura has maintained its serenity is even more impressive, as though he knows exactly how this battle will end and he is not bothered in the slightest. To think I believed you had some kind of supreme wisdom for peering into other systems. Ha! You are just as rash and small-minded as all the other mortals in the lower realm. To gamble with your immortality, on a whim? Marcellus continues to mock Ember, but the dragon's grin only grows. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it, it is no gamble. I have seen the great cycle take course more times than years you have waited for this one to come to a halt. I know when this system is ready, there is no doubt in my mind. Even if my silver core is shattered to break the seal, that is not what is needed for my plan, he replies back slowly. Each word is interrupted by clashes and more chaos-filled wounds, even my attention from their conversation in the sky wavers. Another few hundred clashes go by. And they yell back and forth more about things I still do not fully grasp. It is of a past that even the memories of the first bloods I absorbed cannot catch me up on. However, their conversation does not matter much, it is only the energy waves that captivate me. Maria and I both open our eyes wide with understanding once we've bounced our auras off each other's consciousness enough, and have devised a plan. We have to time it perfectly, and we need to build up more primordial aura maturity. But I've never been more sure about anything. This will work, both of us stand to our feet and shift our stance to brace for impact, as all of the past shockwaves have hit us from above from certain angles. We will certainly be hit by a few, but it would be most efficient to be hit at their weakest points if possible. Next, we begin letting our primordial aura seep into our souls, filling up the millions of glyphs that are lighting up, glowing, and ready to be summoned. Every drop of ether in our pools is being channeled into them, pre-weaving glyphs that stay dormant right below the isolation barrier. The thin film that separates the hot white glyphs and the depths of our souls cannot be penetrated by our primordial auras, but we pour in large amounts to rest on this film, preparing for when we can. I visualize the layers of thousands of dense structures, each carrying hundreds of millions of creators' legacy glyphs. And each one of those glyphs filled with our advanced primordial aura. I cannot use my foresight skill to properly predict what will occur, as I cannot sense everything in my surroundings yet, but I know that all I need is a moment and it will be enough. Every few clashes that go by in the sky, our aura maturity increases, but I also watch Ember take more and more near-fatal wounds. His will doesn't waver one bit, but I have no idea how much longer his physical form will last, so, a mental signal bounces through Maria's and my minds, and I deactivate the total isolation perk in my Rising Emperor's interface. As it's lifted, stacked layers upon layers of defensive glyphs explode out of us. Traveling upward into the sky, a shockwave of dense advanced primordial aura floods downward too, spreading out on the base of the tree. Half of it looks like dark metallic lava, while the other half appears as a sheet of sparkling reflective ice. The clashing of auras in the sky is bent away, as a new epicenter of gravity moves the control of the central domain. I'm unable to focus much at all on the demon or dragon's reactions above. The majority of my aura is saturating these defensive arrays, and the little I have spare is pouring down into the center of my soul. The film in our souls is instantly melted through by the hot white aura from an inheritance key, and all the liquid blockage that was stopping millions more unique glyph imprints from setting as permanent on our souls is evaporated. Instantly they all are infused with red and blue auras, and it feels like a tight squeeze that was forcing me to hold myself back is finally lifted. I can breathe, and tap into a full new well of potential, as my mind accepts this new wide open feeling deep inside. Up above, many of our defensive arrays are already shattering. From the pressure in the atmosphere alone, the top layers begin breaking one by one. Then, when new concentrated ripples come off Marcellus and Ember's clash, dozens break at a time, leaving us with fractions of a second left at the rate of this battle. My attention sweeps into my system, and I feel the barriers that repelled my mind from upgrading skills start to fade. Even the limitations on the primordial grade demonic skills and buffs I absorbed, all of them start to naturally adapt to the new pool of awareness that is flooding through me. I scroll through my status and pinpoint the option with the least mental resistance and greatest potential upside. Then press Upgrade on Absorption instantly, spending 1 million pages. Chapter 1004. The white system text that was saturated with energy when this skill was upgraded to celestial grade in the green zone is completely saturated with a new aura. The new primordial grade tag appears with a black and red metallic glow, flooding into the absorption skill right beside it. The aura pulses outward, and every single skill below it is forcefully upgraded, obtaining the primordial grade tag in glowing with the same violent yet serene light. It pours into all of the system stats, buffs, and every single field of text that appears in my mind. It becomes less of an external interface that I summon in my mind, and more a part of me. It feels like the interface itself is growing and morphing to become far more versatile, and I even begin to feel the emptiness open up in certain areas I haven't before. It is strange, like there are empty slots where skills should be. When I focus in on these dark empty holes in the system, I feel soul ties connecting me to ancient planets on the edges of the lower realm with races I've never seen before holding skills that I've never encountered. It is like the system has always had placeholders ready for every single existing skill, but it's always been so rigid and out of my control. Now I can vaguely see the imprints of skills I do not even have. My attention quickly turns away from these holes, and back toward the skills that I can actually use. There is not only advanced primordial aura flowing through them, my glyph imprints begin reacting with every skill I think about too. The mere thought of activating a skill starts to summon millions of patterns in my mind of glyph arrays that can be used alongside them. The poorly constructed defensive arrays to block the aura pouring down on us now are quite funny to me. I use 3 newly upgraded primordial grade skills: Crystal Creation, Body Hardening, and Total Defense, to summon a single new array that is hundreds of times stronger than the thousands combined above us. Metallic red and black crystalline structures pour out from my palms and expand to create a spinning disk that pushes upward and eliminates all of the harmful aura in the air. There is a pillar of pristine, untainted atmosphere under it, and the glowing forms of a fiery half-demon and glowing white-blue angel stand back to back underneath it. The edges of this array spew dense waves of energy, and they rip through the thick air that consumes this central domain. My aura slams against the central domain's walls hundreds of quadrillions of kilometers away. And the cracks spread much faster. This moment of rest, not having to summon countless glyphs to save our lives, gives Maria the moment necessary to upgrade her own ice summoning skill to primordial grade, and allow her system to turn into a sparkling white, blue, and rainbow glow deep in her mind. The final film that held her glyph imprints back has finally evaporated, and her endless soul energy core that was being suppressed can finally spread out its potential into the enormous pool of emptiness that just released millions of new glyphs up to the surface of her soul. She swings her blade upward, releasing a euphoric slash, riding the wave of new power flowing into her. A streak of icy advanced primordial aura phases right through the defensive array I created. Our auras are so in sync, neither of them can harm the other. It is a simple task to move right through the solid structure without affecting it at all. On the other side, a clashing demon and dragon still try to kill each other in the sky. Ember's smile grows so wide, it looks unnatural in this hybrid form. You have waited too long to kill me. Toying with your prey is what did you in. He glances down at the red array glowing below them. He is not only talking about the fact that the 2 humans below can now withstand the aura in the air, but because a seal on his soul was just loosened too. His gaze moves around the edges of the central domain, looking for potential weak points in the cracks. What nonsense are you speaking? Do you actually still believe you can survive this? Marcellus stops speaking, as the sensation of danger tingles in his cores. His eyes widen as he tries to sense what part of Ember's will is attacking him right now, but all of his readings come up blank. The only thing he can do is rely solely on his instincts and lean back, away from the collision they're about to have. It doesn't make any sense. How could this crippled celestial grade dragon endanger him now? A white and blue flash of light pierces through his aura, so thin and sleek, it is unnoticeable until it is right in front of his face. Marcellus cries out in agony as one of his horns is hit. Half of it sliced clean off by a blade he could not even see coming. He has to channel all of his chaotic aura into the wound to stop it from spreading, and his anger grows as the only thing he can hear is Ember's laughs. That was resin from the origin worlds. There's no way she became that strong in just mere moments. No, was she hiding her power before? He flies backward, away from Ember, and looks down to the center of the tree. Marcellus sees two humans he easily captured with little to no force before this battle, now both wielding advanced primordial aura that is growing with maturity even as he lays eyes on them. At the rate it's growing, in just a few seconds, they will be even more powerful than him. A loud crack echoes through the domain, as the ice blade did not stop, and collided directly with the center of the dome-like ceiling. This is madness. This cannot be possible. You cannot force me to use that form, he yells, and flies toward Ember filled with rage. Chaotic blue and orange aura leaks out of his broken horn, but it slowly heals and grows back. In fact, the aura around him is starting to become even hotter and stronger the closer he gets to Ember, like it is filled with desperation. Yet, just as he's about to collide with him again, another twinge of danger forces him to change course. This time he does not hesitate, and lets his instincts rule him to not make another mistake. The chaotic demon dodges out of the way, and Maria's next ice blade collides with the domain wall once more, creating another web of cracks in its side. This one catches Ember's attention enough for him to fly toward it, like he is retreating from battle. Yet, his eyes do not show any signs of wanting to run away. He is searching for something else, but I cannot tell what or why. I entertained him while you unleashed your new power. Now you do the same for me, echoes in my mind through our telepathy link. Once our eyes meet, Marcellus looks back down at us in anger at the same time, and he stops chasing Ember through the skies. For the first time, I see through the aura around him that made his actual body invisible to my eyes before. And see the true form of the Imperial family head for the first time. His chaotic eyes peer back into me, but my gaze moves upward to look at the floating system tag reading, LV 3,261,885, between his horns. Chapter 1005, this demon's system text is chaotic, blue, and orange, just like the waves of aura that pour out of his soul. The demon's eyes, teeth, horns, daggers, and claws all glow with the same chaotic light, but his skin and muscles are very different. It is like I'm staring into pure consolidated crystals of demonic essence. It is a deep dark purple, and the light of the aura bursting off of him shines through his body. My subconscious replays all of the times I watched his skin and flesh be burned away by Ember's flames. And now I fill in what was really taking place. This crystalline-like flesh was only melted through, energy pumps into it from his royal demon's core, and it grows back as a perfect replica. Waves of chaotic aura flow through it, enhancing its strength, but they are certainly made of two different energies, glowing deep inside this demonic form. There are dense purple glyphs strengthening his physical body. Even deeper than that, beside his royal demon's core and purple divine true core in his chest, I see one more orb. For a moment I contemplate if he is the same as me, with 3 cores, also capable of wielding mana. However, once I see that it only holds pure high-quality ether, I realize it's something different. The core pulses with familiar glyphs, and my subconscious pattern recognition instantly links it to other blinking white lights holding the same exact glyphs all throughout the upper and lower realm. Whatever that third core is, it has something to do with the seal. Quickly, my in-depth studying of this demon zooms out to the surface, and I focus on his daggers and larger general movements. These are the only things that are actively aiming for me. Marcellus gets fed up with Maria's targeted ice blades after just 2 shots, and turns away from chasing Ember. He dives down at us, and his chaos grows even more desperate and volatile. I have waited too many eras for my paradise to come to fruition. I created the perfect family clan of demons to siphon all of the resources this system gathered from the outside into my domain. This perfect victory will not be ruined by 2 lesser races, 2 humans. Insects from the newest era of the source's creation. This joke is no longer funny. His form slips through the atmosphere almost faster than I can see. I'm only able to track his moments when I push all other thoughts away from my mind. My constant viewing of the zones below instantly ceases, and I activate my primordial resonance buff to focus every fiber of my being on the demon in the sky. I feel Maria's focus tighten too, as she swings her blade back and forth, letting out crescents of icy source resin into the air. Marcellus spins and kicks off the air to dodge by instinct. The ice blades may be near invisible and slice through the primordial aura in the air, but it is his primordial aura they're slicing through. Every time he escapes these blades, his anger grows more, and it looks like he's getting stronger and faster, dodging the new ice blades with more ease. Mere moments later, there is an echoing crash that sends chaos and fire spewing out into the central domain. Marcellus collides with the full-powered metallic red and black crystal defensive array I summoned, and both his chaos-filled blades pierce through it, not all the way, but enough to send cracks through the disk in the sky hovering above us, and enough to begin pouring chaotic advanced primordial aura through the defenses. down into our personal atmosphere that was free of danger moments earlier. All of the newly awakened glyphs in our souls vibrate even more, floating to the outsides of our bodies, and tethering with our advanced primordial aura to make more defensive arrays hug tight around our energy forms. Maria swings upward again, and the demon pulls out his blades to roll aside. He tries attacking from another angle, but as I shift my stance, the enormous floating array follows where my raised palms aim. Both daggers are lodged into the creation again, and more cracks break through it, damaging some glyphs beyond repair and fracturing others so they begin leaking the ether and aura I've infused into them. Maria sends attacks flying upward at him, but the demon dodges again and again. Over 10 collisions pass, and the defensive array is covered in dagger holes and wide cracks that leak chaotic aura through. On the outside of my soul, I'm beginning to weave a replacement barrier, but this is only a short-term fix. I have all of my skills at my disposal, and I could concentrate on channeling my corruption into a pseudo-soul weapon like I did while fighting demons outside this central domain. However, I can sense that none of them will have the same deadly striking force as Maria's blade does right now. By cutting through the demon's horn, it has already proven to be strong enough to land damage. When I try to reach into my soul and pull at my own blade, it still lays dormant behind a dark veil. At least now, I can tell that it is some kind of advanced primordial aura pushing my consciousness away. My own dark aura floods in to try and surround it, and it flows far deeper and closer to the blade than I could before, but my aura is still nowhere near mature enough. The sword won't give in, it will not allow aura this weak and unsettled to touch it, so, instead I focus on what I can do in this moment. My barrier crumbles more and more, but the new one I'm forming has 2 distinct layers to it, just a little longer. I send to Maria through our link, then visualize flows of primordial aura, sending deep scans of our surroundings and future foresight paths now that it is upgraded to primordial grade. She mentally nods back through our soul tie, and the enormous red and black array above us shatters into nothing but ether dust and free-flowing raw primordial aura. The demon laughs hysterically, as Maria does not send another ice blade its way like she normally would. He does not have to dodge and can close the distance between us even more. I had you two in my grasp once, and did not take the opportunity to set my destiny in stone. This must be fate's gift to me. In the end, this galaxy has been molded to the demon's liking. It is only right I crush the outdated creator's legacy in its activated form. I must see with my own eyes what will be transcended. Yes. This is how the day of the sealing was always meant to be. Maria's wings flap with enough force to shake the tree stump below us. She activates a borrowed body double skill, and bursts out in 10 different directions. At the same time, I release the new barrier into the air alone, watching the demon come down at me in the center of the tree. This one has a base below it that looks just like the one he shattered, only it glows brighter and thicker with far more glyphs. In the time it took to break it, my advanced primordial aura has matured even further. The simple array fused to its front is what makes it so unique. It appears to be nothing but a thin film of metallic light. There is only one reinforced glyph in its center, to the unknowing eye. It even looks like an unfinished formation. However, it is hexagonal, and to its core holds the same essence as a true core ability I grasped on the human world in the lower realm from a dragon that could reflect back every attack I threw at it. When Marcellus collides with this array, his blades sink into the film of advanced primordial aura, but they do not break it. The blades slow down the deeper into it he pushes, and as the array bends, the very chaotic glyphs he is trying to channel start to appear, mirrored into this reflective metallic film. Chapter 1006, patterns of mirrored demonic glyphs appear all over the seemingly simple hexagonal array. It turns from a plain primordial aura coloring to complex and distorted. Many of the chaotic glyphs that are mirrored are red and black, yet they are locked in place, unable to be released until the pressure of the attack is lifted. This can either happen by the stress point of the mirror being pushed all the way in, and its daggers breaking through to hit the defensive array beneath it. Or, the demon retreats and all of the pressure he's forced into the array will be blasted back at him. While my advanced primordial aura maturity is steadily rising the more I move, think, and take in my surroundings. I know that my raw strength still does not add up to this demon. However, I'm certain this array will hold him in place long enough to trap him and do some damage. Maria produces 9 copies of herself and spreads out in a circle around us. Her blade swings with a violent pressure from every angle, and she sends a flurry of attacks toward the demon that is slowed down while attacking my arrays. All of her double slashes are filled with true advanced primordial aura, but only one of them has source resin and the deadly power to actually damage this demon like the first hit. This does not change the fact that hundreds of lower grade attacks are being sent its way that react to his chaotic aura the same as the real strike. Only this demon's instincts, deep down, can sense where the actual deadly strike is coming from. In order to dodge the first few, he has to bend his body in extremely strange angles. One of them even schemes his leg, leaving a wide open icy blue and white gash. He explodes with more blue and orange bursts of light, but it no longer looks the same in my eyes. Before, I saw something beautiful and graceful. Now, it's like he's giving in to a different power. I feel the rage of a demon seeping into the aura that was pure and unique before. There are even faint streaks of purple energy seeping out from his core, making the chaos even more convoluted. Maria's decoy blades all slam into the energy body of this demon. And he does not even flinch. They are extremely strong attacks, very similar to the strength of what a fireball produced from my palm right now would probably create. It only disrupts a portion of his chaotic aura. Even the very few of them that make it all the way through don't even crack or scratch his deep purple crystalline skin. This confirms in my mind, to actually hurt him, I would need to use a massive amount of my corruption tethered to arrays formed with the newest edition of Creator's Legacy glyphs. Even with it, I watched the icy slash on his leg heal almost instantly. Even his horn from before has grown back entirely, as good as new. This does not dissuade Maria. She lands more and more hits as the two chaotic daggers sink deeper into my array. At first, it looks just like when he and Amber were facing off in the sky. The wounds just flash on his crystal flesh, then fade away faster than they come. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. However, there are no attacks flying back at Maria now, only waves of aura. Marcellus tries to lift a dagger out of my array, and instantly the glyphs that form around the stress point start to spin. His instincts blare in his mind, and he pushes harder, realizing this really is a trap, and the only way out is through. His only defense against the icy blades is dodging, and pulsing out waves of especially dense primordial aura at the icy archangels that surround him. There are waves of chaos, now partially infused with demonic essence, that burst out like sun flares and destroy body doubles that are too close and have nowhere to run. They also do not have the layers of Creator's Legacy glyphs that Maria's real body holds, so a single strong wave of aura destroys them without too much resistance. She summons many more, but also gets into a rhythm, understanding the demon's reactions to her strikes. Maria even mentally maps out how this demon's instincts work, and begins throwing double attacks from different angles, predicting where he will dodge to before he even does. She gets closer and closer, landing hits that cut deeper and become nearer and nearer to vital points. Her true body blips back and forth, quadrillions of kilometers at a time, swapping bodies with her doubles and forming new angelic forms that explode out of her every time too many are destroyed. It looks like an icy sparkling tornado is forming above this tree stump, as more and more residue fills the air. There are dozens of full-powered attacks that completely miss and slam into the central domain's barrier dome. Every one of them shakes its structural integrity, filling the entire barrier with more sparkling fractures than there is untainted space. She lands two consecutive blows on the demon's horns, then one that comes dangerously close to its cores, given a few more seconds. Marcellus would certainly break through my defenses, but this is time he does not have. His mobility is so limited, and Maria is learning his movements so precisely. In a few more rounds he'll face a barrage of icy blades he cannot dodge. Marcellus lets out a frustrated roar, and I feel the pressure on my barrier lessen. All of the mirrored glyphs that stored this built-up energy begin to spin in reverse, and the advanced primordial aura that pours out of the array is extremely ominous. It feels chaotic and demonic, but it is made of my own ethereal fire and primordial corruption, only using this demon's sacrificed energy as its fuel source. A pillar of horrific energy explodes upward, completely surrounding Marcellus and blasting him backward as the hexagon array throws him back and shatters after its one-time use. The shockwave even destroys all of Maria's doubles and pushes her real body back. There is a domain-shaking thud almost instantly after the flash of aura pours out, and the pillar disappears almost as fast as it was summoned. This Imperial family head is pushed up against the top of the domain ceiling, his crystal energy form fractured all over, and the majority of his chaotic blue and orange aura completely evaporated from being overwhelmed. One of his horns is still broken from Maria's last few hits, but his blades still glow and pulse with chaos. Just like his eyes, for a mere moment, this demon looked weak. Frail enough that it felt like one more good hit could actually kill him, yet, this fleeting vision fades fast. The small streaks of purple I saw blending with his primordial aura before flow out with far more intensity. He is no longer trying to keep it inside. I watch as demonic essence is forcefully pushed out from his royal demon's core. At the same time, the evaporated chaotic aura grows back. I saw outer guards and first bloods do a similar thing. It even happened to me, when my aura was overpowered completely. It can be destroyed, but as soon as there is space to spread out the will again, it can grow back just as strong. In this demon's case, even stronger. Its eyes change. There is no longer a prideful demon that knows it has one, that is certain he will stand in this primordial garden for eternity with all of the galaxy's energy in his grasp. There is now a demon that has lived billions of years, and for the first time, is realizing he might fail. Something breaks, and I watch the chaotic system tag shifting above his head. He activates a buff, and the system mechanisms that I can sense but cannot fully understand begin to trigger. Just like my primordial grade shadow step had a small lag to its activation, so does this buff. I can only feel something deep in my soul trembling at the amount of energy that is about to be released. My gaze turns to Maria, and her icy blue eyes are filled with the same understanding. Both of us focus, and peer into our own systems and follow the path of least resistance. It leads us to the bright glowing, rank up, notifications that have been waiting for us. Chapter 1007, all of the chaotic advanced primordial aura that is being summoned back into reality does not spread out to fill the atmosphere. Instead, it swirls back around, seeping into the cracks of this demon's crystalline body. All of the fracture marks glow bright orange and blue, and the deep purple form starts to look as though it's being flooded with chaotic colored dye. His eyes, horns, and claws glow extremely bright. And all of his demonic glyphs begin moving in strange patterns on the outside of his soul. They're shifting and spreading out. I begin to see glyphs forming inside the chaotic cracks and flooding into the rest of his body where it was just smooth demonic essence crystals before. The bright system text of the primordial demon's chaos body buff flashes in my vision, as tremors fill the air and the entire inside of the central domain is filled with an eerie presence. It feels like even the system itself is looking away from this breakthrough, like it is disappointed in him from straying away from his natural path. You've made me do this. There is a chance I die, but a certainty that you will. For the sake of the Overseer, the true Emperor-to-be, I must defend the new legacy he has created, and that I have devoted my life to. His yell echoes through my mind. His eyes look wild. They stare down at both of us, and dart across the sky when he sees Ember below him bolting to and from some of the largest cracks in the domain that Maria's stray attacks have made. The hybrid dragon's eyes are pulsing with the same white light that Marcellus' strange ether core is, and every time he presses into the central domain barrier, waves of primordial aura ripple through the air that do not belong to anyone here. He is manipulating the arrays in the central domain, making the aura that seals us in here waver. There is nothing you can do to escape now. Fallen One. All you can do is watch the saviors you brought with you fail to complete your legacy. This will be the last system you ever conquer. I, Marcellus Imperial, will win by any means necessary. He screams. I cannot keep track of Ember's movements at all. I can only focus on the horrific feeling that comes from Marcellus as more mechanisms of this new buff trigger. If he activates this form and attacks us in our current state, it feels like we would be vaporized without even knowing what hit us. The rank up text shines bright now, saturated with advanced primordial aura. It has a dark rainbow color to it, like a lighter version of the isolation barrier we used moments ago. It stands out in my red and black system text even more now. However, for a different reason, stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Before, it stood out because I felt an ominous pressure every time I tried to press it or get near. Now, the barrier around it is not even as strong as my own aura. It feels as simple as activating a skill. Even so, we need more time to rank up than just the few fractions of a second we have. My own last rank up is a very strong memory still in my mind, awakening my sacred body in the heat of battle while battling Muriel, the only royal demon in the green zone. The most recent rank ups from my admins, generals, commanders, and knights are all extremely fresh in my mind too, as they used the primordial aura I granted them to aid in their awakenings while using the Mind Palace skill. This is exactly what I plan to do now, but the skill feels very different now that it is at primordial grade, and now that every time I use a skill I can feel the inner mechanisms of the system moving. Maria and I both take a step closer to touch, then activate the primordial grade Mind Palace skill at the exact same time. My vision warps, and I watch reality around me start to slow down. Even my own body, and control over the energy in the atmosphere, dulls and slows to a speed too slow to comprehend. Time is definitely still moving, but it has been warped so much that the movement cannot be perceived. Both of our minds flow through the system, and into a strange chamber. It feels like we're inside the isolation barrier again. But it is only our thoughts. Even my perception of the space we're morphing into blends away once the system command is fully triggered. I watch my Mind Palace, that is a white marble throne with neatly lined up bookcases below it, come into view, they are not all pristine white anymore. Many glow with different energies, like pure mana, raw chi, many refined stages of ether, every single color divine thread, and royal vibrations paired with primordial aura maturity, depending on the potency of the memories, and my perception of energy when I live through them. It is all on display before me. I don't even have to walk through the aisles, merely looking at the books from afar is triggering some memories. However, when I look all the way past them, where there would normally be a black void, I see another connected island in this mental space. It glows blue and shimmers with a sparkling white and rainbow light. I see an icy throne at the back of her construct too, but the memories she looks down on are far more spread out and elegant than mine. It looks like there are glass boxes on top of pedestals, like museum displays scattered about a wide open ice rink. When Maria walks off her throne, she easily slides to any display she wishes, and they begin replaying holograms of every one of her memories inside the glass boxes. With a touch on the icy glass, she can slide through the moments in time, as each one holds hundreds of memories. It is a bit less fragmented than my vast collection of books, however. Comparing mind palaces is not our goal. Grasping enough power to counter whatever reality-breaking chaos form this demon is about to unleash is, we walk through our mental spaces, and meet each other in the center where our minds touch, then both sit down on top of an invisible void. Not a word is spoken. We just close our eyes, and press, rank up, while the world outside has slowed to a halt. Chapter 1008. After the system command activates, for a moment, it feels like even the flow of time within this mind palace has slowed to a stop too. The rank up alert disappears, and a refreshing feeling starts to spread out into the mental manifestation of my body. It pushes out all of the distractions that were still tickling the outer edges of my mind. All activity in the Rising Emperor's interface fades away, all of the events that are happening inside the central domain where my actual senses can touch, even these completely disappear. My range of thought is limited to the two mind palaces for a moment, then slowly, even they are blocked out of my mind. The only thing I can sense in that black void is Maria. As this refreshing aura completely spreads out into every bit of my mental body, even the thought of her starts to fade, yet, in a state of perfect concentration. It is not complete without another mind to bounce off of. At the most raw and intimate point, at the deepest depths of my mind, Maria is still here, and I am still present in hers as the same reaction takes place. The rank up begins, and all of the advanced primordial aura outside our bodies begins to flow inward, creating a strange reaction of gravity and energy waves in the outside zone. It compresses and grows more and more mature as it floods into the invisible pocket realm within our minds created by this skill. This is a completely automatic and unconscious function. The outer membrane of the linked mind palace becomes saturated in our auras, and it leaks through, reaching both of our internal mental manifestations. They flow into our backs and grow thicker, stronger, and more mature as we fall into a trance and allow the preset system commands to guide us through the rank up. This would normally be over in a flash of white light, but my perception is strong enough now to witness the entire thing happen in real time. The two human manifestations in a strange chamber, devoid of physical matter, and just barely stimulating the passage of time around them, begin to glow bright red and blue in the center of this void. All of the advanced primordial aura these two minds control is compacted into small orbs and refined millions of times faster than the outside realm. The fabric of the system itself that is activating these commands bends under the pressure, like it is attempting to manipulate energy that is strong enough to resist, or at least warp, the underlying commands. Even the membrane of the mind palace starts to melt and bend inward from the pressure. The perfect lines of bookcases behind me start to follow the flow of aura in the air, and the neatly placed crystal pedestals behind Maria bend like they're melted glass. The memories we walked away from to sit alone in this void start to pour into us, even the thrones at the far back side of this mental realm feel as though we're sitting on them right now. Every single one of my life memories plays in my mind, all at once. My consciousness is connected to Maria right now, and I see every moment of her life too flash before my eyes in perfect clarity. No time passed, but I feel as though I lived it second by second beside her. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. All concepts of time and space start to become muddy, as the outside of this membrane droops and melts so much, it touches the outside of our mental manifestations. Every time it does, a flickering flash of the outside zone bursts into my mind in real time, but simultaneously, I absorb the advanced primordial aura that makes up the outside of this skill. The activation of this rank up is using an absurd amount of power. So much so, that every time my mind touches the outside zone again, All of the soul ties connecting me to the lower realm flash in my consciousness. The shared primordial aura I've granted all of them creates an even more strange feedback loop, making parts of their subconscious activate a mind palace skill in the backs of their minds. It is nowhere near as vivid as when I watched Maria's life flash before my eyes, but I do see quintillions of memory fragments burst into my mind. It is an assortment of epiphanies and moments that spike the greatest amount of emotions or leaps in understanding in their lives. This burst of memories speeds up the process even more, and triggers the final set of commands in the system to activate the rank up. The entire outer membrane of the mind palace skill collapses in on itself, and is absorbed by the red and blue humans in the center of it all. The thrones, and the memories inside, flow with it, disappearing into our backs. The black void we sat above is completely gone, and now there is only bright white space left behind. I can feel it with my senses, but do not physically see. It is exactly what usually flashes in front of my eyes when I watch a rank up. This time, I'm watching it from the other side, my eyes open, and the white flash triggers all of the commands left in place, deactivating the Mind Palace skill and unleashing our auras to the outside zone. Dangerous waves of black and red metallic fire flood out from my soul again and fill my body. They pulse outward, and I can instantly feel a meteoric shift in my control over reality around me. Before, we were once inside an enormous wide open forest that spread far and wide to the edges of the central domain. Sure, I could sense everything within it, but in order to aim or block, many calculations had to be done. Tracking Ember and Marcellus through the air took a large amount of mental power to produce. It's like instead of weak waves of mist brushing up against the walls of the domain, now a tidal wave of pure liquid pours out and crashes up against the inside of this dome. It feels like a small closed room that I can feel and move toward any position inside of it. Half of the domain fills with that blood red and abyss black metallic fire, and the other half saturates with liquid icy mirrors. The impact shatters the entire central domain to pieces. Every bit of structural integrity that was left is now obliterated to dust. Our auras would be blasting outward, into the ritual domains, past the neutral zones, and most likely flood even the outer settlements covering the entirety of the purple zone, but it does not. Around the edges of the domain, there are countless strands of silver threads holding the domain together. My eyes are fast enough to grasp a clear view of Ember's movements, and he still circles around the dome. His clawed hands in his hybrid form are finally clear to see. As he weaves and manipulates the domain barrier further, even as the high-quality ether glyphs that made up its core are now shattered to mist, there is another layer of commands beneath it that hold our aura inside. Ember does not weave these commands near the top of the dome, but our aura does not pour out this way either. This is because there is a force strong enough to hold us back now erupting out from Marcellus Imperial. The cracks in his purple crystal body all glow so bright orange and blue that the chaotic aura consolidating in them fills his entire form. The demon's body starts to glow entirely the color of his advanced primordial aura, and the glyphs that covered his horns and eyes before now seal up all of the cracks and float around inside him. It feels like a limiter was shattered in his soul. The system that displays all of his levels and buffs no longer feeds back properly to my system when I scan it. There are not the usual errors or strange characters of a protected higher level shield. Instead, there is a void, like the system itself is not strong enough to understand what is being produced. It's like he broke a limiter and is letting his chaotic aura take control of his mind, body, and soul. I do not see a possible path for him to deactivate this strange ability. A dark orange, purple, and blue pulse of energy pours down on us, and it becomes stronger and stronger with every passing moment. Marcellus lets out a chaotic roar, and the bright orange demon kicks off the shattered ceiling to launch itself back down at us. In response, I activate the brand new buff that has appeared on the bottom of my status, and finally start to feel my sword trembling with hunger in the depths of my soul. Chapter 1009, I press my newest buff, Primordial Emperor's Origin Body, burning hot at the bottom of my status. All of the extremely potent, refined advanced primordial aura in the atmosphere becomes stimulated. For a moment, I feel a similarity in this form to the first time I activated my astral body. It's like the atmosphere around me can be expanded into infinitely. It is the feeling I felt when my aura poured out, touching the walls of this domain, but now, I feel as though I could grow to fill this entire dome with ease. There is a fluidity that courses through my soul, that makes me feel like anything is possible. If I can imagine it in my mind, all it would take is the simple command to have it turn into reality. It instantly makes the process that was going on with the isolation barrier earlier make far more sense. Primordial aura and royal vibrations at this level of comprehension do not act aligned with the laws of physical nature. While it feels similar to my astral form, that body was still constrained to the divine threads in the atmosphere. Where there is less energy, the form is limited. The rules of physical energy do not apply. I am only limited to how far my waves of aura can travel. The glyphs resting on the outer layer of my soul are able to flow freely on the outside of my body, and move with the waves of intention that I wield. This is only because, at any moment in time, if my desire is strong enough, my new origin body will be exactly where the strongest pool of primordial aura and glyphs are. This allows for instant full power array casting from any angle. However, this does also have vulnerabilities. In my current case, I can already feel three major limiters. The first is the dome around me, the second is the purple zone's floor below, and the final is the massive, growing chaotic aura that flies down at me. Its advanced primordial aura has the same qualities as mine. It will grow and expand into any area until another will with a stronger potential can stop it. There is one more variable inside this dome, but it does not limit me at all. Maria's, Mother Angel's origin body, activating flows right through me. Both of our primordial auras are coexisting, yet not suppressing each other. They only attack the one target in the sky. Her form is slightly different than mine. Instead of a pure primordial aura-driven activation, her infinite pool of stacking soul energy cores are tied into it. The outside of her expanding form works exactly the same as mine. Using external primordial aura to feel everything and pour her glyphs within pockets of her soul wherever she desires. However, in the center of her new form, there is no actual physical core holding her in place. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Reported, the dichotomy of her soul energy core that collapsed in on itself in the lower realm is that it is technically not even real, but it does store energy within a single point in space, like an ether-powered black hole. The stress that activating new stacked copies of her core put on her mind, body, and soul before has been almost entirely negated. This new form allows the immense gravity and pressure on her soul to be spread out, lessening the tension the further she stretches it, to the edges of the central domain. Every single time she allows the pseudo-cores to manifest, it follows a perfect Fibonacci sequence, becoming exponentially more stacked cores with every spiral. She has never pushed it much further than a few thousand cores, but now it is as though there are no negative drawbacks. Finally, dozens of sparkling blue and white spirals of raw power pour out from the center of her chest, instantly, over a billion full-powered soul energy cores stack on top of each other and produce enough energy to stimulate all of the source resin that was lying dormant inside her sword and deep within her soul. The wings on her back grow even larger, her figure becomes even more mature, and a blinding crystalline halo manifests over her head. Her entire energy manifestation sparkles like it's made of pure diamond, and all of the chaotic orange aura that pours down to collide with it bounces off and is refracted in countless angles until it's evaporated into unrecognizable raw primordial aura. Her aura slams against the sides of the central domain just as hard as mine, but her true visible body inside stops growing at roughly 1 quadrillion kilometers tall. Black, red, and metallic flames burst off my energy body as I consolidate the advanced primordial aura nearest to my soul, and bind together the strongest glyphs around its outside. I too stand at 1 quadrillion kilometers from my feet all the way up to the manifestation of a faceless demon's mask with horns made of pure primordial corruption on my head. The chaotic orange aura that pierces through the veil and hits me is all eaten up by my primordial fire and abyss-like corruption, and converted into raw aura, only strengthening my will. The sword in the depths of my soul trembles with bloodlust the closer this demon gets. When I reach in to grab it, and my consciousness crosses the advanced primordial aura barrier that was guarding it, I watch the core of the sword flicker with a burst of golden glyphs. It makes the entire sword light up in my soul, glowing bright crimson. Its entire blade from the base to the tip becomes covered in originator glyphs. They all float upward from its core, covering the outer limits of the sword's unique soul. They flicker with golden light until they're set in place, then flash with raw unmarked rainbow advanced primordial aura, and finally become flooded with the crimson bloodlust of the sword. Millions of these glyphs float to the blade's surface, and I watch the golden light that flashed in its center fall deeper and deeper into the blade's depths. Once it leaves my senses, all I can see is the heavy pool of crimson power growing stronger and stronger. I grab a hold of the handle and pull it out into the purple zone. Another unique burst of advanced primordial aura enters the central domain and explodes with black and red flames as my own aura pours into the blade, making both it and me tens of times stronger. I let out a primal battle yell once this feeling of unity finally flows through me again, and swing upward with everything I have. On the other side of the tree stump, Maria's diamond ice blade swings upward in unison. The red and blue swords clash above our heads with the incoming orange light. Colliding soul weapon to soul weapon, stopping both of Marcellus Imperial's chaotic daggers in mid-air, the tree stump beneath our feet splits and cracks from the pressure, and the entire central domain's dome is vaporized. Leaving only flickering silver threads behind, ember phases upward, out through the center of the ceiling the instant we clash, and seals up the domain once more with a burst of silver threads right after. Chapter 10:10. The entire central domain starts to blend and clash with flowing auras that fight for dominance. I do not care what power the Creator's legacy has granted you. For my own path does not have to be bound by the laws of the system like yours. I will let chaos destroy the order you wish to create, he yells down at us. This does not only echo into our minds with the words he says, but the high royal vibrations bound to the growing chaotic advanced primordial aura allow his intentions to become crystal clear. His words are just for show, every fiber of his being is letting go, and he is no longer holding back. Marcellus Imperial does not care if he lives or dies, he only wishes to destroy the legacy holders below him. I can feel waves of the system being filtered through his aura, but even they are being consumed by this orange sea of madness. It's like a virus, eating up everything it touches, yet there is a red and blue pool of energy clashing with it, forcing it to bend its path. The crimson glyphs in my sword grow hotter and hotter as the chaotic glyphs in this demon's dagger spin and pulse. At their contact points, the primordial aura becomes so dense and compressed that the only thing my senses pick up is a fuzzy black bend in space. It does not have any width to it, it is infinitely small, like a single line bending to the whims of gravity in the air. The pressure is absurd, sending shockwave after shockwave into the atmosphere as he pushes down further and we stand our ground. Maria and I both shift our stances and explode upward with all the force we have. My sword's bloodlust grows hotter and more alive with every passing moment, and I feel billions more soul energy cores stacking into Maria's origin body. We become stronger and stronger, but the hatred and will to destroy and disrupt everything in its path crushing down on us only react more to the aura it feels. Every increase in our power triggers its chaos to grow brighter orange. There are strong veins of purple demonic energy that start to pour out from the center of his body, and it holds the figure of a demon in place in its center. Without this structure, I can feel that he would explode into an unrecognizable glob of power. This is what allows him to think with logic and hold his blades, but it is also what holds him back. There is enough of a slight error to his perfection, leaving small glitches and gaps in his aura. This is where I still see glimpses of the system peeking through. It gives me enough edge to twist my blade and escape from the downward pin he's trying to hold us in. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Maria takes advantage of this too, bursting out with another extremely bright wave of rainbow ice when her stacked cores surpass 10 billion. We split off in separate directions and immediately go in for counters of our own. When I swing my blade, many of its latent abilities automatically activate. A bright crimson eye opens up at the sword's base, right above my grip, and the blade multiplies into over 1 million perfect copies. They all appear surrounding my head and covering my back. Each of them gives off its own deep crimson advanced primordial aura, giving my already spectacular origin body a second outer glow, like there is a red shadow following behind me. When I swing the real core sword across my body, a horrific black and red metallic wave of fire comes pouring out of it. Imbued inside, surrounding, and following the wave, hundreds of thousands of these sword copies ride within it. Even during this swing, I feel more and more blood-red glyphs floating to the surface of my blade. It feels like it is just yawning, beginning to wake up, and this attack that shakes the entire central domain is nothing more than it stretching out its body and taking in the morning sun. The wave of fire expands and grows, getting hotter the longer it flies. It collides with the enormous bubble-like mass of chaotic aura and burns right through. From the other side, an equally massive slash of icy crystals sparkles and reflects colors that have never appeared in the spectrum of light in the lower realm. When it collides with the bubble from the other side, it appears as though the chaos is frozen and cracking apart while the wave of ice breaks through. The closer we get to his true body, the slower our attacks fly. The outer layers of advanced primordial aura even begin to be taken over by waves of chaos. It eats away at the weaker flames and disconnected ice crystals, separating them from their system connections and absorbing them into raw primordial aura that the demon can use for himself. However, it is not strong enough to stop them entirely. The dark fire and light icy auras hit Marcellus in the back and in the chest from opposite sides, pinning him in the air just like he did to us moments earlier. There is another explosion that rattles the entire central domain, sending out aura flying in trillions of directions while they cannibalize each other and wrestle for dominance in the sky. The only thing different about this clash is that I feel my many blades cutting into the strands of primordial demonic essence holding his physical body together deep down. The waves of black corruption-infused glyphs I produce devour this energy too, and connect to its source every time. I can feel that this pool of power is tied to the physical plane, and is not infinite. It cannot just be summoned from thought and willpower alone like this chaotic aura, when Maria's ice shatters some of these deep purple veins of aura. Her source resin devours the pure high-quality ether inside them too. This knowledge instantly bounces through both of our minds, and we confirm that we found this demon's weakness. He lets out a murderous roar that echoes through our souls, and the bright orange flooding out of him becomes stronger again. Without any target to aim at, this would be a horrifying sight, but seeing the glints of demonic essence tied to the system he still has to hold on to are the only thing my tunnel vision hones in on. Marcellus throws both of his daggers out of his hands. They glide through the air in a beautiful and graceful pattern, but my crimson blade swings across my body with an awe-inspiring aura about it too. Both of them have wills that do not fear the other. The blades collide in the air and create another shockwave while the demon destroys and sacrifices more pieces of his soul to grasp at more chaotic power. Another collision echoes through the dome moments later as Maria's blade stops his other dagger. The tree stump beneath all of this madness cracks more and more. Even the silver threads holding the central domain together begin to bend and stretch from the overwhelming pressure. Ember sits atop the dome in his hybrid form, watching the battle play out with a wide grin. It appears you two will be just fine. I can now rank up without having to worry. He closes his eyes, and his entire body starts to shine with a bright white, blinding light. Chapter 10:11. The small white dot at the center of the ceiling grows, and the rank-up light pouring out of Ember's body becomes so bright that it completely covers the sky. Warmth even pierces through the silver threads holding this dome together, as they are all ether commands, divine energy, and primordial aura woven from his own clawed hands. Every passing moment, it appears as though a white void descends from above. Even the visuals of the purple zone I have collected from the many primordial trees in the ritual domains are watching. They too all begin to be blinded by a bright white glow from the center of the primordial garden. Those that are too far away, further out in the previously demon-owned lands around the neutral zones, only see the sky light up in a bright white aura. It is a strange white light. Not only is it infused with pure, high-quality ether, but it is refined even further into something unrecognizable in this zone. It is an ether so fine, only the system itself can process it fully. A common pristine advanced primordial aura flows through it, that is both black and white at the same time. Its true color cannot manifest in this zone, yet, even the outer settlements are blinded by the aura. It appears bright white in their senses too and easily phases through all of the Dryad's ancient protective barriers. Even Run, far out in an isolated domain hidden in the outer settlement, sees a white glow penetrating in from the sky. When it shines to every single area of the primordial garden, the light begins to pulse in a rhythmic manner. It pulses so brightly that energy even starts to seep through the floor of the purple zone down to the zones below. It is pulsing in rhythm with the same white aura that is in the film between each zone, and the reactors at the center of each of them. It is also synced with the artifact in Marcellus' chest, the fortress in the green zone, and the enormous black planet-sized artifact that was once known as the demonic realm. While it manifests as a white glow in the purple zone, the life forms in the zones below cannot sense the radiation he is giving off. The only thing that can be tracked is the fact that the pulsing rhythm is getting faster. In the blue zone, the growing leaves of Abby's enormous green tree are showered in this invisible aura. It invigorates it even more, spreading the branches and growth of the lush new leaves to expand faster. Some of the newest sprouting leaves grow high enough to start touching the upper limits of the blue zone and produce small purple cracks in the air. The zone barrier between the cyan zone and the blue zone is being torn apart, and the stability of both zones is shaking and breaking apart. There are only two living entities inside both of these zones combined, Abby and Seraphel, so, when dense blue threads pour down into the cyan zone and devour the cyan threads, forcing them to compress and equalize the pressure, so do the green-haired human and blue wyvern's cores. Dense blue threads easily fill their celestial bodies, and the advanced primordial aura being shared by the rising emperor keeps them sturdy and intact to handle this breakthrough without any harm done to their divine cores. While Abby stays near the base of the tree, glowing bright in her dryad-like form, Seraphel soars to the sky and easily breaks up into the blue zone through the many cracks in the sky. He circles the growing branches of the trees and lets out a strong, victorious screech that echoes through the entire two zones. Below both of them, there is an enormous white blinking barrier that has held strong for billions of years. Surrounding the ravine in the cyan zone, however, it is being completely overgrown by this tree's roots. What first only cracked its outer layers and feasted on its ether reserves to grow is now breaking through entire sections of the enormous demonic seal. Huge cracks and holes in the bright white prison array are appearing, and green roots of a primordial tree are flooding down into the vast network of caves and temples in the empty and dark ravine. In the green zone, every single elite, general, and warlord have locked onto and killed the demons invading their citadels. The horrific shockwaves have shaken the entire zone and filled the air outside of the citadel defense arrays with raw celestial energy, demonic essence, and even high-quality ether that cannot be digested by normal citizens. The worst of the danger has passed. There is no longer a single ancient imperial soldier left in the green zone. The mindless soldiers and the intelligent outer guards have all been killed. Even in the lower realm, the intelligence network has grown to such efficiency that even with millions of demonic soldiers with the power to destroy entire solar systems with a flick of their wrists, every single one of them is being tracked down and killed in mere seconds. The bursts of light that flash throughout the galaxy will alter the patterns of the sky for hundreds of thousands of years. Enormous supernova, like explosions of ether and celestial energy, fill areas of space near the outer edges of the galaxy that were not lit up and only held forgotten worlds. Now, over 120 billion worlds are connected to the worldwide connectivity system, and every single battle is being hosted through live spectate feeds. The true power of the admins, commanders, and knights is being shown to everyone and captured in history as they save more and more civilizations from extinction with every passing second. I am not the only one that feels this running in the back of my mind. The chaotic demon I face still has his own system connections to the army he created to exterminate the lower realm. He feels the deactivation of all of his soldiers one by one, alerting him that even that surefire plan has not gone the way he desired. You're messing everything up. Do not believe the dreams the dragon has spouted to you. Do you really believe that the cycle can be reset? Why would you trust something you cannot test or see with your own eyes? An immortal paradise is waiting for me right here. I must claim it no matter what. Marcellus cries out in a murderous roar. Two more blasts of shockwaves shake the now blinking white dome around us as we break free from the collisions with his daggers. Maria and I are sent flying backward, but both swing our blades across our bodies and step through the air in seemingly random patterns to send dozens of full-powered long-range attacks back. The growing orange chaotic aura is destroyed by enormous red flames and blue sparkling waves of ice at the same rate that it grows. Both of the chaotic daggers begin trailing us through the air and trying to catch us. However, the further away from the demon's true body at the center of the domain they get, the slower and weaker they become. We quickly work this into our attack strategy and lure his long-range strikes further and further away. Chipped chaotic soul mass starts to fly off the blades, and there are even glyphs that explode and spin out from the daggers when clashed with hard enough. Chapter 10-12. Every single primordial tree on the ground below is not affected by the waves of advanced primordial aura clashing in the sky. It moves through reality at a frequency far different than these living artifacts exist in. Some exploding high-quality ether glyphs do create shockwaves that fall back into the physical realm, and stray waves of disconnected demonic essence tear up the ground when fragments back their way through. However, the majority of all this mass and energy is absorbed by tendrils of corruption or waves of source resin that cover the entire bottom half of the dome. Every tree has submitted to the rising emperor, so the physical force from Maria's and my auras is not harmful to them at all. There is only one structure beneath the entire domain that is being damaged, as it contains anchors that rooted into reality with advanced primordial aura. It is the stump of the tree that is being shattered and cracked open by the clash. A very unique aura seeps out of the cracks. It feels like a dryad, but there are no glyphs visible to check if my instincts are correct. Wherever this is coming from, it feels like large amounts of this aura are still trapped underground, and the barriers of the central domain are actually blocking out most of what I could be sensing. The silver threads that are now covered in a bright white, pulsing hot glow are not just surrounding us on the sides and above this dome. There is a perfectly flat floor far beneath the visible ground, creating half a sphere. This space alone is where my advanced senses stop. The rest of reality outside can only be perceived through others' eyes. Yet, as visuals of the last remaining imperial demons in the lower realm being killed are playing in my mind, I see small changes in Marcellus' body. There are small tendrils of invisible soul ties, and collections of high-quality ether glyphs that disappear one by one. Each severed soul tie makes his demonic essence turn darker and colder. As he becomes more isolated from the true galaxy down below, I can even see the smaller-scale wars taking place in the outer settlements of the Purple Zone. Many of the ascended demons and outer guards flood out of the inner domains because of the horrific pressure that seeps out of the trees. Those with links of loyalty can exist freely in peace, but those that are opposed feel the collective primordial aura of every dryad's minor legacy left behind. My own advanced primordial aura even raised their intensity further, making even first bloods flee from the overwhelming pressure in the ritual domains where the strongest primordial trees stand. Even without my help, there are thousands of strong domain lords in the outer settlements that could have killed outer guards. Just like Ulgar, Axel, and Vardon, if you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. I witness many domain lords leave their protective shelters and fight the hordes of demons that come their way. There are enormous sandworms, emerald lizards, golden lions, insects with more eyes than limbs, humanoid bears with long horns and tusks, fiery scorpions, and dozens of races that look nothing like anything I've ever even seen to be an equivalent equal in dungeons. Some of the outermost domains aren't even limited to a single race or clan. There are domains that are collections of hundreds of thousands of extinct races. They group together as the last remains of their forgotten worlds. Some of which have lit up again on the worldwide connectivity system on the edges of the galaxy, others still remain dark, as the one representative here in the primordial garden is the last of their kind. Many of these creatures would never be able to fend for themselves against an outer guard, but as the waves of advanced primordial aura flow into them, they can all tell they stand a fighting chance, in the front lines, closer to the neutral domains, the first appearance of a first blood. Escaping into the outer settlements occurs. There is a black ogre, white griffin, and rust-colored mammoth that stop it before it breaks through to the weaker domains. Not long ago, the three of them were pinned to the tops of buildings under the pressure of a first blood's resting aura alone. Yet now, a deep red and black metallic energy floods through all of them with enough pressure to keep them upright and clash on equal grounds, all throughout the ring, 400s of quadrillions of kilometers all the way around. The strongest of the domain lords all clash with first bloods that they never dreamed of standing up to before today. Shockwaves and brutality fill the purple zone, and the lives of first bloods are taken one by one as the mana-based domain lords grow stronger. Every passing second, simultaneously, Maria and I fly around the dome, getting faster with every collision. The two chaotic daggers that try to follow us become so damaged that their attempts to actually injure us become hopeless. I'm able to keep my momentum through the sky while swinging my blade across my body. I don't even have to stop or change directions in the air when we clash. My soul sword continues to become hotter and more bloodthirsty with every collision. It even catches cracked pieces of chaotic soul mass from the daggers and devours them mid-swing. The copies of primordial blades grow as its will expands too. There are over 10 million miniature red blades that follow me like a crimson shadow. Each of them morphs into my own advanced primordial aura, and there are strands of pure, high-quality ether that connect my creator's legacy glyphs to the many floating swords. I can instantly cast and create even stronger arrays with this mist of crimson swords. It is like an even larger pseudo-greater form that grows around me. I even ignore the chaotic dagger that tries to attack me once my defenses grow strong enough. I'm able to let out a full-powered black and red wave of fire, while millions of smaller floating swords spin and summon glyphs together to protect my back. A massive crimson sword array blocks the orange dagger in midair, and I land a devastating blow on the demon. It burns through an enormous amount of chaotic aura and lands a direct hit on one of the demon's legs. It's completely incinerated to nothing but ether mist and raw demonic essence. From his other side, Maria flaps her enormous crystal angel wings and swoops in faster than the demon can react in this moment of shock. An unfathomably thin blue and white blade of ice slices through the atmosphere of auras and cuts off his opposite arm and a quarter of his face as well. The demon yanks its head out of the way in time to save most of his horn, but lets out a chaotic roar when the separated flesh freezes to mirror like crystals and shatters in an instant. Marcellus pulls both of his chipped blades back toward himself, away from both sides of the central domain. Yet, he can only properly catch one. The other just floats where his lost hand should be. His rainbow-orange eyes look even more erratic, cruel, and filled with hatred as he stares down at us with a chunk of his face missing. Chapter 10:13. Even as Marcellus stares down at us now, there is no fear in his eyes. Fire crackles on his stump for a leg, and his arm and face are covered in an ice-like mirror that slowly chips more of his body away. The demonic essence pouring out of his chest is the only substance that can heal this physical body of his. It may be saturated by the chaotic advanced primordial aura being summoned, but at its core, it is still made of this purple crystalline structure. It is the only thing on him that I can accurately track with my system, because it is the only part of him still connected to the physical realm. Now as he heals himself, it's like miniature strings are being plucked one by one. The larger ones correspond with first bloods being slaughtered in the outer settlements, the smaller ones are the last remaining outer guards in this zone, and the edges of deep space in the lower realm. More and more soul ties disappear, and it severs this demon's sense of connection with reality. I can see it driving his eyes to become even more mad. The darker his demonic essence becomes, devoid of anchors, the more space in the central domain his chaotic advanced primordial aura starts to take up. Fiery blades and icy thin cleavers slice through the air, but we do not get as lucky as the two shots from earlier every time. With dagger in hand, Marcellus is able to block one of my incoming waves of fire, only receiving burns on one side of his body. Without having to move daggers around the dome with his mind, he is nimble enough to give into his instincts and dodge Maria's strikes completely. When we try to get in close enough to do some serious damage, the waves of chaotic aura start to hit us, layers of pure white crystals crack and fall off Maria's angelic body, and she has to retreat for it to grow back every time she gets in range to strike. I'm hit by dense waves of aura too, and it disintegrates hundreds of thousands of the smaller primordial swords making up my crimson shadow. Some of the stronger waves even break through this and touch my origin body. It is an extremely strange sensation. This primordial aura is like an entity of its own, not connected to the demonic essence making up its physical body. It has a single directive of its own, to destroy anything that is solidified in order, that is connected to the system. It spreads out through my black and red metallic primordial aura with orange chaotic veins, and starts to disintegrate my aura from the inside, causing it to bubble and disappear into a void outside of my perception. I'm fast enough to fly backward, and there is nowhere near enough aura that has invaded my real body to truly harm me. The primordial flames and corruption incinerate and devour its raw energy before it can seep in anywhere near my cores. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Marcellus continues to laugh like nothing has happened, and his arm and leg start to slowly grow back. The strangeness of his energy does make attacking him at close range more of a risk, but after getting hit with his aura, I know roughly how much I can take. A few mental pings back and forth with Maria, and I comprehend her limits too. We both fly back in and start swinging full-powered attacks his way. The fire and ice slice and burn through the oscillating ball of chaotic aura in the sky, and even start cornering him enough to land more hits. A deep red gash in his stomach, a blue line in his back. Then 2 consecutive waves of fire to his head, breaking off his untouched horn. It only worked because Maria sent enough decoy slashes to force his instincts into dodging into my attacks. We don't come out of it unscathed either. My whole right side gets melted through a dozen times, and I have to recover by flying to the opposite side of the dome before the chaos seeps too deep. The primordial fire burning through my body is much faster at healing than the demon, and Maria's new technique allows her to get rid of damaged ice into the atmosphere and pull from her bottomless cores to summon more and more, growing outward with infinite layers, pushing the old ice that was deep inside before up to the surface. Both of us use my foresight skill to watch the outcome of every possible scenario over and over. Marcellus always finds a way out. No matter how close we get, the most we can land are non-fatal hits. Over and over, red and blue slashes show up all over his body. He even manages to grow his hand back enough to grab his second dagger and play a total defensive role. Even though every time we land a hit he loses a massive amount of demonic essence forever, and it's digested by my corruption, a consistent supply continues to pour out of his demon's core. He does not seem to care one bit. If anything, his mood only grows happier the longer the battle goes on. You two are quite strong opponents. I would respect you and consider you true anomalies of your era if you did not carry the stolen glyphs of the Creator. How can you call yourselves the victors of this system if you use power that was honed outside of it? He finally yells, his eyes stare into us, then upward at the hot blinking white dome. This moment is enough to break his defensive rhythm, and I land a devastating attack right in the center of his chest. Maria lands one at the same time right between his eyes, breaking his head in two. An explosion of fire and ice seems to completely overwhelm the bubble of chaos in the sky, however. His eyes were so full of confidence as he watched these attacks hit. The only instinct I feel is one to run. Maria feels it too. Even though we just landed killing blows, the two of us retreat to the back edge of the dome while watching my waves of fire break through both his demon core and divine core, shattering them both in half. At the same time, the last flickers of imperial demons in every zone of the upper realm and solar system in the lower realm are snuffed out. There are only 3 soul ties remaining coming from that shattering demon's core. One leads to his daggers, another leads to the black artifact in his chest, and a third leads upward, somewhere I cannot perceive no matter how deep I look. Yet, instead of system notifications blaring in my inner ear, I watch the demon's core erupt outward and release every last drop of demonic essence into the air. It's all tied together with the tight purple strands of his fully saturated purple core. Every wound littering his body becomes supersaturated in this deep purple liquid. and the orange chaotic aura sticks to the outer layers of this liquid demon like strange glowing veins. It is a gruesome sight, and the waves of high royal vibrations within his chaotic aura that still give me readings of his emotions finally go haywire. Nothing about this demon makes sense anymore. Even my system scans don't fully know what to make of his dark purple body. It glitches and gives off readings of a living system user from some angles, and a dead artifact that I can pick up as loot from others. He lets out a screech that makes the entire dome shake, and even the silver threads holding it together quiver. Now it is all over. I cannot turn back. You will perish with me, but I will never be constrained by death. As long as the great cycle is stopped, I will be eternal with it. Chapter 10:14. All of the dense black demonic essence that broke out from his royal demon's core fills this demon's entire true body. His divine core tethers it all together, and it seems like both of these vital cores are on the verge of dispersing, but are held together by pure willpower alone. The force of gravity at the center of his being is so unfathomably strong that the contents of his cores are taking a new shape and escaping death. Every time he moves, I see more strange reflections of his demon core and horns as loot drops, but in others he is still a fully functional and deadly demon over level 3 million. I'm witnessing the system glitch and show incorrect data before my eyes. This time, it is not the fault of my own lack of perception, but of the construct we're standing in being unable to make sense of what's inside it. Do you think I've only sat around and waited for this day to come? No. I've been preparing to conquer the system myself. The Overseer has his plan, and I have mine. They both include you never making it out of the membrane. Orange aura spreads onto his dark demonic form, but there are tendrils of dark essence that seep outward too. Flooding into the cores of his daggers, the chipped chaotic blades start to fill with a pressure laced with glitching system commands, and an evil dark pressure. The desire pouring out of this darkness is very potent and clear. It wishes for the galaxy to be rid of life, and its existence to be the only remaining power. The beautiful aura that once made these knives feel as though they controlled fate becomes less and less bright. The dampening effects of the all-consuming demonic darkness start to saturate the opal-like glyphs that remain in the blade. It turns them into purple weapons, and the missing chunks start to grow back and fill the absence of space with physical shadows. He swings them across his body, and instantly, dark purple crescents of energy begin flying throughout the domain. They have trails of orange chaotic aura rippling off them, but the core of these attacks is made from pure demonic essence. I raise my sword to block, and many layers of circular crimson defensive arrays form out of millions of miniature blades to try and stop or slow these attacks before they even get close. It works, devouring large amounts of the demonic essence on impact. But there are strands that glitch their way through. In the moments where this essence is not connected to the system, it rides the waves of chaotic aura and phases right through my arrays. I can dodge their trajectory and make sure none of this strange matter touches my vitals, but it's impossible to avoid all of it. It's like purple acid spatters all over my origin body, and tries to seep into my soul to erode it and disconnect with the system just like him. I try to activate skills in order to gain an edge, but everything inherently combat-related becomes obsolete, as the activation times are far too slow. Any physical movements and manipulation of pure advanced primordial aura are far more powerful. I can only rely on passive skills, or large-scale arrays that can mimic skills by using millions of glyphs at a time. Stolen from Royal Road. This story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. The only way to block the brunt of these high-speed and high-density demonic attacks is with enormous brute force defensive arrays myself. The imagery of giant ice mirrors shattering and blocking demonic crescents on the other side of the dome is clear to see. Maria is pushed back on the defensive just like me. You know it's all an illusion, don't you? You have been taught that demonic energy is a force that must be defeated, haven't you? That dragon must have fed the two of you with so many lies to make it this far. Where do you think mana came from? Where do you think all of the dense, built-up ether in this galaxy came from? Do you think it was all just placed here by chance? Do you think the system is just a natural occurrence? That all life can just gather energy and become gods? Marcellus yells question after question at us. Every time he does, he brings up points of logic that, even with all of the understandings from over 120 billion worlds, I still do not truly know. My arms, legs, chest, and even face become covered in purple spots as the acid rain continues to fall. Hundreds of blocks of these long-range demonic crescents build up, and the feeling of static begins to form all over the outside of my body. Just from the function of my corruption's devouring properties, and the inherent nature of my absorption skill that is at the base of all my abilities, I can tell something is shifting.
every bit of this demon's chaos and demonic essence that I assimilate.
Its power becomes mine. Marcellus Imperial is losing demonic essence, and has to constantly resummon his advanced chaotic aura. However, the will of demons that resides in my corruption and corresponding black glyphs begins to bend. Some of the glitching essence that registers as the body of a fallen demon pours into my own core like any one of my past kills, even his primordial aura, his high royal vibrations, the thick strands of purple divine threads, fragments of them all start pouring into me. The bright white blinking light around the dome we're fighting in starts to become so fast and violent that it almost seems like a constant stream of light. For those outside it without my level of perception, it probably does look like nothing more than a blinding white glow. The same flashing emerges from the demon's chest. The one remaining core's brightness cannot be held back, and through the deep purple, a white orb can vaguely be sensed. I still do not understand how Marcellus is possibly still alive, but I do know he's living to protect that artifact, so my eyes do not leave it. Anytime I have any momentum left over after dodging or blocking, I send fiery waves of advanced primordial aura right back into the chaos, aiming for his chest. Maria does the same, but he does not even try to dodge anymore. When our long-range attacks hit, they only light up in red and blue slashes on his liquid demonic essence body. It destroys massive amounts of his energy, but he does not care at all. Not reacting, and sending long-range attacks back to keep us occupied, is more efficient. Frustration starts to build up, as there are no clear paths to success in front of me. It even seems as though my enemy cannot even die. Trillions of ongoing background primordial-grade foresight scans are testing every possible scenario, from both my point of view and Maria's, but every one of them comes back with the best option being to stay back and fight at a safe range. Marcellus is more than happy to sacrifice himself and destroy his whole body the instant we get too close. I grit my teeth, and my crimson blade grows hotter with its own rage as bloodlust boils deep within its core. After a long nap, it's hardly even stretched awake, and it cannot properly reap the rewards of a true fight. The tension of the aura in my hands grows, and the strange, uneasy pressure of assimilating my enemy's will and chaotic nature while fighting him increases as well. All of a sudden, there is an internal breaking point. I'm hit by a large crescent of dark aura. It is no different than many of the other attacks I've had to block, but over 10% of the entire attack glitches through all of my defenses in a giant chaotic chunk. Most of the time large pieces like this will break apart and be stopped by different layers of my arrays, but this one stays solid all the way through. It's an outcome my foresight skill never predicted. It doesn't stop glitching until it slams into my side and bursts into a chaotic and demonic assault. I'm sent flying backward, and an extreme surge of pain flows through my entire system as parts of it erode through my origin body and touch my soul. Yet, in the same moment, the same essence starts pouring memories of Marcellus Imperial's life in the lower realm into my mind. Chapter 10:15, a glitching veil of memories covers half of my vision. I'm still completely conscious of the outside, able to move, and channel primordial fire into my wounds to heal myself. However, half of my mind is being invaded with memories from the lower realm and the patterns that only happen when I kill a target. And my true core's ability, morphed by absorption, can devour their memories tied to their soul. The overwhelming warmth and pure energy of the galaxy full of dense, high-quality ether is the first thing I see. It's even more overwhelming than the visions I gained from the Outer Guards and First Bloods. They may have been draining pockets of celestial energy and ether leftover, attracted to stars, but what I'm seeing now makes it feel like the lower realm has nearly as much energy density as the primordial garden. It's incredible. Instead of energy being trapped within solar system orbits, there are thick strands of bright white light that tether the entire galaxy together. They are filled with countless high-quality ether commands. And I recognize almost every single one of the glyphs. It's entirely made up of the originator's language, the one commonly found on the many artifacts on the human world I came from, a small select few origin worlds, and some of the carvings within the ravine. However, the megastructures that look like highways flash brightly as countless lifeforms flow through them, traveling to and from destinations all over the lower realm. These are memories from billions of years ago. It's hard to tell if they are so scattered and hard to see because Marcellus has forgotten these parts of his life from long ago, or if it has to do with the nature of their transfer. A few extreme moments in time pass. Mostly made of battles between Marcellus and other strong fighters of the time, they look like they were performed in some kind of safe environment, an arena of sorts, made of an extremely massive ether command structure. A high percent of the races I watch him duel are no longer alive in the current state of the lower realm. A few have some surviving members in the outer settlements. Almost every one of them wielded primordial aura of their own back in this era, and many of the other races did not fear or look down on demons like they do today. Marcellus was challenged as an equal in most of these duels, yet, feeling his emotions through his own memories and point of view, this demon hated every one of them.
He hated the trust everyone put in the pathways that connected the galaxy. He hated that the weaker races were allowed to use up resources even when it would have been more efficient for the other anomalies of the time period to be nurtured instead. In the back of his mind, there is a plan brewing, and a constant set of orders being followed out from someone. The only voice of authority he will truly ever follow. Just as I try to dig deep and follow this path of thought deeper into his memories, they crackle and disappear from half my vision. At the same time, I thrust myself upward to block another one of his incoming demonic crescents of darkness. The demon yells, "No matter what you try, it is futile. You are still trying to defeat me within the bounds of the system. With such a small perspective, I will always win. This is what was meant to happen all along. Yes. I just needed the extra push, the final anomalies of this system to allow me to transcend." A horrific shockwave echoes through the dome as I block his next wave of demonic essence, and destroy millions of copied blades of crimson fire. His words sound like the raves of a mad lunatic. They are no different than many of the past demons I've pushed to the edge of sanity in their battles. However, when I see the proof of what this demon is doing before my eyes, his words really are not lies. Marcellus has fully embraced chaos and let his mind, body, and soul be taken over by his advanced primordial aura. Upon his death, his will did not waver, and he became too strong for the system to register the kill. If I let him win, his power will only grow, and what he's saying will actually come true. I grit my teeth, watching Maria block a demonic slash across the dome, and when she's out of immediate danger, I ping her the memories I just witnessed. Our flight around the massive, growing aura of chaotic energy does not slow down at all. Dozens of blocked attacks go by one. I managed to throw 2 massive fiery attacks at the demon's core during this time too. It burns away noticeable amounts of demonic essence. But I can tell that at this rate, my current methods aren't going to be enough. He still has too much demonic essence left, protecting that artifact in his chest. We need to get closer. It's time to take some risks before it's too late. I yell through my link with Maria, and send a wave of fire at the demon. It is at the detriment of one of his slashes breaking through my crimson sword shadow armor and obliterating a portion of my origin body. However, the flashing white light in his chest is continuing to grow faster. In a matter of seconds, it's going to be pulsing so fast that I don't even know if I'll be able to perceive it any longer, as I'm sent flying backward from the injury. So is Marcellus. As my attack was unexpected, it allows for Maria to land 2 solid hits of her own, one that cuts just as deep as my surprise hit near his core, and another that schemes his leg and chops off a foot, shattering it to ice. The clawed foot grows back almost instantly, but the murderous screech that comes out when he realizes how close we got to touching the artifact in his chest is invigorating. I allow Maria to keep him busy for a moment while I pour primordial fire into the wound in my side and up my neck. But the moment it floods in, I feel the demonic aura glitching again, more memories start to pour in, and in the back of my mind, I watch over 1 million level up notifications pour in. I try to count them quickly, but the number keeps changing. It moves up and down by hundreds of thousands. Even the stats in my status fluctuate as they try to register if I have completed a kill or not. I push the strange status screens out of my mind, and let my attention focus on the memories while I'm still attached to them. Marcellus is somewhere else in the galaxy. Usually, in these past memories, I can roughly tell where the holder is based on the stars nearby and in relation to other memories of the time period, or mirror them to my real-time spectate feeds in the lower realm. Yet, this one is different. It's as though he's standing right in the center of the galaxy, far past the origin worlds, in an area of space that no one has ever mapped out for me. In my mind, there was nothing but a blank mystery region here, what many referred to as the source, yet now I'm seeing Marcellus stare down at an unfathomably large white orb. At some angles, it looks like a mirror, showing the demon staring right back. At other angles, it looks rainbow and glossy, and at some, it completely disappears, like a black hole of nothingness. The longer he looks at it, the more strange it becomes. There are no glyphs or geometrical structures that hold it together. It just exists here. Countless invisible soul ties pour off of it and stretch out in all directions into the galaxy. I can't tell if it's made of ether, or if it is some kind of illusion made by advanced primordial aura, or a giant pool of source resin. It could very well be all three. It gives off no energy readings, so it is impossible to tell. I stare into the void of the source with Marcellus and allow the memory to play in real time. My concentration is only broken once I see someone else appear in the reflection of the source behind Marcellus' back.
it is another demon, and he is with a dragon. The same dragon that is soul-bound to me, and linked to the seal right above the dome of the central domain. Chapter 1016, Ember appears in the memories of the past again, this time, bonded to a demon with a stature I recognize. It is the same one that showed up in the demonic legacy memories. The one who found the creator's legacy tomb, and built his own rendition for an entire race from scratch. It is the demon that, ever since we arrived in the green zone of the upper realm, Ember has been hiding his presence from. The demon Marcellus continues referring to as the Overseer. Glitching images of this demon's silhouette staring down at the source beside Marcellus pour into my mind. Many are of him waving his hands and talking down to him like he is a teacher. I can make out some of their words. As he describes a hierarchy of demons, and a way to steal all of the energy from this system and make it their own. Even now, as I try to look at this demon's face, it is covered in silvered glyphs and empty space, making even my subconscious mind avoid it inside the memories. I have to use a large amount of concentration just to make out his words. Even these threaten to slip away from me. A plan to infiltrate what they refer to as the originator's domain, now known as the upper realm, is laid out before my eyes. The formation of the 5 great families, and the long, drawn-out wait to weaken the generations of many mana races to come while slowly siphoning energy from the galaxy makes more and more sense the longer I listen. And when we have succeeded, promoting me to the newest supreme, you may claim this paradise all for yourself. This is how it will be done. The Overseer waves his hand, and everything within Marcellus' vision blurs, the source disappears, and they both reappear on the far side of the galaxy. It is like space warped and bent, connecting the two places and spitting them out on the other side. A dark black, planet-sized sphere with glyphs engraved all over it now floats below them in the void of space. My memories of the past begin to glitch and stop progressing again. The split vision of the battlefield fades, and I can go back to blocking and countering Marcellus again, however. In the back of my mind, the flickering level-up notifications remain. On and off, new boosts of power flow into me as the system continues to try and register a kill but fails to fully assimilate it. I dive right back in even though there is a dark black and purple gash on my side that is not yet healed. I only expose my other side while diving in to land another wave of fire. Maria dives in on the opposite side, and puts herself at a large risk too, but the flashing artifact is becoming so bright that every flash begins sending a shockwave of hot, refined ether through the air. It's even more refined than the ether in my own glyphs, like it has reached the peak of what high-quality ether can become. I feel a slight static charge run through my primordial aura when it reacts to these strange pulses. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. The knowledge I just gained from an assortment of memories is pinged into Maria's mind, and we digest them together while landing a massive X-shaped blue and red slash on the demon's chest and back. It obliterates a large chunk of its demonic essence, exploding into fire and ice. For a moment, even the chaotic aura in the air is vaporized. I can see the core peeking out of its chest. It's the closest we've got, but we don't have enough power or time to break through before getting hit by his close-range counter. Maria is hit point blank, but she has layers of mirror-like ice ready. She is at full strength and can handle the blow. Massive fragments of source resin and pure blue icy advanced primordial aura explode as she's blown backward. Tens of millions more pseudo-soul energy cores are summoned in order to grow back more layers of ice armor and disperse the blast. All of the glyphs and infused high-quality ether deep inside this essence are devoured by sparkling particles of resin, while raw purple matter is ejected into the air. My own primordial aura latches onto it, and it is funneled into my corruption. However, my active mind is more focused on my only uninjured side getting hit by another attack. It tears through every layer of crimson defenses with even more ease. I got up even closer this time to try and land a killing blow, but it's backfired. The demon used up almost half of its remaining demonic essence to shield its core and throw a counter. It was either desperate to stop me, or so confident that its artifact will finish the seal before I can attack again, that it's lost all care for its energy usage. From what I can feel, I think it is a little of both. It makes the impact with this clash multiple times stronger than the last. As the flickering mass of dark demonic essence crashes against the outside of my soul again and again, my consciousness vibrates like a bell. And the visions of memories pour back into my mind. The timeline in these new memories is scattered. Some show Marcellus traveling in the lower realm and plotting to take over as many origin worlds as he can while still using the high-quality ether highways to get around. Others are far closer to the present day, some of which I've already seen from the First Bloods and Outer Guards' point of view. there are visions of the creation of the strange clouded array that protects the demonic realm from discovery, and the planting and creation of the thrones. Even the Imperial army of mindless drones and leftover outer guards, I watch them being placed all throughout the dying areas of space and the galaxy as the ether is siphoned upward and out of the lower realm. Yet, these memories become covered in glitches, and even more hard to fit together. The final one I see is a very strange scene. I can't tell where on the timeline it is, but I think it's happening here in the purple zone. Through Marcellus' old eyes, I see him follow a soul tie upward through the center of this primordial tree stump. It gives off the same sensation as moving upward to a new zone, but at the same time the outside of his body becomes covered in a silver and advanced primordial aura veil. Wherever he's gone, it's impossible to see or feel anything. There are only vague black and white shadows, and all of the movement around is blurred. I can only see two silhouettes fighting in the air. And for a frame of time, the memories glitch and trigger a moment of perfect clarity. I can see a silver cord demon covered in the original demonic legacy glyphs, and he is fighting against a crimson-eyed dragon that sprays hot white flames down on him. Yet, the dragon's fire does not attack this demon's cores, or glyphs, or even advanced primordial aura. It burns the invisible bond connecting their souls. The memories glitch again, and all I can see are shadows and blurred silhouettes. Through Marcellus' memories, there is an enormous blast of energy, and this purple cord demon is thrust out of the space by an unknown force. I can feel confusion, fear, and anger pouring from Marcellus. And realize this is long ago, before he ever met Ember for himself. Yet, one thing does not add up. If those flames succeeded in what they were meant to do, there should not be an overseer any longer. Chapter 10:17. When the memories glitch away, and I see Marcellus in full view again, the first thing I look at is the strong soul bond he still holds onto. It tethers to the space above this zone, where the memories I just witnessed showed. You still fight me like lower races were not all doomed the moment the demons took control of the upper realm. You all even use the name we've changed it to in order to suppress the imagination of the new eras. Many would dig too deep if they knew it as its true name. The originator's domain. Marcellus yells, launching at me as almost my entire origin body is consumed in his demonic essence. It makes my limbs all filled with static and evaporates large amounts of my advanced primordial aura. It is an infinitely renewable energy source. As long as I'm conscious and my will is unbroken, it will only be summoned back stronger. The glyphs it starts to seep into, on the other hand, these vibrate, and sharp pain surges through my soul as his glitching demonic essence tries to devour them too. I let out a yell while flying backward as fast as I can. The further away I get, the weaker his essence becomes, but it also leaves less room for a quick counter. A new wave of advanced primordial aura floods out from my soul, paired with spinning red, white, and black glyphs that move all over the outside of my body. Millions of crimson explosions occur all over me, as copies of my soul sword are constantly summoned and sacrificed to disperse the energy. The true blade itself, on the other hand, is completely unharmed. It has a sharp blood-red pressure that comes out of its core and concentrates around the crimson eye at the base of the sword. The same amount of demonic essence attacked my origin body as it did my sword, but it slid off the blade like a wet balloon. Any dark demonic essence that tried to attack it directly melted on impact. The glitching substance just went haywire and destroyed itself while being repelled. It pulls on my soul and uses my high-quality ether stores, as well as the pressure from my advanced primordial aura, so, as my energy dims, it does too. Yet, there is a small amount of lag. It's like it's reacting, not so much a perfect link. I can feel there is a separate living entity in my hands, and it gives off the aura of the sword I've fought many battles with before, but there is something very different about it right now, and I do not have enough mental space to figure out what or why. Another long-range wave of demonic essence comes my way, but it's far weaker than the last few. At this distance, I'm able to summon enough defensive arrays to block and absorb it entirely before it even hits my body. An explosion of rainbow ice on the other side of the domain hits my senses next, as Maria easily blocks the next strike too. In the center of my vision, however, the orange-blooming advanced primordial aura grows far stronger than the bubble we just obliterated, and the pulsing white light in his chest blinks so fast it feels like it will become nothing but pure white heat at any moment. Hundreds of black and purple slashes of energy come bursting out from the demon's blades to keep us back. They get faster, but also weaker. Even the demonic essence that holds his physical body together looks as though it's getting thinner. Dense strands of purple divine threads start to show themselves holding up the frame, as the physical liquid is sent at us with no more regard for the artifact's safety afterward. This is it. He's using everything he has to hold us back. I hear from Maria, pinging into my mind, coming to the same conclusion as me. Yes.
No matter what, we need to finish him now. Both of us dart back into the chaos, this time, not even clearing a path, but plunging into the chaotic aura and letting our own natural auras flow out of our origin bodies as the buffers. They fight for dominance and devour each other. My advanced primordial aura pushes out at the same rate as it's destroyed, but this is not my main concern. It is the over 100 demonic crescents of essence coming at me from all sides. Marcellus' yell echoes with them. The seal is finally going to be complete. All remaining life within the system will never have a chance to escape. Massive arrays form all over me from every angle. They shine with a red metallic glow, and every time they're struck by another crescent, black glyphs on their insides are deployed to devour the rest of the weakened essence destroyed in the blast. Yet, the closer I get, the more of these arrays I have to summon. My shadow of crimson mist shrinks and shrinks until the point where I have to start manually summoning glyphs and not rely on the automatic summons of my copied soul swords. They attack from all angles and get stronger the closer to the demon's real body I get. It is pulling away from the amount of energy I can build up in a single attack in my sword. The waves of white heat are starting to look like a flicker. I can hardly tell when the artifact is not pulsing. I know I will not have another chance at attacking it, so the defensive arrays around many of my less important body parts become weaker than the rest. The outer portions of my origin body begin to be struck by waves of demonic essence. The first dozen only feel like the strange static I've gotten used to, but the next 100 start to feel like poisonous, acidic hail tearing holes in my body and melting down into my soul. Every single one of them glitches with different rhythms, and bursts of strong memories force their way into my consciousness. Massive abstract visuals pour into my mind. I can see a fully zoomed out version of the entire galaxy. It overlays perfectly with the visual of the current day galaxy that I can feel through my rising emperor's domain. The difference is, the old galaxy from billions of years ago still has the many highways of dense high-quality ether streaming out from the source and throughout the many thriving civilizations. It also tears a hole upward through space. This was impossible to see in the memory where Marcellus was still a younger demon, but now it all looks so clear. It is like an invisible funnel that attaches the lower realm up to a different plane of existence. It only appears to be a black void, like a stretched layer of strange energy over the top of the galaxy. I cannot see what is inside it. Millions of glitching memories patch themselves together to create a time-lapse of a small portion of this structure coming to see light, as more and more of the highways in the lower realm are drained, and the pockets of energy are siphoned out, up into this funnel, and through other smaller tiers into space. A layered construct is created. I watch each zone of the upper realm being created within the bottom layer of this enormous black galaxy-sized construct. Silver anchors are placed in each zone, and family heads are placed to each of them as the eras go on, and life in the origin plane becomes weaker and weaker. I'm hit with another wave of stronger demonic crescents, and these memories are jolted away. I see the outside layers of Maria's bright crystalline origin body being broken apart with the same intensity of attacks that I am. We both swing our red and blue blades one more time. A half-demon and glimmering angel come bursting forward through the bubble of chaos and through the barrage of demonic essence slashes, simultaneously aiming to strike the bright white orb in the center of what's left of Marcellus' body. Chapter 10:18. Sharp pressure showers down on the outside of my soul from all sides. I can feel that almost all of my advanced primordial aura has been suppressed again. The density of the chaotic aura becomes greater, and the weight of the demonic essence increases as well. Layers of the glyphs around the outside of my soul are being stained purple, and the glitching sensation is beginning to course through my entire being. It feels less like a separate entity I'm trying to suppress, and more like my own conscious thought as my connection to the system becomes intertwined. Even without being hit, the system constantly tries to update and register the kill. Every bit of essence I absorb, the final updated, LV 2,278,994, glows at the top of my status. Yet, it ticks down below 2 million at times, and everything becomes fuzzy, even my list of skills, buffs, and stats that were never related to the skill. My entire system jitters, and the wills within my primordial corruption morph to be far more like this Marcellus Imperial. He is proud, strong, and has an understanding of the system that surpasses mine. Despite his unstable chaotic nature, the baseline knowledge is assimilating as my will conquers his within the sea of black glyphs and millions of other demons' essence. As the quantity of demonic essence attacks becomes too much for me to block any longer, they all just collide with the outside of my soul. One after another like rain. They leave cracks throughout the sacred body deep within my origin body, and almost every single glyph on the surface becomes infested with demonic essence.
yet, the numb static sensation becomes natural and soothing. The only active mental and physical energy I have left I use to protect my cores, and to infuse my blade with as much power as it can hold. I've entered a flow state surpassing that of my primordial resonance buff. It is complete and total tunnel vision. In doing so, the static becomes a background buzz that fades away, and so does the glitching system text. Without my active mind focusing and trying to dissect what it means, the glitches completely stop. Or at least from my perspective, they no longer exist. I'm able to assimilate the strange chaotic anti-system energy like it is normal, no more difficult than mana or ether. On the other side of the demon, Maria's mind syncs with mine, and the same outcome occurs. Instead of the glitching crescents of demonic essence breaking open her angelic ice body, they start to phase right through. She does not set up any barriers to protect her stacked pseudo-cores. Instead, she allows the demonic essence to flow right into the black hole in her chest. All of its infused advanced primordial aura is drained out, all of the high-quality ether imbued is absorbed by her source resin, and the leftover dark matter is ejected outward from her back between her wings. When she does not exert any mental pressure to observe the glitching, it's completely destroyed and negated too. There is no need to wait or fight the strange phenomena, Marcellus yells when he sees the last flurry of attacks hit both of us at point-blank range, but seep into us rather than tear us to shreds. No. That's impossible. This is not a gift of the Creator's legacy. It cannot function outside the bounds of the system like I can. Where did you learn this? This can't be. He tries to send more attacks our way from his daggers, but all that comes out are waves of gravity strengthened by chaotic aura. It is stained purple by the density of divine threads in the strike. But there is no physical matter left. These waves of energy flow right through me like a warm breeze. I don't even notice them. The only thing I concentrate on is my flaming sword colliding with a bright white orb in Marcellus' chest. The waves of heat coming off this artifact are extremely intense, but at the same time invigorating. It is like pure refined high-quality ether residue. Being in its presence every time it blinks gives off mist that flows through my energy pathways and into my own pools. Veins of pure white ether travel through my infected purple and black soul's outer layers, and rivers of ether pour into my own core. I can feel all of Marcellus' chaotic aura compressing inward and attacking me. He even tries to stab me with one of his daggers repeatedly, but it does no damage. My physical body has become far stronger than him. The blade in this aura just bounce off my back. I can feel the anger and horror in his high royal vibrations, not only from the aura he clings onto, but also from the majority of his will that is now suppressed and all mine to control deep within my primordial corruption. Many of these black glyphs pour into my blade. Some of them are still covered in demonic essence that is actively being converted. I use his own devoured will to attack his last remaining core. A dark crack appears at the impact point of that flashing white orb, and millions of soul sword copies trigger explosions in complex strength and sharpness arrays to push the blade forward with more pressure. The instant there is a gap of resistance, my metallic advanced primordial aura enhanced by a crimson aura of mist seeps inside. From the backside of this demon, Maria's diamond blade collides with the orb as well. Her efficiency at draining the ambient high-quality ether in the air into her soul is even better than mine. When the source resin in her blade feels the ether density of the artifact it's touched, it uses a completely opposite technique than mine. Instead of pushing harder, it sucks the energy out from the thin contact point her sword has made. The structural integrity of the thin line she pushes on weakens, and with the same amount of pressure, she does more and more damage with every passing moment. The core gives way on her end too, shattering open, and sparkling ice floods in. The blinking white light hits its apex, and I cannot even perceive the time between flashes. There is an absurd release of high-quality ether into the central domain, but immediately afterward the entire core explodes into mist from the pressure of two blades. A thunderous shockwave and pressure shift explodes through the dome again as my blade clashes against Maria's in the center, creating a perfect X. The artifact has been obliterated, but it's impossible to tell if we've succeeded in time. All I see is white. Chapter 1019, all of the perfectly carved glyphs on the outer layer of this white orb break into unrecognizable pieces. Exploding with the pure high-quality ether that pours out of its insides, the wave of hot light is extremely dense, but the energy is not tethered to any killing intent or direct purpose. If it were, the shockwave would be devastating, but for Maria and myself, it's like being plunged into a bath of pure energy, denser and more pure than we've ever felt before. The small waves of white light we absorbed while diving in were already extremely invigorating, but now as we feel the source, it's clear that tiny amount of refined high-quality ether didn't even scratch the surface of what's being released beneath. It's like an entire zone's worth of ether that should be on a level.
above the purple zone,
is being ejected all at once. Not only is the atmosphere around me covered in a blinding white light, but for a moment in time my senses are all blinded by an overwhelming ethereal white-hot bliss. Simultaneously, a few very strange things happen. Right before our blades sliced this orb in two, it shined outward with a final pulse of white light. The barrier of the dome we're surrounded by mimicked this pulse,
and it acted as an amplifier to vibrate downward through every zone in the upper
and lower realm. All of the prior blinking waves of hot white energy were synced up and visible through the tiers in space between zones. It was especially visible for Abby and Seraphel, as their reach and perception right now touches two full zones.
The massive wide open holes in space that link the cyan zone to the dark blue zone all shine bright white during this final pulse.
They all become connected, stretching outward and activating countless high-quality ether glyphs that have laid dormant in the upper realm since it was created at the bottom of the originator's domain. There are large cracks in the green zone, where the impact craters of the Imperial Outer Guards were killed. Many of them are healing back up as Ava, Ari, Raven, and many of the elites absorb the energy they've released. Not only the cracks in space, but the silver reactors in the center of every single zone, they all burst outward with a hot white light from within. In this instance, a very familiar phenomenon runs through their systems.
It is a disconnection from the rising emperor.
This is because for a moment in time, the purple zone was sealed off from the rest of reality below. The only system users with enough mental capacity to even notice what has happened are the generals. Even to them, it feels like nothing more than a momentary glitch in the system, like their senses are playing tricks on them. However, the aftermath of this small event is not small. It becomes clear it was certainly no manifestation of their imagination. The complex glyphs that spin into place and lock the lower realm and first three zones of the upper realm in a bubble all click perfectly into place. Energy rushes in from pockets in space where there was no sign of spatial tiers or gravity manipulation. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent.
Report any appearances on Amazon. If one were to look at the entire galaxy from the outside, extremely massive arrays spin around it, pouring energy in place to set the seal. Yet, these enormous pools of energy do not all make it to where they were meant to go. The mechanical trigger that acted as an anchor, almost like a brain for the seal, was just destroyed by two blades of fire and ice. If it were destroyed any later, the seal would have already been set in place. If it were destroyed any earlier, all of these pockets of energy would still be trapped away behind veils of dark black advanced primordial aura around the outside of the originator's domain. A chain reaction of over 500 sextillion complex arrays all shatter at once. The first to go are those in the purple zone of the upper realm. The barrier holding the central domain together breaks into pure white mist, and the silver threads holding it together snap and explode from the pressure. The second grouping of glyphs that shatter is the invisible defensive array below the entire primordial forest. It looks very similar to the prison in the ravine of the Cyan Zone, but made with far more care and attention, meant to be the most sturdy structure that held together the entire seal. Not only does white ether pour out from the explosion in the center of the purple zone, but it erupts upward from the ground everywhere. For over a quintillion kilometers in all directions, waves of pure white light burst out from the ground. It looks like there are earthquakes tearing up the primordial garden, but the hot white pressure that comes out is not harmful at all. It bathes every single ancient race in the outer settlements with far more high-quality ether density than they have ever felt before. This release also makes the divide between the purple and blue zones far less dense. Some of the released energy even breaks downward, seeping out of the small cracks that the growing branches and leaves of Abby's primordial tree are starting to make. The clouds of pristine white energy flowing into the manifestations only make it grow faster. From the explosive release in the cracks between the cyan and blue zones, this is where far more pure high-quality ether is absorbed. There is already a wide open tear in the zone, so many of the shattered glyphs do not need to break through themselves. They just follow the constant flow of ether, in the path of least resistance, straight into the tree's growing trunk. Every single glyph remaining in the ravine's defensive array shatters into dust on the spot as well, and it fills the many ancient pathways and pedestal tombs with hot white light. This all flows into the tree's roots, and it supercharges it enough to tear downward and break into the green zone at the same exact time that this layer of glyphs releases their power too. There are already micro-tears all over the sky from the battle that was just won. It looks like there are bright white rays of sunlight pouring down into the green zone. Simultaneously, the fortress releases many of its own glyphs that are linked to the seal, and it pulses outward, releasing a shockwave of its own. However, within this wave of energy, there is something different that is not in all of the others. Bright shimmering silver glyphs pour out within it, all coming from a small box deep within its core, left behind by Ember when he was last in the green zone, all throughout the lower realm. There are also tiers in space that open up and release waves of high-quality ether into pockets of the void that have not felt this much energy for billions of years. It does not distribute evenly at all. Most of the ether breaks out in places with the highest current divine energy densities. Heavy yellow and white stars put the most pressure on their areas of space, so large clouds of ether pour out into these star systems. There is one portion of space that is the most vulnerable of all, and that is where the anchor of the lower realm rests. It is the planet-sized artifact that was once the demon's home world. When the chain reaction finally hits it, the planet is already glowing bright white. A crack forms right down its center as every glyph carved into its sides makes horrific tears in space. There are many that break upward, and this is where the pools of excess high-quality ether now pour out of. However, some of the tears in space start to crack downward as well. Chapter 10:20, images of all these bursts of ether flowing into the lower zones simultaneously hit my consciousness, but an angry yell pounding in my mind catches my attention. What have you done? How is this possible? Marcellus' voice still echoes in my mind. All of his demonic essence is being digested deep below my origin body's advanced primordial aura, saturating into the inner glyphs of my sacred body. The high royal vibrations, and all energy associated with the system, have already been devoured and pulled into my being. Even the dense strands of purple divine threads that were still holding the white orb in place, upon its destruction, are blasted outward, and both Maria and I pull this power into our own astral forms. The absurd amount of high-quality ether pouring into my glyphs, and also the ether pool at the base of my soul, did momentarily make me lose touch with reality for an instant. However, now that my senses have returned, they are heightened by hundreds of times. Every dense river of white ether that flows into me expands my senses further. Just a handful of this refined energy is more than the entirety of the purple zone's past stores. My eyes and intuition become so strong that I can even begin to decode and perceive energy waves that have happened in the past. It is easy to watch the flow of the high-quality ether in the air, and track every single particle, then predict where they all came from moments ago. It is like an intuition-fueled reverse version of my foresight skill, clear in my mind. I can now see what every single glyph used to look like before they exploded this way. It is no surprise that it had to hold so much power, in order to seal the outer edges of an entire galaxy, and a divine construct on top of it. But also to account for minimal ether leakage in the arrays that could last for trillions of years. I quickly understand how perfectly timed my slash with Maria's really was. When I look past our blades that are still interlocked and stare deep into her soul through her eyes, all of this understanding only compounds faster once we bounce what each of us has seen off each other's minds. Yet, the angered yell of a demon somehow still reaches us. You will not ignore me. You fools! You have not only ruined my life's work, but you have severed the core of immortality that you are bonded to. It was your only hope of becoming an overseer. Marcellus laughs loudly into our minds, and slowly it becomes less angry and more filled with a maddened, hopeless tone. Actually, this is not so bad. Now that you have disrupted the natural progression of the source, the true overseer will grace the origin plane with his presence to clean up this mess. The least I can do is take you out once and for all for him. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. Finally, the blinding white mist of the ether blast starts to spread out, and I can see the zone around me. The entire barrier of the central domain is shattered and shredded apart. Some of the silver threads holding it together are scattered outward to the far edges of the zone, while the majority of them have been thrust upward along with a large amount of ether. The bright white flash in the sky where Ember sat is still far too bright for me to make out. The only thing I can see is a thick orange and blue aura forming back together into the outline of a royal demon. I already told you. I have defeated death. There is nothing you can do to kill me. Both Maria and I break from our interlocked blades and turn to our side. Swinging again to release long-range attacks, these two crescents of blue ice and red fire are filled with extremely dense white glyphs that make it feel as though the weight of the swords themselves is hitting this demon's aura. The advanced primordial aura shadow of Marcellus is broken in two, and one half catches fire with metallic flames while the other becomes covered in sparkling ice and begins shattering. It is an extremely strange phenomenon. The refined, high-quality ether glyphs we wield have vibrations and aura pouring into them, allowing them to exist in both the physical and advanced primordial aura space at the same time, on impact, as these complex arrays activate and explode. It makes the body Marcellus believed to be invisible act just like any other physical form. He has no blades to attack us back with. The chaotic daggers carved with ancient demonic glyphs shattered to unrecognizable dust in the explosion of the white orb. The demon's eyes grow scared again. No. It's this power again. I do not understand.
Mana-based lifeforms like you were never meant to ascend outside of the system.
It makes no sense. The demon's legacy was different because of this fact. It was the creator's only weakness. This can't be. If this is not true, then
I must survive, through the cracks in the ice on half his aura body, and through bubbling burn marks.
There are slivers of aura that still leak out.
The orange-blue chaos energy reforms into a smaller demonic form far below his body that is being destroyed in the air. Marcellus tries to slip away, shrinking down in size, and follows one of the streams of high-quality ether away from the center of the primordial forest. Moments ago, it would have looked like he just disappeared in the wind. However, our senses have evolved far too much from this ether blast. Every moving stream of ether in the air nearby feels like it's a part of me. Seeing a few particles shift 100 quadrillion kilometers away when Marcellus slips away and changes directions is extremely easy to spot. Enormous white, red, and blue glyphs form behind our feet and create circular propulsion arrays that explode and leave strange dents and miniature cracks in the air behind us. The sensation of dark space behind these cracks hits my senses, but my target is where my main attention lies. Both Maria and I dive forward with our blades in front of us like spears. Massive tears in the thick high-quality ether atmosphere appear as we streak downward and stab through the retreating demon's neck and back with our swords. The orange and blue energy form is pinned to the zone's floor, right between a clearing of primordial trees. A miniature white dome of Creator's legacy glyphs pulses off of us, and our advanced primordial aura is imbued, making an energy-tight seal. Then, enough raw energy to kill this demon 1,000 times over is released through our blades. The imperial family head is completely obliterated, and his will is truly exterminated once and for all from the purple zone of the upper realm. I only release my hold on the barrier around us once the full, unfractured raw memories from this demon finally begin to flow into my mind. Chapter 1021. Heavy advanced primordial aura is separated into unrecognizable parts, and obliterated by waves of red ethereal fire and deep black corruption. Enough high-quality ether to fill the purple zone multiple times overpowers the glyphs that hold this energy in reality long enough for me to completely suppress and overwhelm it. All of the orange and blue energy that flows through my metallic origin body's pathways is broken down and paired with the demonic essence that stores fragments of this demon's will. Finally, Marcellus Imperial is killed. All of the final glitching bits of matter finally submit and fall into the depths of my soul. It rids the stained purple essence from my sacred body, and pure white light bursts out. My high royal vibrations and advanced primordial aura both become so much stronger that I can feel the entire upper realm construct, and the lower realm below, with only my own senses alone. There is an invisible aura that floods through the now malleable divisions between zones, and I can see everything. The separate feeds that give me imagery from all of my links of loyalty are far more limited compared to the pure invisible aura that floods through all life in the galaxy below me. It is on the verge of breaking through to something even greater, but I have no way to understand what it is. I felt this way when I was a high noble stepping into the realm of royals. Yet, this sensation does not only feel like it is trying to evolve my vibrations, it is tethered to my advanced primordial aura. Without upgrading one, the other will not break through either. Yet, it is not that simple either. If it was, I'm sure Marcellus would have broken through himself with the level of power he had access to for so long. I can feel this strange sealing in my instincts pulling at my glyphs, my soul energy core full of refined high-quality ether, my fully saturated true purple core, and even the royal demon's core holding millions of noble and royal demons will within. There are quintillions of notifications streaming through my mind at this time as well. My system has finally stopped glitching and fully registered the kill. I watch my total linked worlds rise to over 200 billion. This demon's soul bond to the lower realm still held tens of billions of dead worlds near the edges of the galaxy, and also abandoned origin worlds closer to the source. I even watch a notification pop up before my eyes. Hovering over my soul sword, Primordial Emperor's soul sword has reached LVL 8. It shatters a layer of darkness deep within the Crimson Blade's core. It's where I saw golden glyphs disappear to when it first awakened. The blade's hunger grows stronger, but it floods outward with waves of red mist, showing its satisfaction for all of the pure energy it devours. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Despite leveling up once, I can feel it is trying to level up again while it has the chance. All of the shattered glyphs from the white orb, soul dagger mass dispersed in the blast, and the absurd amount of refined high-quality ether in the atmosphere pour into it as well. At full power, Maria and I are absorbing as much raw energy as we can into our ether pools, but there is still far too much to take in all at once. I can see her own notifications echoing on the surface of her mind, watching the source resin inside her sword absorb it as a separate entity as well, even the soul armor, deep down on our physical bodies, steady streams of high-quality ether pour into them and evolve them with us as we grow exponentially every passing moment. In the same instance, all of the fragmented and shattered memories of the past that I was trying to make sense of during the battle, while they were glitching in and out of my mind, they all pieced together in perfect order. There are large gaps in time, that were only dark voids before, that come flowing in. The first gap filled is the second half of that memory where Marcellus witnessed the overseer fighting with Ember in a past life. I can see the strange void they all float in perfectly clear. There is a bending layer of space below Marcellus, and it reflects white or black depending on what angle it's perceived at. He mostly stares up at the sky, as the soul bond between the current silver cord demon and his dragon is being viciously melted away. The overseer's glyphs all shine extremely bright, and they hold control of reality around it. There are waves of bent space everywhere he moves, and each small release of energy looks like it's as strong as the explosion of that white orb I just witnessed in the purple zone. Yet, these are not random, they are meticulous attacks to try and fend off the dragon that is burning away both of their life forces. Marcellus watches until the invisible tie actually severs. I have an identical soul tie to this, and know that if this were to happen to me right now, it would mean instant death. I've killed many dragon and demon pairs before, and know the intricacies of this bond very well. There is no way to safely sever it without both parties dying in the process. I can feel this truth deep within my soul, even watching it happen to someone else, yet, when it breaks, there are two explosions that fill this entire void with silver, white, and purple light. The demon grabs hold of space around it, and I watch all of the glyphs on the outside of its body pulse outward to imprint onto the space itself. Ember, on the other hand, spends his last few moments laughing. He does not even try to hold on to life. There is only a satisfied grin that stays on his face while I watch the enormous white and red dragon explode into an unrecognizable burst of light. There is an extremely bright flash of silver and gold in his chest, but the flash collapses in on itself and disappears before the rest of his pure advanced primordial aura and mana-based ether body disperses into the air. Marcellus leaves before any more of the aftermath strikes. This time, on the way out, I can feel how he moved through space so easily. Following the soul tie upward, it instinctively makes me look back toward the cracked tree stump in the center of the purple zone. With this knowledge, it feels like I could do exactly the same if I tried, though. Focusing my mind on that spot fills in countless more holes in the fractured memories I've already absorbed. It even unseals many of the memories I absorbed from the outer guards in First Bloods. The many conversations that Marcellus and Ember had during their battle finally make sense, when he was giving Maria and me time to retrieve our legacy key. I start to watch the many battles that they have had before in this very spot. Today's outcome truly was an outlier. Chapter 1022. I watch hundreds of thousands of battles pass by in the purple zone. The majority of the first, and most intense, battles all occur in less than a million-year timeframe. It is when the lower realm is still being drained of its high energy pockets, and the generals of First Bloods and Outer Guards are still no longer myths of old. Almost every single demon born in this era is a noble or high noble with guaranteed potential to ascend. It makes Ember's ability to manipulate young demons and return to the purple zone every few hundred years very easy. However, his own potential is always limited to the demon he's bonded to. Many demonic dragon forms reveal themselves to me, but a similar fighting style emerges from every iteration of the same battle. From Marcellus' eyes, I get to watch the crimson eyes of hatred stare through this demon. In the earliest battles, I even get to watch a version of the serene black and white primordial aura pour out from Ember. Even with the disadvantage of using average ranked up buffs from a demon's progression from a fledgling to a royal demon, Ember manages quite well. He is just never able to stack up against the raw power that Marcellus uses when he pairs his demonic glyphs with his chaotic advanced primordial aura. Many of his demonic pairings have attempted to fully awaken their demonic glyph imprints by sacrificing him, their bonded dragon, but Ember always severs the bond and kills them both before any of them can do such a thing. It is an interesting perspective to view. In the battle I witnessed with my own eyes, Marcellus was confident and even looked down on Ember, yet, in these battles during his earlier life, I can feel the raw fear and hatred he emits while dueling this dragon that almost killed his overseer king. It is clear there are many things Marcellus does not understand about the system and existence itself for the first few million years as the first royal family head. These memories are all tinted in an intense feeling of pure stress.
the demon never deactivated his full battle form and was constantly on edge. Defending the zones the overseer granted him, and would ruthlessly kill any demon from any zone that ever stepped out of line or even thought about him the wrong way. At this point in time, the separation between zones was far more fragile. Marcellus could easily listen in on the thoughts and intentions of demons even in the lower realm. In fact, once the next era of demons settles in, and Marcellus builds out the infrastructure of the central domain to protect himself enough, he begins targeting and killing Ember in the lower realm before he even manages to ascend. He stands atop the same stump of the fallen Dryad's tree and starts to shape the galaxy below him to his wishes. The attacks from the dragon that the overseer called the Fallen One began making it up to the purple zone less and less. At first, it was every few thousand years, then every 10,000, and eventually there would be over 1,000,000 years that would pass in between confrontations. The most interesting thing I see is that it was not only Ember that would challenge this demon. All kinds of elites from all over the galaxy that fought against the newer generations of demons that could make it up this high in the chaotic struggle for power in the upper realms. They all challenged Marcellus too, yet none were even close to the strength of this immortal dragon. Marcellus would allow them into his dome and toy with any of the prey that would wander in from the outer settlements. Then eventually kill them when he became bored or finished extracting information out of them. The strongest royal demons that ascended all took charge of the ritual domains surrounding the center home base. Every single one of these ancient dryad structures that were taken over by demons shows bright in my mind. I witness many dragon sacrificing ceremonies for demons to unleash the full power of their glyphs. Many succeed, but also many die trying to unlock the power of glyph imprints made in an era too strong for them. Only their ascended bodies can remain after failure, but it is clear that making it up this far from the origin plane and being able to exist for eternity with their family head is a success in their minds already. There are a few battles that I was not expecting to see at all, one of an enormous bronze tortoise, another of a rust-red hydra, and even a bright white elf queen and a dark immortal lich. The feature they all have in common is that they use silver threads and very complex advanced primordial aura to fight. Once one of them attacks, they all begin returning in bursts every few million years or so. Yet, every time they try, their silver cores become weaker. Marcellus remains exactly the same strength, not losing any power at all while the zones below decay. The first two overseers I watch be utterly defeated are the tortoise and hydra. They both come alone one era, and completely burn their immortal cores out trying to defeat this royal demon. Instead of obliterating them completely and letting their beings disperse into the galaxy, Marcellus gifts their souls to his first appointed royal family head, Samir, vanguard of the Dark Blue Zone. At this time, it takes tens of millions of years to ever even see a hint of the fallen ones sent in the galaxy below. Marcellus finally is able to relax, as life has finally decayed to a rate where there will never be another lifeform born that rivals him in power. He watches the dark end. Light elven overseers ascend to the Blue Zone a few times and fail to defeat the new gatekeeper of the Celestial Sea, but by this time almost all of the ether from the lower realm has been collected. The time to start activating the glyphs that separate the zones has begun. With every era that passes now, it becomes increasingly harder to ascend upward from zone to zone. Many lifeforms born in the lower realm even go their entire lives without ever knowing that there is more to the system, and a place to ascend higher. Marcellus even allows Samir to take care of the duties of the lower realm and new family head promotions. As for the next few 100 million years, he will be very busy. Ember only shows up a single-digit number of times during this last era of Marcellus' life. The imperial family head even appears bored at times, killing him in a single wave of the hand and yelling into the void as his silver and golden threads collapse in on themselves and disappear. Will you ever truly face me with your full power? Or are you scared the overseer will feel your presence? Come on. It's getting pathetic. As I watch that memory, I realize it's the last time Marcellus saw Ember in the purple zone since the current day. Of all of Ember's rebirths since, he has never ascended past the blue zone, though. At this realization, more pieces of the fragmented memory puzzle come together. I only realize it when I watch Marcellus turn around with a scoff and walk through a tear in space in the center of the tree stump. My hold on these memories starts to blur, and my vision becomes covered in extremely strong silver demonic glyphs. I only get a glimpse of Marcellus looking up at a silver-cored demon, still curled up in an orb of bent space, in exactly the same position I witnessed him sever his soul tie with Ember billions of years before. Flashes of the past where Marcellus would often step through space to talk with this overseer come rushing in. He would ask for directions and report the state of the origin plane very often, yet all of the responses are blocked out of my mind. He met with this demon millions of times, yet for some reason I can't recall a single word they said.
I start to feel the rushing memories of the past fading away, but I see one more, much closer to recent times as they do. It is of Marcellus standing on the edge of the tree stump. He is meditating and configuring glyphs in the white orb that was in his chest. It links him to many anchors in the zones below, yet, it's extremely difficult for him to anchor to the purple zone itself. That is because the Dryad Overseer that formed this tree placed a seal of her own on it. No matter how much he tries, the demon cannot break through it or even know what it is that is hiding beneath it. Yet, now that I look at these glyphs with my own knowledge, I can see that whatever seal was placed in this tree is no longer there. It was lifted the moment Maria and I extracted the key to our legacy. Chapter 1023. When I look back toward the center of the domain, through the plumes of high-quality ether, and stare into the cracked stump of the primordial tree, there are overlapping memories that remain in the forefront of my mind. Marcellus' in-depth scans of the zone's floor are still fresh visions, but now I'm seeing them with far more layers of the zone revealed in front of me with no resistance at all. There are two overlapping circles of ancient arrays that start to slowly move below the tree's stump. One of them is far older than the other, and it appears to be made from glyphs of a strange dialect of the originator's language. Many of the symbols look slightly off, similar in the way a branch of the originator's language was formed to make the demon's legacy. The newer glyphs forming the array on top are certainly the work of a dryad. However, these also have strange symbols that are not quite right. I've absorbed and assimilated enough knowledge of the dryads through every single domain in the purple zone to know there is clearly something different about these two. Both ancient arrays turn in opposite directions, and a large amount of the released refined high-quality ether in the air is flowing into their centers, charging up the dormant arrays and making them glow with the bright white aura in the air. There is so much energy in the air that this drain on the atmosphere does not affect the rate my own ether pool or sword collects energy. Even Maria, stood right next to me, does not slow down my absorption rate. There is far too much energy in the air to absorb all at once. I can only pull in so much, even though I'm growing exponentially stronger with every passing moment. I watch all of the outer settlement lords be struck with this wave of power too, and it fills their ether pools with the most potent energy they have ever felt before. My own primordial aura is still tethered to them, and my rising emperor's system allows me to pull energy control maturity from my links of loyalty. So, every single entity touched by this wave of energy fuels my own strength to catapult upward faster. It is not only happening in this zone. Abby and Seraphel get hit with an extreme wave of potent ether too. Their legacies instantly break through, with all of the advanced primordial aura holding their souls together, and refined high-quality ether that was trapped between the cyan and blue zones' ancient protective arrays flows into their cores. The lack of a firm stability between zones lets the roots digging down through the ravine break through the barrier to the green zone like glass. Enormous manifestations of roots break downward and surround every single citadel in the green zone at once. In comparison to the zones above, the green zone's diameter is a speck in the grand scheme of things, and the roots break downward into the lower realm past this zone almost immediately. Abby has total control of her manifestation. An enormous ancient high-quality dryad glyphs form on the outside of her roots. The life within the green zone becomes a protected white orb that sits in the center of the growing trunk of an enormous tree. Almost all of the released high-quality ether in the green zone is trapped in this orb, and the explosions of arrays and silver glyphs from the fortress have also been contained. However, the pulsing from this fortress does not stop. It starts to coat the inner walls of this domain created within the growing tree with silver glyphs. These growing roots continue to spread downward and find themselves seeping out into a void of wide open, empty space in the center of the galaxy. It is exactly where the full power of the source once was. However, the chaos that has just been unleashed into the lower realm makes the roots of this tree spread out into unpredictable directions in order to latch onto the new pockets of high-quality ether that have already begun spreading throughout the zone. As the two ancient arrays in the purple zone begin to spin faster in opposite directions, it triggers more hidden arrays that sit within the silver reactors anchoring the center of every zone. Beneath the roots of Abby's primordial tree, even the void in space where the source should be, a circular disk of invisible gravity begins to turn. All of the chaotic waves of high-quality ether in the lower realm instantly react like a center point of attraction is pulling on them. A spider web-like network of pathways starts to form, like echoes of the ancient highways that once connected the entire lower realm. As all of this occurs, I hear the loud roar of a dragon that is bonded to my soul. Not only does the outline of his form appear in the sky far above me, but so does a blast of bright silver and white light. I've only witnessed this kind of explosion in the memories I just absorbed. That happened every time he tries to burn through the soul bond of his demonic partner. Yet, I do not feel any danger or even a tug at all on my soul. Something else entirely is happening.
his form is growing far larger than anything I saw in his battle against Marcellus. It looks like his rank up upgrade is complete, but there is a very unreadable serene black and white aura covering the outside of his body like a seal. The only thing escaping is a massive amount of silver threads that decay off him like radiation. It is far more than he has ever released before, and looks almost exactly like the scenes of many other overseers burning out their immortal cores fighting Marcellus in the past. I watch black cracks form in the zone all around him. They look just like the bends on Space Maria and I made moments ago, exerting too much pressure on the purple zone. Yet, it looks like he is doing so just by existing here. He appears to be falling upward. Like there is a massive gravity naturally pulling him through the black cracks in space to escape this zone by force. I'm watching it all unfold with wide eyes while chaos threatens to shatter the entire galaxy apart beneath my feet. Chapter 1024. The same dark black cracks that appear far above me are not the only place I see them. Down in the lower realm, the artifact that was linked to Marcellus' white orb is breaking apart. The dark mist-like barrier protecting this region of space from being discovered glitches and begins to disintegrate once its main anchor's arrays start to break. Flashes of white light burst around the artifact, as many spectators watching the scene teleport away to safer regions of the galaxy. Yet, my senses are potent enough right now to watch it in full clarity. The entire planet-sized artifact begins breaking apart and pulsing outward with its final desperate attempts to activate its glyphs and carry out its programming. However, the silver, white, and purple waves of energy that come off of it do not travel far at all. The black cracks in space that form around this crumbling artifact pull back all of the shockwaves of energy with more force than they are moving outward with. It is like a fractured crack-shaped black hole is sucking up everything left from this den in space. While it falls downward, I watch Ember fall upward, an enormous zone-sized array spinning at every layer of existence around me. It only takes a few more spins of the largest arrays here in the purple zone, and the new ones latching onto the highways from the center of the lower realm go by, and I watch both the strange crumbling structure and the enormous dragon in the sky completely fall away. The only thing left behind from both of them are large clouds of energy saturated in silver threads. The cracks in space above me heal up much faster, and a wave of dense energy that Ember just ejected from his body pours down on us. The cracks in space and the lower realm linger and flicker. It looks like a scar is left behind in the void while the dark mist of demonic energy fades away to reveal its existence to the rest of empty space near the edge of the galaxy. Where many ancient abandoned worlds already rest in peace, a large amount of black and white serene aura pours down from the sky of the purple zone, and it's filled with extremely refined white-hot fiery ether, along with more silver threads than I've ever seen before. Many of the threads are left behind in the atmosphere, and even twist away, dissolving into seemingly nothing before my eyes. They aren't spreading out to decompress and create purple threads, but they also aren't just disappearing before my eyes. The silver threads are moving through space and converting into a strange energy source that I cannot understand. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. When the bulk of the wave hits both of us, it feels like we're being splashed away by another ocean of understandings. My confused and overwhelmed mind becomes completely serene for a few fractions of a second. I can look over to Maria and see her eyes have also become calm and focused. It feels like everything around us moves even slower, as our perception increases in far more ways than just what the high-quality ether in the air was granting us. Instead, my vision looking through advanced primordial aura becomes far more sharp and accurate. My understanding of our aura, and the intricate balance it's forming with all of my other energy sources, becomes illuminated. An instant mental shift realigns the way my vibrations hold everything in my being together. I look deep into my system, and instead of just lines of text and floating boxes, I start to see the physical arrays holding every skill, buff, and stat point reading together. All of these glyphs look like dark mirrors. I cannot read them entirely, but I can tell they are there. Many of them start to give off energy readings, allowing me to read their functions based on their aura's outlines, and I can begin dissecting this language from my instincts alone. It has many similarities to the originator's dialect, but there are many fundamental differences as well. When I look at the microscopic arrays in my consciousness that create the foundation for my rising emperor's system, it is made of its own originator's dialect, slightly different than the system itself, but with all the same roots. Flashing colors I've never seen before pour into my mind, and shapes that bend in directions that don't make any logical sense to my mind that is used to the physical realm. Yet, when I let it float into this strange space, and rely on instincts alone, the concepts I'm seeing make perfect sense. I start to wander deeper, looking at the entirety of the upper and lower realm I'm standing on top of. All of the microtiers between every single zone become extremely obvious, to the point where I realize there is hardly any separation at all between them. If I were to just step downward in the direction of the blue zone right now, I could easily tear through the many arrays saturated with an ancient primordial aura that keeps them steady, even the curved wall of space high above me, and the same curved wall of space at the bottom of the lower realm. They both feel exactly the same, almost fragile, and easy to understand. With the right amount of force, it feels like I could break this entire construct. The only problem is, I do not know what is out there on the other side. It still only looks like a pitch-black void, and in the memories of Marcellus, that is all I could see. Everything else was deleted by the Overseer. Large amounts of this serene advanced primordial aura are actually flowing into me, and my soul is devouring and assimilating it. I watch Maria's source resin take it in too. It is not foreign matter at all. It is like a new missing part of my own soul is flowing into us. The only strange thing is, the waves of silver threads that shower down on us dissolve even faster the moment they touch even the outer edges of our primordial aura. Some of it even bounces off, and the threads that make it through don't even settle in any of my cores. My corruption won't even touch these silver threads. It flows right through without any gained energy. Maria's source resin repels it like a reversed magnet. There is only one point of gravity where this express energy can go, other than disappearing out of my sight. It falls into the crimson aura of my blade and spirals down into it in shimmering silver streams of threads. With my senses heightened to perceive a whole new level of advanced primordial aura, I can truly feel the pleasure that my sword is pulsing with. The moment these threads fall into its depths, past the inner core of my blade, I don't even see the energy any longer. All there is pure hunger and gluttony, as this is the only place in the entire zone these threads can fall to. Chapter 1025. Above the purple zone, there is a strange curved pocket of space filled with a dark black advanced primordial aura. It does not suppress those that exist in it, nor does it empower them. It makes anyone floating through it very disoriented, unless they have dealt with aura like this before. Without a consciousness, or a strong will to guide one in a direction they desire, it will only lead to more of an empty black void. Ember emerges from the cracks in the ceiling of the upper realm, shedding the energy that he sacrificed in order to use power that was not yet granted to him by the system on his bonded partner's evolution track. It was done by tethering his soul to an artifact with enough energy to trigger his advanced primordial aura breakthrough early, and hold off Marcellus until Jay and Maria were able to fend for themselves. The consequences of doing so are that the silver threads in his immortal core have all been shed, and large amounts of ether and primordial aura that were tethered to that temporary form he used were all lost and broken off from his soul, though, after ranking up again, and unlocking his primordial dragon's origin body form, finally he can truly stretch his wings and fill out his true draconic form without any restrictions. His entire body stretches over 500 quadrillion kilometers from nose to tail, and it does not show any color at all. In this black void, he either looks completely invisible or shining bright white. Depending on the perceiver's angle, there is intricate texture all over his scales, claws, and pointed tail, but the red hue that used to saturate his scales is gone in this strange place. The only definite color remaining is an extremely dense golden orb of threads in the dragon's chest, and the flicker of these threads in his eyes as he glides through the abyss of black aura. Waves of a purple-tinted silver primordial aura flow down from the direction he's headed, and the moment they pass through his body, the sound of a demon's voice echoes in Ember's mind. "So you have made it back? I didn't think Marcellus would ever lose, especially not in this era. Too bad you will never be able to reach me. I will have to watch the end of time alone." It seems Ember's expression doesn't change, but there is a very subtle fluctuation in his serene aura for a fraction of a second. Feeling this presence brings many memories back with it, but his composure is completely settled back to its natural state by the time he sends a wave back upward into the void. "It is as I told you the day you broke your vow. I will return, and I will reset the cycle once again, as I always do." The waves of silver and purple aura that stream back fluctuate with surprise, as this time the presence in the void has felt more of what is coming. "Oh, don't call that a vow. You deceived me from the start. How could I fulfill my end of the promise with the knowledge I have now?" Ember's aura expands, preparing for the worst as he sees a faint glow of light appearing in the direction he moves. Even after watching life dwindle in the origin plane, witnessing many empires still manage to thrive and fall, you are still just as short-sighted as the day I severed our seal. The space around here, and even the ancient black primordial aura, bends in strange ways as Ember approaches. They appear like ripples of gravity, but are filled with a very dense energy, making the perception of time move in very strange ways while he tries to push through them. The physical properties of these ripples are very reminiscent of realm waves that occurred in different zones of the upper realm. Yet, they appear to be frozen in place, not moving at all in relation to the caster behind them. Only smaller pulses of aura pour out as the voice in the void communicates to Ember again. That form, it is not one of my demon system-linked forms, it is the one the originator's legacy speaks of. You really managed to find a suitable candidate. Even in the lost eras of a galaxy like this, only silence fills the tension between them. Ember just grins, and flaps his wings to fly forward with even more force. Primordial Emperor's soul sword has reached LVL 9. Another notification pops up in my mind, as every last silver thread falls inward and is devoured by my soul sword. It breaks through one of the protective layers in the inner core of my blade, making it feel even less restricted. Where a dark black barrier covering golden glyphs from my sight that would repel my mind every time I tried to look at it once now holds a sea of silver threads. It acts in almost the same way, as I cannot see through them, but for some reason it is not as limiting. They are not latched to any glyphs, and do not hold an aura of their own. It just looks like a silver sea, flowing in one direction slowly at the core of my blade. The crimson advanced primordial aura of bloodlust in my sword flows through the sea, and it guides the flow without me having to manipulate it at all. I am the wielder of my blade, so I'm able to move these threads by proxy, but with one degree of separation. I try to look into this phenomenon, but it solidifies just as the last of the serene advanced primordial aura also flows through Maria and I, and the initial rush of perception starts to fade. My own soul sword begins to make less and less sense to me the deeper I look into it. Every single intricate glyph in my system is no longer visible. They fall back into more abstract arrays, but after seeing them and documenting all of the feelings and information, my instincts have grown far more acute. I can feel what these systems do without having to see every moving gear inside them. Even though the rush has made its way through, we still benefited greatly. Our advanced primordial aura is strong enough to seep outward and fill out all of physical existence in the lower and upper realm below us. It also pours into our glyphs and makes the absurd excess of refined high-quality ether form a whirlpool and begin pouring into our ether stores thousands of times faster than before. What felt like an untouchable amount of energy flooding out of all of the zone barriers now feels like it could all be absorbed in a matter of seconds. Chapter 1026, the clouds of ether in the purple zone stop spreading outward at an unstoppable rate, and instead begin swirling and pulling inward toward the masses of gravity in its center. Maria and I both float upward, drawn to drift toward the perfect point in the middle of the domain. Below us, the shattered tree stump glows bright white, and the two arrays anchored to it spin faster and faster. The two arrays reach a point where they no longer need to draw an ether from the air, as they are fully charged, and only need time to activate and set their commands in place. All of the ether residue from fulfilling commands that comes off them is absorbed by us, while the entire domain around us is drained of its energy as well. While it all happens in less than a second, our perception and physical control over the entire zone is so strong that no other lords or even trees in the primordial garden are drawn in by the forceful pull of our cores. Every single soul tie that tethers links of loyalty to me is protected from our gravitational pull. Light white arrays form around all of them, and dark metallic red primordial aura is infused into these arrays. They are all still capable of absorbing the refined ether in the air at their own rates, but all of the excess energy flows into Maria and me. Even if we are to absorb 99.99% of the refined ether in the atmosphere, the leftover is still thousands of times more potent than what the purple zone was like just moments ago. In fact, I use my primordial grade craftsmanship and creator's legacy glyphs to completely reconfigure all of the ancient glyphs and arrays in this zone of the upper realm. I leave the Dryad's barrier intact, separating the outer settlements, neutral zone, and ritual domains perfectly how they were before. However, I infuse enough of my own aura into them to fuel these artifacts for hundreds of billions of years more, if necessary. I feel as though I'm infusing them with a new fresh breath of life, rejuvenating them to an even greater state than the Dryads left them before they were wiped out. All of the debris from where the 12 ritual domains were, and the large settlements full of ancient buildings, are all pulled under my control. With a simple thought, I configure the structures of the ritual domains and recreate the same commands the Dryads once left behind. But I do so using a branched-off dialect of the originator's language that the creator's legacy holds. All of these enormous structures are lifted up at once around us in a perfect circle. By the time the waves of high-quality ether wash through them and pour into us, they're all completely rebuilt. The enormous circular temples glow bright white, and allow for any race to leave behind any legacy, small or large, without having to take over the entire domain. The legacy creator may leave simple rules behind to only allow members of their race to accept it, or have many conditions they must meet. Marks created by an invisible soul tie can be left on those in the lower realm using the Rising Emperor's system.
and they can collect their legacy once they rise. Or, if they wish for anyone to accept their knowledge or power, they can even leave it without restrictions at all. Each ritual domain will only react with the recipient the caster wishes. It is impossible for a single entity to claim one of these domains any longer. They are connected and incorruptible as long as the attacker's primordial aura is weaker than mine. I leave an enormous amount of ether behind to keep the zone healthy, but the clouds of white ether, making it impossible for average lords here to see, all disappear. They fall into my soul, making my ethereal fire burn much brighter. My corruption become charged with a warm white glow around its edges. And all of my creator's legacy glyphs shine so bright on the outer edges of my soul I'm forced to expand my origin body's size. Both Maria and I grow over 1,000 times in size, to the point where if the dome of the central domain were still here, we would not be able to fit under it standing up. The towering figures of a metallic half-demon and sparkling angel are the only things anyone can see when they look upward in the primordial garden. My soul sword gives off a bright crimson aura when it moves, making trails of mist filled with billions of copied soul swords. Yet, the most alluring part of the blade is the silver core that is visible from the outside. The eye that looks out at the zone around us from the base of my blade gleams with silver threads too. I can feel the weight of the blade in my hand, but cannot use it just yet. The spinning arrays beneath our feet begin to make cracks in the floor of the zone, and dense streams of ether start to burst through. These pathways plunge straight into our feet and fill our pools with even more energy. I can see exactly where they're coming from as my aura can feel every intricate detail of the zones below. It is like a perfect magnetic force is being created by these two arrays, latching onto all of the stray ether in the lower realm that has not started to configure itself to the ancient arrays in the highways, and also the loose ether in the green, cyan, and blue zones that Abby's primordial tree is not assimilating fast enough. Too much excess energy creates strain on the already fragile zone barriers, and even becomes harmful to those that cannot wield high-quality ether of this purity. In total, it is still less than what was released in the purple zone, but I still feel another rush before the spinning arrays begin to slow down and even stop giving off so much ether residue. As their main commands have all been fulfilled, they slow to a very steady spin, but at the same time, many arrays that anchor other zones in place start moving in a chaotic manner too. They all start syncing up with this speed and create an invisible funnel upward through the zones, starting in the center of the lower realm at the source. At first, it feels like nothing more than a soul tie, but intricate layers of white glyphs begin to imprint on its edges. It starts to look like one of the highways in the lower realm, but shifted to move through every zone. It forms right through the center of Abby's primordial tree. While watching this take place, I also watch the cracks in the ground all begin to form around this array. It is not because of Maria or my presence, and it is not even the result of this collection of ancient glyphs finishing its purpose. It is the upward pressure from the blue zone that is causing the fabric of reality to quiver beneath my feet. I raise a hand that is not holding my soul sword, close my eyes, and begin to create one last structure. It is an extremely strong collection of glyphs, protecting the center of the purple zone in a similar fashion to the central domain's old dome. This one begins right up against the edges of the ritual domains and rises much higher in the air. However, it is not meant to keep anyone out. If any of the domain lords in the outer settlements wish to walk through, they could without any issue. It is a temporary measure to protect the entire zone from what is about to break through, and give it a natural barrier in order to assimilate the divine thread pressure properly without destroying the entire upper realm. As the dome of bright white creator's legacy glyphs links into place, a rush of red and blue aura flows through it, solidifying it in place. Then, I turn to Maria and nod. That's it. Let's leave before we break this entire construct to pieces. There are already black fractured lines all over the edges of her sparkling angelic form. I can tell that if we wait any longer, the reaction to our presence in this zone will not be as simple to fix as embers fall upward into the void. She nods, gripping her blade tighter as deep blue-colored cracks continue to form under the arrays, spreading outward to the edges of the dome space I just created, tethered to the barrier between zones. I turn my focus to my blade and sync my thoughts with the dense crimson aura pouring out. It allows the silver threads in its core to flow faster, and the eye at its base blinks. I have to grip the sword with both hands when I lift it up, and it actually feels heavy, putting a real strain on my soul when wielding it. The blade's tip punctures the fabric of the purple zone in front of us, and the further down I drag, the harder it is to swing. A dark black slash opens up in the air, and its edges all begin to fracture around us. It looks jet black like pure darkness, but staring into it now with an extension of myself touching its surface, I can tell this dark aura is the furthest thing from an abyss of nothingness. It is not an empty void. Chapter 1027, The
the darkness feels both warm and inviting,
but also filled with a cold pressure. It is kind of like a pure mass of advanced primordial aura, but from here, I can't sense any conscious mind controlling it. It feels like it is just existing on its own, like somehow the atmosphere itself is made of pure primordial aura. My blade stops moving downward after a certain point, as it feels like there is too much resistance. Cutting through the fabric of the purple zone more would put unnecessary strain on my soul. The cracks that spread off this tear in space's edges explode outward too. If I were to break it open any wider, the entire zone might collapse and bend itself inside out. I hold my blade steady, and mentally nod once more at Maria. The strange nature of this dark aura is not threatening at all, but it does not give off a good-natured feeling either. I can feel that Ember's soul tie is somewhere inside it, but the instant I try to pinpoint a location, all sense of logical direction becomes unusable data. So, Maria interlocks her arm with mine and channels her primordial aura into my energy flow. There is a visible red and blue point where our origin bodies connect. We jump upward, allowing the dark pull of this false void to pull us in. My blade stays lodged in the bottom of the tear in space until we make it all the way through. Then, the moment I release the pressure and pull my sword in with us, the crack that peers down into the purple zone heals up just as fast as I sliced it. The last thing I see is the ground in the middle of the new central domain breaking open. Then, the sensation of total darkness and zero gravity surrounds me. In the purple zone, the tear completely heals, and all of the fracturing cracks that threaten to rip apart the sky all close up instantly as well. Without two enormous masses of gravity in the center of the zone, there is far less pressure in general, causing the physical integrity of reality to be under so much stress. At least, not threatening to break out of the upper realm construct. There is still pressure pushing upward from the zones below. The moment that the most oppressive force of gravity is gone, pure green branches and lush leaves break through the floor of the purple zone. Dark blue divine threads try to flow upward, but instead, every bit of Abby's primordial aura manifestation is soaked with far denser purple threads. Instead of pouring all the way down through every crack in the zone barriers, the majority of these purple threads stop right when they hit the two slowly spinning white arrays in the center of the domain. A small amount still streams straight down into Abby's dark blue core, enough to trigger a shift in density, and instantly break her through to hold the strongest divine true core in the upper realm. As the branches of this tree grow further upward, many of the glyphs in these two arrays latch onto the central points of the tree's mass. It helps it grow in even patterns under the immense pressure of the new zone, but also limits the nutrient flow, not allowing harmful energy to seep down into other zones. The arrays that pulse out of the anchors in the center of every zone begin filtering divine threads in this fashion as well. No green threads are able to break down into the lower realm. However, the ends of all of the highways reforming start to link up to the roots of the new primordial tree, the ancient arrays left behind where the source once stood spin and anchor this manifestation to its center of gravity. Just like the arrays in the purple zone, these in the lower realm are built from dialects of the originator's language. As well as the Dryad's contribution left over much later, they sync perfectly with Abby's legacy and form a perfect flowing wave of white light streaming from the lower to upper realm. All of the highways flicker with a faint green aura, and from an outsider looking in, it is as though these link pathways of high-quality glyphs are the tree's roots themselves. The physical roots stop expanding once they've found their endpoint, and the enormous crude cracks in the zone begin sealing up to make atmosphere-tight seals around the primordial tree that breaks through. The same occurs in the green zone, as it is preserved in the center of the tree's trunk, and the anchor at the bottom of the grand citadel reacts with the glyphs left behind in the fortress. Every single silver array left behind spins and links to hundreds of thousands of pathways that lead down into the lower realm and upward, following the tree's growth into the ravine. Every single pedestal left standing in the ravine lights up with bright white glyphs and pulses, tethering to the pathways of least resistance within Abby's primordial tree, shooting upward to connect with the anchor point in the center of the Cyan zone where Lucian's demonic civilization once stood. Now, there is a human floating in the center of the zone, with a bright Dryad's immortal form, redistributing the same promises a figure of the past once did using this exact technique. All of these pathways have begun branching out into physical branches and leaves in this zone, sprouting into the blue zone. However, now that all of the base energy has been absorbed, the shattered layers of the cyan and blue zone can start to heal, the pressure is brought back to a natural state, and the divine threads separate back to the pure cyan density in the layer of the upper realm where Abby floats. Seraphel flies within the thick branches of the stabilizing blue zone, yet both of their cores are now bright purple. Dense layers of advanced primordial aura are strong enough to keep them from disrupting the zones around them. In fact, following the pathways within her tree, it feels like Abby can flow to any zone she wishes, and exit with her physical body without even denting the atmosphere. The final zone's barrier to heal up is the divide between the blue and purple zone. It only fully seals up the cracks once the final sprouting branches and leaves fill up the dome in the center of the zone that the rising emperor left in place before disappearing through a tear in space. Many of the leaves touch up against the outer edges of this dome over a quintillion kilometers high, each of them links with arrays left behind, and the pathways that flow from the lower realm finally find their final resting point, linking them to the primordial garden. There is a moment of peaceful silence flowing through every living being in the lower and upper realm as this enormous construct finally finishes its reconfiguration and clicks back into place. Chapter 1028. There is only darkness around me, yet when I move my body and even swing my sword, it feels like there is a thick atmosphere. Just like the surroundings feel hot and cold at the same time, there is a very odd sensation taking place with the force I exert on my surroundings too. It feels like I'm trying to push through dense liquid that should have heavy resistance. However, the aura in the air reacts with my movements to counter the strain, making reality shift with me when I do so. It is like simulated zero gravity. All of the primordial aura, ether, and purple divine threads, mana, and corruption used when I move should theoretically flow outward into the void. Yet, not a single drop of energy leaves my origin body. I can't even tell if we're headed straight upward into this darkness, or if we're spinning, or falling. Waves of disorientation and perfect serene comfort flow into me at once, only amplifying my confusion. When I look deep into my mind and view the upper and lower realm through my spectate feeds, it is all still there. I can even sense the sextillions of soul ties anchoring my mind to reality. The only strange part is, they disappear into the darkness too. I know they connect somewhere, but my actual senses cannot find a direction to track them. The only other living being I can feel is Maria. Her voice echoes in my mind. This aura, we have felt it before. Then memories begin flashing through our minds. After collapsing our mind palaces while awakening our origin bodies, the ability to instantly recall any memory either one of us holds is as easy as breathing. The clear imagery of a void creeper that held a silver artifact that looked like a clock comes to mind. It was when we claimed the creator's legacy, and images of a strange place outside of the ravine kept appearing in our minds. It was a very dark place like this, but the flow of space and time didn't make much sense when I was viewing it before. Now, as I feel the absurdity of this very dark aura around us, I'm certain that place we witnessed memories of is similar to this one. Vague imagery of many void creepers waiting around in this space comes back to me too, but it doesn't make floating in this darkness any different. I even try channeling the feeling of the void I sit in now, or the wavelength that the memories of this place make me feel. It doesn't create any fluctuations. The darkness around us continues mirroring everything we do, and pushing all of the energy we expend right back into our pools, even full-powered swings of my sword, or forming complex arrays and setting them off all at once. The instant they leave the touch of my origin body, they disappear into the darkness, and all of the energy returns to my being like it was never spent. I can't even zero in on how it's happening. There are no microscopic arrays, or even changes in the dark primordial aura's flow. It can only mean one thing: whatever it is so much stronger than me that I am nowhere near comprehending its abilities. When I try to push my mind down through my soul ties, into the upper and lower realms to try and use my shared primordial aura resonance to speed up my processing power, I come to another very interesting discovery. Since the moment the final crack in the outside of the construct healed up, it's as though time has slowed down to a complete stop. When my mind was completely away, solely focused on Maria and trying to understand the void, no time passed at all. Now, when I pour my attention back into my soul ties, reality moves forward again. Abby's primordial tree grows its roots to connect highways from the edges of the lower realms galaxy up to the leaves blossoming in the purple zone. Do you feel that too? I ask Maria. Her mind is right beside mine, observing this phenomenon play out. We instinctively let our consciousness drift away, isolating ourselves together in our own thoughts, then pull back and watch the upper and lower realm move forward in time again. Yes, I definitely did. She responds. We keep testing this ability, and find that the flow of time itself is not being altered within this construct. The living beings inside have no clue at all that we're conducting these tests. The only ones affected are us, the observers looking in. It's impossible to pinpoint how or why this is happening. I don't know if it is some kind of unwritten Rising Emperor's perk that has not been updated in the system because it is too strong. Or possibly, it is this dark primordial aura we're floating in. It could be easily manipulated, and the fact that we're the only living beings inside it connected directly to the upper and lower realm, we can claim control of this construct. Or, this is all an illusion, and the darkness is playing tricks on our minds in total isolation. just as we start getting accustomed to manipulating the perceived flow of time in the realms below. A soul tie that is separated from the others vibrates on a different frequency. I can't tell what direction it's coming from, but I can feel that it carries packets of strange energy. The instant I latch onto it, voices start echoing in my head. The first is tinted slightly golden, and it's flooded with the white and black serene aura that Ember holds. Do you truly believe this is how you will live forever? You are living a lie. I have already killed you, yet you hold on to this childish idea of immortality. A reply flows in right after, like someone is talking back to Ember, somewhere else in this darkness. His aura is silver and purple. It feels sharp and ancient, yet so sure of itself. Filled with an ego that makes Marcellus nothing but a drop in an ocean, you do not make the rules any longer. Your great cycle is over. I rule the system now, and I have since the moment I was born. This is the path I was meant to take, to find another system. I will be the last to see this galaxy full of life. I will succeed where no other overseer had the courage to try. Ember's golden aura responds, and I can feel him sigh through the soul tie. I have heard declarations like yours many times before, but your belief of what is outside is just that. A belief. A wish with no proof, nothing more. I truly do hope you close your eyes and pass before seeing what you have caused billions of years of suffering to wait for. I have seen what is beyond, and there are no other systems left. Chapter 1029. This is what you say, but you are the selfish one, not me. You berate me for believing there is more out there, when you yourself claim to be from beyond. Do not try to play your games any longer. I've already won. All I must do is wait until the end of time. Trying to defeat me now would be even more harmful than good for both of us. The demon's voice echoes back in a wave of purple and silver energy. This time, the faint imprints of glyphs feel like they're present in this primordial aura. I can't physically see any, but I can feel the faint shadow of where glyphs were when this aura was released. If I didn't already have so much knowledge of the demonic legacy, I wouldn't be able to pick up on these patterns ingrained into the aura. Ember replies, Noctis Malazer. I must say, you were a fine overseer. At least, from the point of view of an enemy. The army you constructed, even in your current state, it took me far more attempts than I ever thought it would to reach you. Of all the demons I've dealt with, you were the trickiest in a long time. But, as always, the great creator's cycle finds a way to continue. I can feel Ember's smile through his waves of golden aura. Noctis' voice echoes back, why do you speak as though it is possible for you to reclaim this system? You have lost. You lost the instant you severed our souls. You know how my unique skill works, you cannot get close enough to truly defeat me. That is, unless you wish to destroy everything within this system, including yourself. The imprints of glyphs I feel are like strange stamps of gravity that collect in my mind. In this exchange, the demon's words are extremely potent, and a wave of understanding rushes through me. I can perfectly recall all of the demonic legacy's glyphs from the many demons I've already absorbed. All of them have fragments detailing the creation point, where Noctis was alone in the creator's legacy tomb, inventing a new dialect. Yet, now, I'm finally seeing another side of the legacy. It's like a shadow was being illuminated, and I can tell that it was not only created as a tool to share strength and demonic techniques over the billions of years and countless eras. The aura pouring off of the original legacy holder tells a far different story. Millions of new array configurations begin to show themselves, as I understand the demonic dialect far more with every bit of aura I absorb. All these new glyphs feel like they were created to make some kind of time capsule. They stray far from anything the true creator's legacy glyphs hold. Whatever this new addition is, it's far more unique and original than the standard inheritance glyphs found in the upper realm. The wave of purple and silver aura stops flowing once his words are over. And I try to grasp for more imprints, like I was just given a tiny glimpse into a whole new mystery. Ember's calm, golden, flowing aura comes back. I am well aware of the constraints you've placed on your domain. That is why it has taken me so many rebirths to finally make it back. If I wanted to come here and end it all, I would have been back much sooner. The great cycle always leaves a possibility to new beginnings. No matter how dire a situation may seem, all of one's paths are never cut off. They are merely harder to discover, and even more difficult to follow. This kind of talk is why I always hated you. You speak as though you are above me. Even now, you spout your lies to manipulate me into believing in your great cycle. It will never work on me, or any other overseer of this system again. I will wait until all the stars in the lower realm go dark, until every living being can no longer gather enough energy to link to the system and reach level 1.
I will wait until the membrane itself decays, and finally escape. There is nothing you can do to stop me. This demon's aura is even stronger with this stream of words. I become fully immersed in listening and feeling every new imprint of shadowy glyphs that I can, even though I'm certain the aura is not changing. My understanding of it is, many of the invisible dark indents start to appear as shiny silver glyphs, some very potent with a blend of purple and white energy. It feels strange, like a mixture of ether and primordial aura. It is refined much further than high-quality ether, but it is still just the echo of what it once was. There is no physical energy for me to devour myself, however, the memories, array patterns, and connections I'm making are valuable enough. My first hunch that it was some kind of time capsule technique becomes a certainty in my mind now, and I can see that the user wants to store an enormous amount of energy and time. It makes me think of Marcellus' plan to stay in the purple zone forever. But when I see the new array formations in this upgraded true version of the demonic legacy, I can see that even that purple cord chaos demon that began to outgrow the system itself in power. He too was just a tool to be used in a far greater plan. Flashes of the lower and upper realm construct still show in the back of my mind, and I start to visualize its outer walls. It looks like an enormous oval, the bottom half holding the entire known galaxy, and the top layered with green, cyan, blue, and purple zones of bent space. Now, a tree grows in its center, holding the constructs together where the many old ancient arrays once did. However, I can see outside of the construct too. I only notice it now, because patterns of glyphs I never pieced together before start to connect in my subconscious. They appear on a cracked portion of the lower realm that hasn't yet healed entirely. The broken space that leaks energy while it tries to heal is where another very odd blip in space seems to be frozen in time on the outside of the construct. At least, it was until the instant I found it and began to observe its actions. It is a cracked planet, covered in white and silver glyphs, an artifact that fell through the floor of the lower realm. The longer I watch it, the more shattered and spread out it becomes. At first, I don't even realize it, but it is the first time I've managed to see something in this complete void of darkness with my own senses. It gives off waves of shattered soul ties and an old primordial aura. Yet, it weakens the longer I observe it. Just watching it allows for time to pass, and for it to spread out into dying chunks of matter. This realization makes me instantly pour my attention into the conversation I hear coming from Ember and the Overseer. The direction these waves of aura come from do not feel so random anymore. Chapter 1030. When these auras continue to flow past us, I feel a temporary soul tie formed with this mysterious demon. Even Ember's soul tie grows stronger when I can feel his golden aura. However, I can still sense him even when there is no conversation going on. Just like the construct around the galaxy, I have a permanent soul tie attached to him, and can sense his direction. It is not one that I can just simply create a few propulsion arrays and reach. The only method I have to move closer to this feeling is to push all of my mental pressure toward it. I have to let all of my attention toward other soul ties lessen, and strengthen my focus on Embers. It makes the perceived flow of time in the upper and lower realms all slow down to basically stopped. Even the shattering demonic artifact that is in this darkness with us, when my mind flows away from it, all of its scattering energy freezes, waiting for me or anyone with a strong enough aura to think of it again. Another wave of golden energy streams in toward us, making my connection and pull toward their direction even stronger. It carries Ember's words, responding to the demon's claim that he hates that he talks down to him, and that he will wait until all life dies out then break through the membrane when even it decays. I will not let that happen. It is a foolish desire. It is a shame that a side effect of your talent makes it so that you cannot gain wisdom despite technically living for eternity. I'd say your loyal dog, Marcellus, he had far more time to think than you. At least he saw reality for what it was. A strong wave of silver and purple aura flows back. This is more of your brainwashing. You are shameless, and a sore loser. I will break free from this system and your lies will all be washed away. You only feed me these words because you want your half of the Silver Overseer's core back. It's the only way you can trigger that final awakening of the amplifier you were obsessed with finding, but never did. The only way you'll ever touch another silver thread of mine is if you dive in here with me. But the moment you do, whatever mortal you've bonded with will die before you can even blink. Give it up, fallen one. Admit your defeat while I find out your secret. I will find out what a supreme being really is. Ember's calm aura flows in again. I will not have to take such a risk. I am merely here as an observer. I will watch your defeat, and make sure that time still passes by once it is finished. It is my duty to fulfill a component of my legacy. You know that's impossible. There is not enough time or energy in the origin plane for a being to gain enough will. My skill is unique, only someone with the same power as me could ever come close. And no one has a will as strong as the one we shared in the demon's first era. You built me up to be unbreakable, in a time with unmatched conditions for growth. How would there be anyone capable of defeating the perfect demon, Noctis? There are always anomalies. You think you are truly special? Do you even believe this system itself is special? I have seen demons like you more times than there are particles of ether in the galaxy. On a large enough scale of time, there will always be outliers. This is why your ideals are flawed. Life always finds a way to prevail. The intensity of the dragon and demon's aura becomes stronger and stronger. I end up letting everything else fall away from my consciousness and subconscious mind, only picturing the forces talking as another point of gravity in the darkness. Maria and I interlocked, circulate the information pouring down on us, and send out our own wave of energy into the dark like we are one entity. The glyphs I see from Noctis words now look bright purple, white, and silver when they crash into our minds. What was just a flicker before now shows the entire dark side of the demonic legacy. I can fully comprehend that he intends to use his own mind and soul as a capsule for all of the known energy in the galaxy, and create a point of gravity so dense that it erodes this darkness we float in. It is quite horrifying, at the scale and single use that many of these glyphs have been created for. I do appreciate the effort, ingenuity, and innovation necessary to create this legacy for his purpose. I retrieve the old memories I saw of him yelling out in rage at the creator's legacy. Tomb again. And watch the display he put on while coming up with this plan when he was only still a purple-cored demon fighting against the dryads in the upper realm. Everything is clicking together, except for a few small details. There is a configuration in this legacy that links directly to a single collection of system commands. When I try to look deep within myself and find those commands, or even the shadowy indents of where they would be in my own system, it comes up blank. There is no skill or buff that I hold that matches it. Whatever this demon's unique talent is, the one that is being spoken of with Ember, that's the final link to this whole legacy. Another burst of the purple and silver aura sends words into my mind. Lies. All lies. Have you returned to mock me one last time? Can you not accept that I have one? That I am better than you? That I have claimed my place as the Emperor Demon, in this false existence you choose to stay in after death. Time passes, but your own experiences do not grow. You do not value the life that all those below exist in, making the most out of their finite existence. It is what birthed complex systems like this in the first place. Civilizations compounded knowledge and trust in their future generations. You lack this understanding, and this is why I know that the great cycle shall begin again with the true Emperor defeating you. Another dense burst of golden aura pours down on me. And this one feels different. Maria and I have entered a perfect trance, connecting to this soul tie, and finally gaining momentum toward the pair. Yet, just as I feel this strong pull, an alarming vision takes over my senses. It looks like a shockwave frozen in time. Or, kind of like a huge curved wall of bent space. I can't see through or past it, but I can tell that it's made entirely up of pure ether, primordial aura, some kind of vibrations, and extremely dense silver threads. My mind seeps through its outer layers, and it gives off the properties of what can only be an enormous realm wave. Chapter 1031, that's a realm wave. Theories and memories click into place as Maria and I watch all of the memories of the realm waves throughout the zones in the past. Then, we compare them to the properties of what we're witnessing here. The fact that the realm waves coincide perfectly with a memory where Marcellus disappeared into this darkness to contact the Overseer clicks into place next. When I experienced it for myself the first few times, I thought it was just a natural phenomenon of the upper realm. It was a very mysterious construct to me in the past, but now that I see the source of these waves, it is clear that these waves were being used as weapons, in order to keep certain enemies suppressed until their natural lifespans run out, or to slow down the passage of time in their own demon-controlled zones to have more time to prepare, train, or set up arrays. This realization makes more and more of the demonic legacy glyphs fill in and connect together in the depths of my mind. The skill or talent that ties the entire legacy together is this very phenomenon. The Overseer has some kind of power that can control time, or at least the perceived flow of it. Another burst of purple aura flows into me. A true emperor? Didn't you always tell me that only the originators could be the true emperor? They were the only ones that could awaken that unique skill, the one that would resonate with their amplifier. That is why we had to create the demon's legacy to find a new way to pass on the silver and golden threads. Or was that all a lie too? Are you changing your mind now that I've won? It does not come from nowhere. I actually see many strands of this primordial aura flowing through the silver realm wave. When my own aura seeps into it, my perception of time flowing by begins to distort. Some fragments of my awareness speed up, while others slow down. I simultaneously start feeling fragments of my soul freeze to a stop in time, and others start to witness years go by instantly. They also perceive the purple energy move through the realm wave, completely unaffected. It moves in a constant flow, like streams of runoff. Where my own waves of consciousness get stuck in time, this aura bursts right through without a problem. I watch Ember's golden aura pour through next. I have not changed my promises at all, nor any portrayals of the past. All of it is true. However, in this great cycle, history tends to repeat itself. A new anomaly has come with a talent capable of passing on the legacy. There are many in this era that have awakened ancient talents and helped in fact, but only one that has come here with the power to end your foolish rule. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it, the strange golden streams of aura that pour through the realm wave do not get caught up in the erratic bends of time. It just slices through, almost like a sharp knife. There are indentations left behind that slowly heal up behind it. This is very unlike the demon's aura that flowed through in a natural pattern. I try to contemplate how or why this is happening, but I can't even figure out what their auras are truly made of. All of my instincts and subconscious senses are leading me to believe it is the upgraded version of energy that will emerge when all of my own energies align. Yet, I still feel a hot internal blockage holding my high royal vibrations back from merging completely with my advanced primordial aura and refined high-quality ether. The only weak link I can feel in my body is my purple core. It is completely inferior to the dangerous silver threads warping reality in front of me. I want to move forward. As I can feel Ember's soul tie growing stronger and stronger, but if I move any closer, this wave of energy is going to tear my mind apart into an unrecognizable state. Maria's diamond-like glassy aura pours into the realm wave too, but she has to sever off portions of her energy when they flow too deep inside. It just becomes a chaotic mess. Some mental fragments age thousands of years in an instant and die off. They disappear into the darkness of the membrane, and a mysterious force summons the lost energy back into her soul like it never left. She does not even try swinging her blade at the bent wall of space. It would not be possible to break part of it off if its consciousness began to split and fracture. Our attention has become solely focused on this realm wave, and the auras of the demon and dragon that flow through it from the other side. Slowly, the dark primordial aura around us bends these thoughts to become a reality. The strange curved silver wall bends to create a circle around us, then expands to become a sphere. It even folds into another dimension of space, making it impossible for us to retreat away. Every single direction we try to think of leads us forward into the realm wave, therefore, it becomes all we can see. Getting too close to its outer edges has made it so the gravity of the imbued will is far too strong for us to turn around. Our only option is to go through. A tinge of fear blooms in my mind and Maria's hearts, as not a single drop of our auras that fell into that wave ever made it out. However, when I feel my own sword tremble in my hand, it does not share the same fear. It is the only option we have. I still do not have a complete understanding of this blade's new power, but I do know it carries silver threads of its own, and very powerful instincts that can act without me. I give in to them entirely, and let the pure crimson aura it holds flow into my arm and through my entire origin body. It vibrates around the outer edges, and I feel a mind that is not my own start to move my arm. It feels like I'm moving in a dreamlike state. Or maybe something more like muscle memory, like I'm repeating a movement ingrained deep in my consciousness. I can stop it from moving at any time, but it is far more satisfying to step into the feeling and move with it simultaneously. My soul sword crackles with a silver light as I lunge straight into the realm wave and slice through its outer layer. I feel a completely foreign primordial aura surrounding its edges, and watch as the chaotic layers of bent space are destroyed in front of me, perfectly replicating the slicing motion that Ember's golden aura did just moments ago. However, the threads of the realm wave do not grow back behind it. They start falling into the center of my sword instead. Chapter 1032. I can feel the tension in the realm wave's aura snapping as the weight of my blade slices through it. Instantly, the attraction between my soul tie with Ember on the other side becomes many times stronger, and both Maria and I fall through the split forming in the barrier. The dark primordial aura that fills the void around us bends and recreates a mental image of the realm wave to look more like a tunnel, with the point of my blade at its endpoint.
even though there is no up or down as we float forward, nor any gravity to make swinging my sword expend any energy, I still start to feel a wave of fatigue wash over me. The same heavy strain on my soul returns, similar to when I sliced through the top of the upper realm to make it into this place. The only difference is, there is not a single wall of reality I need to slice through. The thick wave of silver, white, and purple energy is reforming over and over again in front of me. I watch the folded layers of space bend out from nowhere and add hundreds, then thousands, and eventually millions of new layers of silver light infused with a primordial aura far more powerful than my own. Every possible dangerous wave of residue is pulled into my blade before it can touch me, but the crimson aura tethered to the outside of my origin body changes with every layer of the realm wave it absorbs. It vibrates and morphs, even spreading to latch onto the outside of Myra's origin body next. She is intertwined with me and falling through this realm wave with me. The subconscious pull of this aura sees her as a part of me. Its strength and pressure around our bodies grow the further into the wave we fall. This is not only an automatic defensive feature but also the result of my blade devouring more energy than it ever has before. The strain it's putting on my soul is being automatically replenished by the strange feedback loop of the darkness we float in, but the crimson aura that seeps out of my blade gets stronger with every silver thread it pulls in. I start to feel the sensation of silver threads crackling in the back of my mind. It feels like my memory is about to be wiped. Like all the times before when I saw things I was not supposed to, or flashes of silver light within others' memories blocked me from seeing the full thing. There have been times in the past where I fought through this feeling, and with the reassurance that all of my fatigue and energy used will flow right back into me, I don't hold back. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. I activate every single skill, buff, and internal technique I can to stay conscious. Billions of spinning red, white, and black glyphs start forming inside my sacred body, right on the edge of my origin body. It stimulates my vibrations and aura enough to focus and push through. The fuzzy wave of silver light that was about to cover my mind is parted, and a satisfying whoosh of memories flows in from the silver sea of my sword straight into my mind. A series of extremely fast-paced, brutal fights start to appear, and I get to view them from the point of view of a soul weapon. Sometimes this weapon takes the form of a sword, other times an axe, sometimes a hammer or curved knife. I even feel the form of spears, arrows, chains, and shapes of weapons I never even considered. Each weapon has the same soul at its core, and all of them leak with the same crimson aura once they kill their enemies. Almost every one of the enemies they kill wields black and purple demonic energy. I see demonic beasts of every shape and size, and demons that also have far different body types than ones I've seen before. Their strengths differ, from nobles to royals, to even strange energy forms that I can't comprehend. Some of these memories don't even have mana or demonic energy signatures present at all. I try to map the snippets of worlds and vast upper realms I witnessed to memories of the past, but none of them match up at all. There are millions, then billions, then countless worlds flashing through my mind, and none of them are recognizable. I cannot link these memories to any timeline or point in space I've witnessed before. I even start to witness some of the heavier memories that are trapped deeper down into its core. I start to see the imagery of some dark, shadowy, horned being wielding this very soul weapon to break out of an orb-like construct surrounding a galaxy. The moment the construct breaks, an extremely strong burst of golden aura pours in from the cracks in the memory, and my concentration is completely broken. I'm thrust back into the reality of slicing through this wave. At the same exact time, a wave of golden light is pouring through the realm wave too, coinciding with Ember's words to the overseer. The great cycle is far bigger than your limited mind will ever comprehend. There is no outlasting the system, especially using the very power that it has granted you, Noctis yells back. And waves of purple and silver threads come flooding through the realm wave straight at us, imprinting on the outsides of our origin bodies. It allows me to shake off the lapse in concentration I had and align with my blade again. I can overpower the seals on the silver memories, but there is still a secret that is beyond my level of comprehension to see. When I manage to tether back into the flow of memories being devoured, my subconscious steers away from anything that has to do with breaking out of this membrane or powers that can overrule the system itself. I focus only on the blade's battles and its wielders. I thought I had seen it all, but more iterations of this blade come flowing in. And instead of trying to match it to a time period or anything related to memories I know, I try to find more things in common with every era that flashes by. Many variables begin piecing themselves together when I begin studying this sword's wielder and its surroundings. The instant I catch on, more golden light starts to pour in from every direction of my mind. Yet this time, I catch myself before it completely takes over and deletes everything I see.
The first detail I find is that every wielder of this blade has the same unique skill. Chapter 1033. These glimpses into the moments of the past are all from the point of view of this blade, so I can't see any levels, races of the wielder, or even the integration with the systems they're linked to. There is only a faint crimson glow of consciousness I can latch onto, and the reality it perceives becomes clearer later in all of its lives once it becomes stronger. What I can feel is a baseline of ether in every single memory, and in many where the wielders grow strong enough, vibrations, divine threads, and primordial aura. However, it's hard to sense any mana or demonic energy for sure. I can only assume this is the energy being used in many of the memories flashing by. Even the many worlds I witness look strange and foreign. There are many that have massive energy constructs similar to dungeon-like pocket realms to help natives grow stronger, and others in the shape of enormous towers or deep caverns that create trials on floors that get harder the deeper one travels down. Far more methods that I can track of connecting awakened lifeforms and strategies to grow stronger. Some are used by monstrous and unintelligent races, using relics of ancient pasts, and others are civilized races, and I get to witness the creation of these systems. So much more information flashes by than I ever believed existed. Some of these realms are constructs connected to individual worlds, others are stronger ones connecting collections of worlds, or entire galaxies like the upper realm I've seen with my own eyes, yet, everyone is vast and unique. Like nothing I've ever seen before, even though the memories aren't very full of depth, they are mostly just images or moments in time captured by the soul weapon's consciousness. It still opens my mind up to an entirely new way of looking at reality. It makes the rigid leveling system I've grown accustomed to far less special, and even my ability to grow and adapt so quickly. I soon feel that my path from the small human world upward through the upper realm has been done many times before. Not only am I seeing it happen through these memories, but the crimson aura that is tethered to the outside of my origin body is resonating with my own primordial aura so much that its instincts feel like they are my own. There is a clear separation, that we are different entities, but at the same time I get an almost lost nostalgic feeling when holding on to the instincts of the blade that is slicing through the realm wave in front of me. It grows even stronger when I feel that every single wielder of this soul weapon drains the life out of their enemies. Whether it's through a system that extracts their enemies' skills and talents, or through strange rituals using their slain enemies' blood to form complex arrays and cultivate in the center of them, or even eating the flesh of the enemies they kill. There are images of a shadowy wielder pulling out enemies' souls and refining them into their own. And somewhere this wielder only appears in their dreams and devours their mind from the inside before draining all of their energy to make it their own. This only scratches the surface. There are countless techniques that I cannot even begin to learn all of with the strength of my current mind, but they all have one thing in common. They all end up the strongest, and only from absorbing the power of those they kill. The soul weapon in their grasp grows stronger in the same exact way, devouring excess energy and soul weapons of their enemies. I can never actually see what the wielder of this weapon looks like, but the more memories that pass, the more my subconscious fills in the dark figure with a mental manifestation of myself. Every time I focus, the shifting shadowy figure of many shapes returns, but when I divert my attention to other areas of the memories, my own humanoid image fills in the gaps. More waves of golden aura and purple-silver aura flood in from above us as Ember and Noctis continue to yell back and forth, but it becomes one of the last things on my mind. My focus shifts to the change in the atmosphere around me. The path my blade has carved out is now closing out behind me. The folded layers of silver threads and demonic aura flood back in, and even start to pull on my back. I can feel the tug of extremely strong gravity and subconscious attraction. It almost feels sweet and inviting. Just like the time I couldn't resist Marcellus' daggers. The will holding this realm wave together is so strong that my own cannot compare. Strands of red and black metallic aura seep out of the crimson layer that tethers to my origin body. The same thing happens to Maria. Crystalline streams of blue and white energy start flowing off of her and become entangled with the realm wave that grows back toward us. The same sensation of our auras being pulled in too many directions, and contradictory flows of time comes over us. We have to continuously start severing these portions of our soul and allowing them to be either frozen in time, or killed off by thousands of years of relentless pressure in an instant by the wave. All of the aura spawns back into our souls like it never left, due to the strange properties of the void. However, if our entire bodies and mind were to fall into this wave, it doesn't feel like it would simply spit us out on the other side. I still feel all of the effects of the wave, even if they happen on fragments of my soul that are disconnected, though, as more of these memories from my blade are imprinted on my consciousness, and I share them with Maria, our primordial auras grow stronger too. The broader perspective compounds on everything we already know.
There are civilizations that use glyph-like patterns, and wisps of consciousness with understandings of complex systems I've never thought about before. Although they are not incredibly deep, they make our vibrations tougher, and even the Creator's legacy glyphs glowing in the depths of our souls shine brighter with more force. It opens up new pathways with less resistance in these new memories, allowing me to sink even deeper to perceive small glimpses of what would have been seared away out of my mind by golden threads just moments ago. Chapter 1034. A new pattern in these memories flashing by begins to form. I can feel my consciousness becoming stronger with every passing flash of information. It enriches my primordial aura and allows me to push away the forces of silver threads invading my mind, trying to keep these memories a secret. It even begins to push out some of the residual golden threads, allowing me to see outlines of memories I never would have before. The first thing I realize is that in every old memory I've already absorbed, there is a figure in all of them that was invisible to me moments ago, a figure covered in golden glyphs and glitching white and translucent memory-breaking light. Its outline becomes clear in so many forms. I see that not only does this soul weapon wielder continuously bond with a power stealer, but the wielder is always soulbound to someone or something connected to a golden immortal core. It's like a shimmering golden shadow, but the entity begins to appear in many different shapes and forms. Sometimes it looks like a wolf, a cat, or a fox-like creature. It grows alongside the wielder of this soul artifact and always lends a hand in the wielder's demise or their ascension out of the constructs that hold galaxies together. Every time I try to watch these journeys outward, the golden cracks creep back into my mind. My aura is not strong enough to perceive it, but my mental processes are fast enough to backtrack and stop the golden threads from completely severing my train of thought. I witness this golden soul tie take the form of a flower that attaches itself to the core of worlds and gains power from their soul ties in this way. It also lives other lives as enormous sea creatures that resemble squids, or whales, or hybrids with teeth, claws, and body parts one cannot even recognize. They devour and dominate entire upper realms that resemble vast oceans. In some galaxies that maintain their ether in the origin plane, I even witnessed this golden entity take the form of a creature I can only describe as a serpent that devours stars. There are enough passing timelines to show that this golden shadow sometimes appears in the form of a dragon, but it even appears in humanoid and demon-like forms too. Every world, system, and era has their own rules and entities they worship. It makes the concept of dragons being some mythical, untouchable creature no different than an entire galaxy worshipping a mouse or a grasshopper in the same way. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Demonic-looking creatures are the righteous saviors of some systems, prevailing over seemingly cute and cuddly creatures that threaten to consume entire realms with their appetites for energy or overbreeding to create unsustainable populations to fill galaxies with their kin. Yet, no matter how strange and varied the systems, cultures, and lifeforms are in every memory, the aura that comes off this golden entity remains the same. I can feel its serene nature, one that feels black and white at the same time, and unbreakable in the heat of battle. I witnessed this aura manifest in the form of white fire, translucent acid, and many other talents that all share the same nature. They all carry the same will that ember does in this life. The deeper I pour my consciousness into perceiving these memories, the more full of depth and energy signatures they become. They flash by faster and faster, until I feel the sensation of free-falling taking over my body. The visions churn past my mind faster and faster. Each time a new one appears, I feel like I can see just a tiny bit more of these golden shadows, like the threads are slowly being pushed away and the glyphs are less harmful. It's my sole focus in this moment, to the point where I forget that outside reality is even passing by. I only want to confirm one thing, and my consciousness won't leave until I do. The actual content of the memories themselves starts to blur as they pass by me. I don't even look at the soul weapon or its wielder anymore. I only stare into these changing and morphing golden shadows. All of a sudden, the memories racing by me stop, and for a frame in time, I pierce through one of the golden seals and see a crimson dragon's eye deep beneath it. The eye blinks once, and my mind is invaded by golden threads. I'm flashed back to reality, in this void with Maria, slicing through a silver realm wave. However, in the same moment that I come back, I feel a satisfying clicking sensation echo through my blade. It severs the far side of this realm wave and opens up a clear path to the other side. I feel the soul tie pulling me through this chaos become stronger than it ever has before, yet I become conflicted and confused at the sight before me. An enormous golden dragon fills my vision in the void. Its primordial aura and energy signatures feel exactly like the countless faceless shadows I just absorbed into my memories. The most riveting thing about Ember's appearance is that he still holds the same crimson eyes that he always has, the same I just witnessed stare back at me from a collection of memories that were not from this galaxy. The realm wave's tier closes behind me, and my blade stops absorbing more silver threads. It's still extremely present, but there is a far more powerful force of gravity pulling us toward it. Space and direction still work in a very strange way in this darkness. As we drift closer, he stares directly at us, but also is looking away towards something else without even having to move his head. Our own auras are not strong enough to view it yet. His overwhelming will shields us from directly seeing what it is, but it's very clear once a wave of demonic purple and silver threads pours out from behind him, bending around his body like a sun's rays peeking out from an eclipse. Chapter 1035. Pure streams of golden aura flow through our invisible soul tie, allowing a crisp telepathy message with no interference to ping into my mind. So you have made it here unscathed. My efforts were not in vain. And in turn, neither were yours. These words flow through me with such a calm confidence that it completely washes away the fear, doubt, and confusion that was filling my mind with questions. Yet, as Maria sorts through the enormous backlog of memories I just received from my blade, she does not remain as calm. Who are you? Where did you really come from? A strong and sharp wave of icy aura flows through me when she speaks these words. It does not travel far through the void, hardly even making it off her body before it's completely devoured by the darkness, and the primordial aura released is resummoned back into her origin body. My own train of thought recenters, and I use the same mental focusing tactics I used to fight off the silver and golden threads in my memories right now. I need to use it in order to look at Ember without being affected by his aura. Through our soul tie, I can feel that he is not necessarily trying to manipulate my thoughts directly, it is a natural aftereffect of his primordial aura. To a degree. I can feel that this is half true, at least. The manifestation of a will has to do with a desire for one's own progress, or a far larger and greater end goal. Whatever Ember's purpose is, it naturally makes finding the truth very hard. The longer I stare into the crimson eyes of this enormous golden primordial dragon, I see this aura interacting with the silver and purple aura behind him too. Ember is emitting far more aura than he would naturally have to. It is to shield his own mind filled with secrets from this oppressive demonic force, but also to act as a wall of will to shield us from it too. My sword was capable of slicing through a small sliver of the realm wave, but now I'm floating in the protective shadow of a being much greater. It's clear I'm not a match at all for the creature that this dragon is shielding us from, but I'm equally certain he wants us here. Why did we come here? And who are you really? What is my importance in this great cycle you keep speaking of? I yell back through our soul tie. The same thing happens to my fiery aura. The information itself travels through our link, but none of the traceable energy can survive in this darkness outside my origin body. Another stream of golden energy pours down toward us, and for a moment, all of the words in Ember's response feel like they're hitting me all at once in a random order I can't understand. When I concentrate even more, some of the meaning is disintegrated by sharp golden threads, but enough comes through for me to grasp. Who am I? It is not so simple to answer this. Unfortunately, the question itself does not make as much sense as you believe. Soon though, you will understand why. You are the great anomaly of this system, like all those in the past that have aided in the continuation of the cycle. Every word that hits my consciousness is saturated in a pure black and white serenity that feels extremely comfortable to accept. However, when I feel the emotions of the pair of eyes that has bonded to my soul too, Maria interlocked beside me, it gives me enough constitution to respond. Then what about Maria? She has bonded with me to use the glyphs of the Creator's legacy. I grit my teeth and try to feel my other soul ties, but there is a very strange resistance making it hard to feel anything else. The connection to the upper and lower realms appears to be behind the realm wave that I crossed, but I can still voice my thoughts. And what about Abby? The immortal healer you spoke of returning? She holds the entire galaxy together as we speak. And Ava, Ren, Raven, Ari, they all hold legacies that tie together the system's past. They must have a purpose too, don't they? What was all that for? I still feel the hot advanced crimson primordial aura tethered to my origin body, and the churning sensation in my hand where my soul sword still digests parts of the realm wave it devoured. And this sword? What was so special about the world we came from? How does it have memories from other galaxies, other systems? Are those from the other cycles you speak of? Are we just tools in some master plan too? To help you achieve some goal our minds are not developed enough to understand, we still slowly float closer and closer. The visual representation of the golden dragon in front of us does not get any larger. It still fills up the same amount of our vision, but the aura coming off him becomes increasingly stronger, making his presence seem to grow. It is not that we are getting closer to him, but that we're nearing the source of this silver and purple aura too. I watch Ember holding back more of the tendrils of primordial aura clashing with the side of him that we cannot see, that is, until small strands break through. They are far more silver than anything else. For some reason, the silver threads that touch Ember's primordial body are repelled off, similar to the display I saw when he rid his immortal core of the same threads. They fall down toward us, and I raise my blade to block. I don't feel any physical danger, it only looks intimidating to see waves of foreign silver threads coming my way. The eye on the base of my sword blinks, and its hunger stirs once I raise it to block these attacks. The silver threads fall into the core of the blade with no resistance, but an invisible wave of aura phases right through and connects with our psyches. It's a telepathy message directly from the Overseer. It is far stronger than the waves of stray aura we manage to overhear. His voice is far more deep, crisp, confident, and even slightly amused. So the traitor finally brought the mortals that his legacy requires to use as fuel for his great cycle? More nonsense. Your wills are far too weak. Chapter 1036. The purple glow becomes brighter around the edges of Ember's golden body, and more streams of consciousness make their way through. I hear the demon's voice echo in my mind again. To think you would dare to enter the membrane without consolidating your legacy. Still relying on royal vibrations and untamed advanced primordial aura. You are nothing but particles of dust in the wind to me. Every word that comes through feels like it is rattling the fabric of my consciousness. While extremely intense, it is still no real threat to me. The energy is being pushed through many filters before actually touching my origin body, the first being that it has to seep through the enormous golden dragon before us. The second is that all of the physical silver threads are being consumed by my blade, and the third is the crimson advanced primordial aura that surrounds both myself and Maria. This is not to mention the journey through the dark void we float in weakens the force as well. Even so, it's near the limit of what I can stand. I feel my mind being fatigued with every word. My primordial aura being used up to process information, my royal vibrations being strained, and even my soul being fractured into pieces to withstand the ether imbued in these waves of energy. Yet, just as fast as I take these attacks, the presence of the darkness we float in reverses all of the energy that is expended. I feel perfectly healed after every word, and in fact, my energy control grows stronger. The clarity of the demonic legacy increases in the depths of my mind, as every glyph that attacks me adds more understandings. Filling in gaps in this demonic legacy also increases the instinctual knowledge of the Creator's legacy. No new glyphs or intricate arrays are revealed, but waves of general understandings make my knowledge base far deeper. For a moment, the targeted waves of aura stop, and a much less invasive wave of purple and silver energy hits us next. It feels very similar to the aura that we could sense when first entering this place. Noctis speaks directly to Ember. Come on. You allow me to feel their energy signatures, but you will not let me see them. Are you embarrassed? Will you wait here until the end of time too? There is no hope of them ever becoming strong enough. You and I both know that we already took advantage of this system's experience. You severed your claim to the share, and no one can ever reach the level I have again. You should have stayed in the origin plane and faded into the background in peace. This will be far more painful for you than it will be for me. Flickering golden primordial aura fluctuates all over Ember's scales, claws, and even gleams in his eyes while he responds. Reaching your level again may be impossible, but anomalies do not rely on the current systems to gain strength. You are not seeing reality for what it is. Their power is not reliant on the divide of mana and demonic energy like us. There is a pattern that you do not see, a cycle that your imitation legacy cannot suppress no matter how foolproof your limited mind believes it may be. Faint waves of golden light trickle back toward us to allow us to listen in, but I watch the strongest waves of aura disappear in a direction of space that my will is too weak to comprehend. In this moment I realize that maybe when I see aura disappear into thin air, it's not really vanishing. Just like these streams of energy coming off Ember, they're moving in a direction I can't yet comprehend. Ember lets out another targeted stream of aura. Instead of at the demon, it moves solely toward us. Some of this demon's words are true. In your current state, your wills are not capable of lasting a moment under his pressure. It is also a fact that if I go near, an event of the past will trigger unfavorable results, ending in both of our demise. Though, it is false that there is no hope for you to defeat the failure that I raised. I may not be able to tell you the truth in how you can consolidate your legacy, but you do have a window into the past in your hand, of how it was done many times before. Ember's aura focuses on my blade, then without moving his body at all, I feel him bending my attention toward the realm wave I just passed through. It looks like a ring of silver energy, surrounding the four of us, like we are centers of gravity, and it is a frozen mass of silver threads in orbit. The strength of the demonic mass shielded behind Ember's aura grows stronger, and he yells past him again, "Do not believe this dragon's lies." He spoke the same way to me before I gained my immortal core. I had to take control and create my own destiny. I will give you a chance to turn back now and live the rest of your life in peace. The upper and lower realms are under your control, make use of them as you desire. Challenging me now will only lead to your deaths here and now. Far more waves of unfiltered aura seep through Ember's defenses. And the density of the silver threads that pour into my sword is tens of times more than the last time. The telepathy waves are so strong this time, I can feel my origin body and sacred body being torn apart by the pressure over and over. I tilt on the edge of death millions of times within a fraction of a second. It is overwhelming, and quite frightening, but the churn of energy makes all of my comprehension abilities rise exponentially. I feel even the glyphs imprinted in the core of my soul sword pulse as it devours far more energy than it can handle. A rush of new memories from its past lives blurs my vision, splitting my consciousness into more pieces while I'm still being bombarded by the demon's telepathy waves. It makes my train of thought fragment so much, I start to forget if I am truly still floating in this void, or if I'm present in the memories that flash by. It is a familiar sight of foreign worlds, and unfamiliar galaxies with unique energy constructs passing by the billions. However, I'm in such a state of shock, that no matter what memory I see, the shadowy figure that is the soul weapons wielder continues to look just like me, and the golden cord teacher that appears by their side too. Soul Bond looks just like a dragon to my subconscious mind. It allows me to stop focusing here and look even deeper into the memories. Not only have the planets, galaxies, and constructs become part of the background, but even the soul weapon, the wielder, and golden cord immortal have become general knowledge. I look for patterns that are even more abstract, and instantly begin to feel familiar auras creeping into my mind. Every few million passing memories, whenever there is a major event that has to do with supporting and maintaining life in new galaxies, I feel a familiar green sensation flicker in my consciousness. It pairs with the aura I already know as Abby's from my own memories, and this correlation makes every single iteration of this aura appear as her immortal healer's form. Just after this, another strange sensation latches on, and I start to feel Maria's presence in these memories too. Golden threads threaten to collapse in and take these memories away, but I focus even deeper, and don't let go of the tight hold I have. Chapter 1037, Green and blue auras keep pulling at the core of my consciousness. At first, these energy signatures appear only as outlines of Abby and Maria, the physical manifestations of what I recognize in this current system, yet, the memories start to focus deeper and slow down. Everyone without these auras becomes filtered out, and I begin seeing the forms for what they really are, unlike the vast and seemingly randomized different races and energy types that the soul weapon wielder and golden immortal take form in. The traces of green aura that I lock in on are very consistent. I see other dryad races in galaxies that are completely unfamiliar to me start popping up. Sometimes, they appear to be in different forms, like deer with crystalline horns, or birds that form nests and bond with other tree spirit races. A few of these memories make it so that this green aura is quite literally born as the trees themselves, or various types of sentient fruits and flowers. This life form is constantly brought together with the wielder of this blade, many times acting as their healer, and other times holding together empires that he leaves behind. The imagery of veins of roots, patches of flowers, and connected worlds in countless galaxies tied together by this green aura fly by. No matter how many new ones I see, they all resemble the network of highways and ancient arrays that were left behind in the lower and upper realms when we left. There is no explanation at all, only snippets of the past, and dense energy signatures I can use to compare. It makes the similarities fascinating, but also extremely eerie. It makes my instincts twitch on edge, as I can't ignore the conversation between Ember and Noctis I've just overheard. All of these images are from galaxies and systems I've never seen before. It's impossible to tell if they're outside this membrane right now, or if none of it is even real at all. My consciousness is being fractured millions of times over by the pressure of this overseer's aura, making it even harder to concentrate. However, the disruptions actually make it more difficult for the golden threads to completely take over my mind too. Every time my mind and soul are shattered to pieces, they grow back slightly stronger, and give me enough edge to react and fight off the phenomena trying to delete information from my mind. Though, the most important detail in all of these memories is still impossible to extract. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. It occurs every time this soul weapon, wielder, and golden immortal break out of whatever system they're a part of. I get unreadable energy signatures that feel just like this darkness we float in now. It's always completely overwhelmed by golden threads before I can see what is on the other side, but after training my mind on sifting through Abby's green aura, I find a common link in all of these memories too. There is a light blue aura that sparkles with an energy source I cannot sense through memories alone, but I know exactly what it is. The presence of source resin makes itself known every time the seals on galaxies are lifted. It is for a single frame of memories at most, and only appears right before my access to memories is cut out. However, I hone in on this sensation, and start forming shadowy images in my mind. Many of them subconsciously morph into a perfect rainbow angelic image of Maria that I'm interlocked with right now. However, some truly appear this way without going through any mental shifts. Flashing images of an angel keep showing themselves in my mind. However, not all of these images are so pristine and awe-inspiring, half are exactly the opposite. Whenever her energy signature appears, it's like a void envelopes my entire mind. The images and the memories themselves start to turn black, as even the thought of what I'm seeing starts to affect the balance of the worlds they're portrayed in. Yet, the more images of the bright icy angel and dark all-devouring angel I see, the more they feel exactly the same. They feel just like the darkness we're floating in. When this clicks, countless images of faceless, formless void creepers invade my consciousness. For a moment, I'm able to see a glimpse of the darkness outside of these galaxies. However, it shocks my system far too much to concentrate for long. The golden flashes of divine threads spread through the cracks in my mind and snap me out of it before I dive any deeper. In the same moment, I feel a pulse of energy rippling through the crimson primordial aura of my sword. It echoes all over the outside of my origin body, and the constant fracturing of my mind and soul stops instantly. I feel the resistance holding my ether, primordial aura, and royal vibrations start to dissolve. There is a slight tug in my chest as I feel my soul energy core and royal demon's core both fall closer to each other at a slow and steady rate. Nearing the true purple divine core in the center of my being, the closer they get, the hotter and more intense the waves of metallic advanced primordial aura flowing through me become. In fact, there are flames that react with the darkness like solar flares, flickering and pulsating off me into the void. Some of them even hold a fragment of my will for a few moments after disconnecting with my origin body. A domineering icy pressure floods off Maria's wings in Halo 2, radiating outward to make an actual dent in this strange void. The reaction time for this darkness to claim our aura and resummon it is far longer. It also makes our vision far more clear, looking at the dragon shielding us from a demon with far more definition. Every flow of golden aura that looked simple before now has hundreds of thousands of more intricate fluctuations and energy streams that we couldn't recognize before. The purple and silver demonic attacks splitting through become far more intricate as well. Ember's eyes sharpen when he feels this change, and his entire body fluctuates with the serene white and black light. He doesn't physically move, but our perception of him in the void does. He's starting to turn, and shifting a bent wall of his aura to allow us to see what is behind him on the other side. Chapter 1038. As Ember turns, more and more streams of demonic aura breach through his golden defenses. The serene nature of his primordial dragon form does not change at all. Even the expression in his eyes stays calm. He is not being overpowered at all. Whatever he's doing is entirely on purpose. Echoing waves of the demon's voice reach out into the darkness. I raise my sword again to block the silver threads that flow through with them. They are far louder, and the moment they touch the outside of my origin body, I feel it shatter along with my soul again. Both Maria and my entire beings get obliterated over and over, at a controlled rate. Every time our essence is summoned back by the void, the time between full shatters lessens. In turn, the metallic flames and sparkling ice that naturally flow off our bodies are able to seep out into the void further as well. This is all happening subconsciously while the demon speaks directly to Ember, but is very aware that we are listening in. Now you're letting me see them? These are what you call anomalies? Pitiful. I am the only true anomaly. You even called Marcellus an anomaly, and many others in that era. Even that lich. The Dark Elf. What a sorry state that anomaly fell to. Many that reigned over the system for billions of years before me. Do you expect me to believe there is one that appeared just in time with a fraction of the energy remaining in the system? Your mind must have finally broken. To think there was even a flicker of fear left in my heart when I sensed your presence enter the membrane. The demon even begins to laugh, wasting his aura to project it into all of our minds. However, in the time it takes this demon to speak his words, my mind and soul have adapted enough to start taking the hits without my entire origin body shattering each time. There is a whole other layer of defenses that upgrades too. as the churning of silver threads inside my soul weapon echoes in my inner ear, like trillions of pieces of liquid metal are scraping against each other until they melt and become fully digested. The pulse of crimson aura, as in this state they only benefit me. All three of my cores creep closer to each other in the center of my chest, but I feel a heat build up inside me and a ringing in my ears sound when they get too close. It's the same sensation I've felt many times before trying to suppress my royal vibrations, or break through seals on my glyphs. When I push too hard, it sends deep cracks shooting out through my sacred in origin body. I watched the same exact phenomena happen with Maria, her cores falling in toward each other work in a far more unorthodox fashion. The only way Maria's true core was capable of forming in the lower realm was to conceal it deep within her soul energy core, within the darkness of an unnatural gravitational void. Yet now, with every passing moment, to keep up with my rapid absorption and healing techniques, Maria has to use a special technique of her own. Every time her angelic origin body is shattered, she summons countless more pseudo-cores to stack upon each other and create a near-infinite pool of deep royal blue icy power. Quickly, the amount of soul energy cores she summons reaches an astronomical amount. Every single activation of this skill follows the Fibonacci sequence, adding the last two summoned amounts to trigger the next layers of cores. In an exponential equation like this, by the time her origin body is destroyed only 1 million times, the number of cores she has summoned to counter it has reached 208. 988 digits. Even without having my natural absorption talent, she keeps up without a single ask for my primordial fire's help or need for me to use my arrays to shield her from the brute force attacks. I watch the corner of Ember's lips turn up in the grin he always shows when he gains the edge in a battle, then feel him reveal the aura behind him even faster. A wave of purple and silver light explodes outward, filling most parts of the darkness, and I even feel a pair of silver demonic eyes peer directly at me. A pair of humans? Is this a joke? One of the lowest lifespan beings to come from the origin plane? Races like these are weakest to my skill. You believe they can kill me. Even if you have given one of them the blood of a demon, and the other the essence of the membrane. Still, they would need billions of years in the origin plane to mature their cores enough to actually consolidate them. It is why some lesser lifeforms were never meant to touch this much power. You are only lifting their hopes for nothing. As another burst of energy starts shattering all of my energy forms again, I feel the ring of silver threads in the realm waves surrounding us start to close inward too. Direction in space itself is bent in a very odd way, but it is still clear that a strong curved portion of the realm wave is moving toward our backs faster than the rest of it. Yet, at the same time, this loosening of my consciousness also makes the tension between all three of my cores far less violent too. I'm able to push them even closer together before the violent cracks and ringing attack my mind again. Ember's golden aura washes through the darkness as he responds to the demon's words again. All of your words are true. As we both know, if I am to collide with the force you have created, the sacrifice of my past will be in vain. I will only be able to observe, but my role to do so is just as important, for without a witness, no time would ever pass. You will see what a true anomaly is capable of. Chapter 1039. The form of a golden dragon appears to be shifting in our perception. Almost upward, flowing with the bends of space in this void, high above the realm wave that is trying to squeeze in on us, and far away from the expanding purple and silver demonic aura as well. Noctis yells through the air again, there is no point in spewing your lies any further. If these are the last bits of hope you can muster, then allow me to see them for what they really are. Why hide them any longer? That is exactly what I intend to do. Pours back as Ember's golden wings flap through countless directions of space. I feel our soul tie stretch away, but it is the last thing my perception is focused on right now. All I see are the waves of purple and silver aura falling down toward us. The overwhelming golden light that blocked our vision moves away, and the outline of a demon starts to trickle in. At first he is just a colorless indent in space, but as more and more tendrils of his aura come crashing down toward us, his entire body begins filling in. First, it is the sharp silver eyes that peer at us through every single attack from his aura, but next it is the two long silver horns that curve out from his forehead. The demon's body is dark black, but it glows a light purple whenever aura bursts off of it. There are vein-like pathways all over his body too, and they are bright silver, filled with dense threads. My perception is not deep enough to look inside to see where these energy waves are coming from. All I can perceive is the surface. Yet, surrounding this demon, I see an invisible film that almost appears white in my vision when I try to perceive it. It's like a bubble, made of a pure soul tie, that is only attached to himself. The bubble glistens, and even the dark unknown advanced primordial aura from the void cannot touch it. Even this membrane avoids touching whatever this construct is. I cannot sense a thing about it, but there is one strange thing I notice about the demon inside. He is floating completely still, holding no weapons, in the exact same state I witnessed him die in the memories I absorbed, as his dark body pulses with demonic aura, and waves of telepathy and mental attacks leave this thin white film. He still does not move at all. It is so strange. I play back all of the memories I've seen of him in the past, and the conversation he just had with Ember over and over while taking the higher powered attacks head on again. My sacred and origin body shatter billions of times, and my understanding of the sight before me becomes stronger with every single time my bodies grow back. Despite having a clear path to viewing this silver cord demon, the waves of energy coming off of it are actually not a true threat. The only thing my danger instincts are screaming at me to do is somehow run from the realm wave full of silver threads falling in toward my back. The closer they get as the ring-like wave collapses in, the more strange their shape becomes again. It feels like the wave is bending around us, yet getting closer with every passing moment. I start to see a wall of silver threads collapsing in on us from all sides, just as I did the first time I approached the other side of this realm wave. Yet, despite the entirety of my vision starting to turn silver, there is still a demon and dragon nearby, bent into a completely different direction of space. It's breaking my sense of direction entirely. But at the same time, as my cores fall closer to each other, these strange directions begin to instinctually make more and more sense. The strongest potency of my refined high-quality ether, fully saturated true purple threads, and advanced primordial aura tethered to my high royal vibrations all begin to collide and bend through these same new directions in space. Every time my bodies are shattered, there is often room for error and wiggle room for particles of energy and wavelengths of vibrations to overlap in ways they could never naturally do without the current environment of chaos. When I turn to swing my blade in the densest portion of the collapsing realm wave, it is full of its own silver threads in a foreign crimson glow. However, my origin body moves faster and with more strength than it ever has before. The stray bursts of demonic aura coming off Noctis at such a distance begin to stop shattering my advanced primordial aura any longer. Maria even settles her angelic body and no longer layers any more pseudo-soul cores, the total number reaching an astronomical 20,898,764,027 digits to match the current level of strength flowing through me. The source resin that makes her wings, halo, eyes, and sword shimmer all siphon this energy as though it is completely real. Even though they are copied versions, it's as though every single soul core is her own, stimulating the sparkling liquid in her body to oscillate at the same frequency as her own high royal vibrations, and the icy advanced primordial aura pouring out of her body. The true purple core in her chest shifts upward, slowly merging with the center of all her soul energy cores. The metallic red and icy blue auras that pour out of us now are hardly affected by the darkness of the void at all. We can both circulate our energy through our bodies and even trace the aura that leaves. The only way for it to be lost into the darkness is if we mentally sever the tie ourselves. I slice through the realm wave with another clean slash of my blade. This time, it does not feel heavy at all. I'm able to cut through it in a single motion without any mental fatigue ravaging my mind. There is a burst of invisible aura, purple essence, and silver threads, most of which fall into the depths of my blade, but some collide with our origin bodies. This aura from the realm wave feels much different than the weak aura that flows off Noctis from within his white bubble. The crimson primordial aura surrounding my origin body diverts the flow of all of the silver threads in this wave to my sword, but the pure primordial pressure, ether, and demonic essence, every bit of that flows straight into me. The most violent fracture of all my energy forms yet occurs simultaneously with Maria, as from her side of this blast she pulls in an equal amount of raw energy. It's the first time we're completely overpowering the void and devouring this power, not allowing it to summon itself back. It causes all of my cores to momentarily bend in on each other and collide at their edges for a moment as my origin body reforms, and for a moment in time, the sparks of new shimmering silver threads attempt to summon themselves into reality. Chapter 1040, a wide hole in the realm wave tears open, allowing enough space for us to fall through. Explosions of stray silver threads and extremely strong silver, white, and purple aura fill the void around us. There is a visible metallic and shimmering rainbow glow that comes off both Maria's and my origin bodies. This flickering aura mixes with the stray energy from the realm wave, and creates enormous violent dents in space that appear in every direction I can fathom. The moment my blade slides all the way through the wave, it only collapses faster, bending backwards and around on itself like a snapped rubber band. The speed at which this energy bends toward me after its backlash is very fast. I can easily shift my sword into new areas of space and time to block it, but it is the raw strength of the energy that hits me that wears on my senses. One attack was manageable, but countless areas of the realm wave start falling in toward me. Maria and I spin and bend through the void, and I slash across the wave over 100 times. Each slash tears the ring in half again, but it snaps back harder, bending in on us at even more strange angles. Some of the residue from the wave seeps past our outer auras and begins clashing against our origin bodies. I feel the same exact pressure I did during our first collision with the wave, even though our minds, bodies, and souls have become billions of times stronger since entering this void. The same sense of danger washes through me. I feel fragments of my consciousness being torn apart and twisted in directions of space with countless different flows of time. Some are trapped, unable to process information any further, while others wither away like thousands of years have passed before I can even sense any time passing from the core of my mind. It is not an illusion either, real time is passing. If I don't sever these portions of my aura from my body, and truly allow my full mind to fall into a large pocket of this wave, I'm certain my lifespan would be completely used up and we would be torn to pieces in the void. Even though portions of my soul are returning now even after they were severed. If there was no main point of consciousness to return to, it would be a far different story. This makes me focus on nothing but the waves of silver energy all around me. My sword is devouring the threads that make up this wave at a rapid rate, consuming tens of times more silver threads than the first slash. The sound of its digesting echoes in my inner ear. The raw ether and primordial aura is extremely strong. It flows through my blade and its own crimson shield tethered to the outside of my body. For some reason, it feels fresher than the aura that pours out directly from Noctis when he talks to his surroundings using the far more purple-tinted light. He's either in a weakened state, and this realm wave was created long ago, or he has just chosen not to use his full power to talk to us yet. It's hard to tell. I can feel my cores rubbing against each other, and even phasing through the space that one another takes up when my body is bent in strange directions. Every time I slice through a large portion of a realm wave, for a moment in time, it even feels like streaks of silver threads are taking root in my body. It feels like there is a single point in the center of all three cores, where a rigid line of matter bursts out from like a momentary strike of lightning. Yet, it only stays on the inside of my body long enough to give me enough strength to either slice through my target or hold the fractured portions of my sacred body and origin body in place long enough for them to naturally heal on their own. Like an extra divine skeleton that summons itself into existence when my consciousness is so overwhelmed it's necessary, and it is so quick to flash in and out that I cannot even focus on it when it appears. Over 1,000 slashes of this realm wave that is broken into a chaotic silver abomination go by, and I can finally start to feel the resistance and strength of each snap starting to drop. My sword shakes in my grasp from the overwhelming amount of power it's taken from the wave and absorbed for itself. As many of the silver threads it devours settle in the sea of its core, pulses of energy move through the base, and the eye begins blinking and flashing new memories into my mind. They feel much different than the countless images of memories I already obtained. There are no auras like Maria's or Abby's or even similar ones to mine. I do not even sense the presence of a golden immortal core in the new stream of memories flowing into my consciousness. Instead, I start to witness countless dead worlds aging before my eyes. I can only perceive reality around this sole weapon from its point of view, and from every single image I see, the weapon is all alone. In many memories it appears in a very familiar state, a small liquid blob of black matter. In some memories it pulses white. In others it shimmers with remnants of silver threads. In some memories it changes states, pulsing red, orange, and yellow just like the state I found it in back on my human world. Yet, in other old and unfamiliar worlds, it even pulses green, cyan, blue, and purple. This artifact sits alone on worlds that hold no signs of life, like cold rocks spinning through the void of space. Others look like they're resting in forgotten tombs, like someone left it there on a pedestal, a throne, even caskets, pyramids, and countless resting places. I even see some iterations of this soul weapon's life where it never even found a resting place on a planet at all. The small oscillating matter drifts alone through empty space, waiting patiently for its wielder to find it. Chapter 1041. As my mind fills with lonely, cold images of this soul artifact, each one lasting billions of years, I begin to understand its wavelengths far better. In reality, the dormant states it rests in without reacting to me are nothing compared to the silence and darkness it's lived out the majority of its existence in. However, the more images pass, the more patterns begin to line up again. I start picking apart images where this artifact holds strands of silver threads and overlapping them together to find that there are many similarities in these memories compared to the seemingly random memories without them, the timelines and galaxies where there is nothing but black matter or lower-tiered energy left in the artifact. These are mostly dead, cold regions of space. Some even send energy signatures of civilizations that do not even wield divine energy or ether. They are just normal mortals that come across some strange floating artifact and worship it like a god. It is an unpredictable and random set of events with no direction and no connections I can pick apart. The smaller amount of memories where there are silver threads remaining actually all seem to be falling in a similar, strange direction. At first it was impossible to tell, but now that I am far more attuned to the spatial fluctuations that occur in this dark void, it is far easier to pick up new energy readings and memories of strange bends in space I never would have seen before. The instant I pick up on this fact, the outside of my mind begins crackling with golden light trying to seep in and destroy everything I'm linking together. Yet, since the last collection of memories that were deleted by this overwhelming aura of golden light, my consciousness has gone through a number of extreme changes. Not only has it been shattered to pieces billions of times and refitted together using strengthened primordial aura, refined ether, and the presence of the void, but it has also been in direct contact with the essence of its own immortal threads, even if it was only for a fraction of a moment in time, when the overlapping of my cores created an inner skeleton of pseudo-silver threads. My mind has mentally mapped their structure into my instincts. It allows me to see these webs of golden threads that pour down around my mind in a far different light. In fact, I can slip through the first few waves of golden lightning from the sky that invades these thoughts. The weaker waves of threads are easily avoided by directing the full strength of certain thoughts elsewhere while focusing on the true problem I'm trying to solve as a background task. It is not entirely perfect. Parts of my consciousness are still booted out of my own mind back into the reality of the void, but other fragments seep through the automatic defenses built into these memories. I'm able to watch the images of the past and begin backtracking where this soul artifact is truly coming from. I can see collections of overlapping memories now playing in reverse. The raw material of this oscillating artifact appears to be falling down from a place just like this, where there is only darkness, into each plane of existence that these memories show it living out its life. However, all of them appear to be shedding silver threads into both the darkness that they escape from and into the origin plane of deep space or even planets that they eventually land on. Not a single one of them retains the silver threads within them for long. Unlike ether or lower density divine threads, these silver threads of glistening light disappear the instant they fall off the artifact, even sensing the memories through the soul weapon's point of view. It's extremely difficult to tell why or where they disappear to. The moment this chain of concerns piles up in my mind to the point where it is affecting the way I sort memories, I feel a pulse of crimson aura coming from reality outside. As the many broken and bending strips of the realm wave start to weaken, it becomes easier and easier for me to slash through them. It gives my mind even more energy and focus to dig deeper, but it also allows for the silver threads to be digested faster into my blade. A whole new set of images flash before my mind while my sword strikes start tearing wide open holes in the realm wave where no more silver threads can even snap back. The visuals of the shadowy soul weapon wielder return. But this time he is far less active. There are no grand battles against demonic creatures or domination of entire galaxies. This set of memories is just a collection of observations, watching civilizations grow, studying massive ancient arrays, and large-scale structures made from both magic energies I can identify and some that I still cannot fully comprehend. Though, there is one detail that quickly catches my attention. It is that at the center of all these formations and civilizations, there is always either a machine like the reactors I witnessed in the upper realm, or an entity that appears to hold a silver core. Flashes of overseers burst through my mind, but there is something very strange about all of them. I don't know why, but the threads that hold these constructs together, and even the threads that reside in these overseers' cores, they feel familiar. Viewing the scenes through my soul weapon senses, I can feel the subtle emotions it gives off, and can confirm my thoughts are true. These are the same silver threads that this artifact shed from its core when falling into these galaxies. Every single time, wherever the threads have fallen to, they are somehow being harnessed and used by other beings. The instant this idea clicks in my mind, the memories turn violent and fast-paced again. I watch billions of wars pass in an instant, and every time in the end, this very weapon drains the silver threads stolen by its enemies back into its core one attack at a time. The flashing memories overlap with reality as I rip apart the realm wave surrounding me, and the exact same sensation washes through me. All of these silver threads surrounding me are meant to fall into my blade. Chapter 1042. The bent wall of silver threads and a demonic primordial aura that once overwhelmed and surrounded my vision is now retreating. With every sword slash, the amount of energy left in this realm wave lessens. Even the stray explosions of threads that eat away at the red and blue auras flowing off Maria and me, they start to affect us less and less. The real moment I realize there is a turning point is when my metallic flames devour the energy in a stray stream of the realm wave. The advanced primordial aura that I use to attack it is momentarily caught in a bent perception of time, but it does not stay constant. My own aura becomes strong enough to break out of this miniature time-manipulating prison. After the first, it happens again and again. It doesn't matter if the time in these strands of energy is moving a billion times faster or slower than the reality outside. Before my own aura inside is destroyed, it's able to grow in strength and break out from the inside. The ring of energy that was once falling down toward me, threatening to squeeze us into submission, is being shredded into unrecognizable pieces. I get caught up in a flow state during the last few hundred slashes. Another burst of memories comes in. It shows countless times that this soul weapon has regained all of the silver threads it's lost back into its core. Not only that, but an enormous amount of ether drained from the consumption of other soul weapons and complex machines in other galaxies using strange rules and techniques. Every single one of these memories ends with the different variations of this weapon in its many forms releasing some kind of seal, and the only thing I'm able to witness after that is a bright crimson blur. It is the same color and exact sensation that this primordial aura holds tethered to the outside of my origin body. Also, it matches the exact color of the same pair of eyes that stare at me through this void as Ember watches. This wave of memories passes as I focus deeper and deeper on the task in front of me, and the realm wave is destroyed before it can fully collapse. The bright and strong ring has disappeared. There are only tiny pockets of lingering silver threads in the air that continuously fall toward me, attempting to hold on to the original center of gravity the entire structure once held. Yet, even these fragments of the past are overpowered. Their silver threads added to the river in the core of my blade, and their ether and primordial aura used as mind and soul tempering. A light indent in space is left over. The dark void we float in still feels an echo of the realm wave that once stood there unmoving. The longer I focus on areas of the void, the faster they heal. Yet, when I look away, the dead remains trapped in time, as the presence of the darkness tries to fill it in. When my awareness falls back toward the silver-cored demon floating inside a thin bubble of ether, it's as though my perception of time involving this entity resumes. The realization that I hold enough willpower to effect this manipulation of the void hits me, triggering more epiphanies, but is quickly interrupted by the fact that bursts of spiraling energy explode out of this thin white film. The moment I interact with the demon's mind, he regains full control of our surroundings. Finally, that old defense mechanism is taken care of. It was truly only set up in case a worthy race tried to challenge the overseer's seat before Marcellus succeeded. Obviously, far too much time in the origin plane has passed for me to care any longer. Absorb my old aura all you want, it will never be enough to awaken that soul weapon. It needs all of its divine threads back to truly be a lethal sword. Your own wills are far too weak to consolidate immortal cores of your own, and you will never get close enough to me to retrieve what was already taken. Turn back now and live in the origin plane. Lesser lifeforms like you should not be messing with powers this large. Even if I decided to give up my life's work and grant you access to what you desire, you will die of old age before you can even use it. When the waves of aura ripple through the void, this time, they do not filter through Ember's golden aura at all. He only watches from a distance, from a direction that feels like it is above us. When this aura collides with our origin bodies, it does not shatter our minds or souls. The strength of the crimson aura surrounding us has reached a high enough point that it is able to block this aura on its own. However, that does not mean I can't comprehend the aura's weight. Every time it collides with my half-human, half-demonic origin form, or Maria's angelic origin body, there are echoes of depth that I couldn't understand before. After witnessing and feeling the energy signatures in my sword's memories, the pool of power that is attempting to harm us becomes more and more clear. Without this crimson shield around us, this demon's words would be true. Even so, I have found myself in a position like this so many times before, and see the confident grin on Ember's face. Even the countless memories of the shadowy, faceless wielder of this soul weapon, facing scenarios just like this, and always succeeding. It feels like I've been the one to win all those battles myself. It makes it so even when facing off against a will that is an unfathomable amount stronger than my own, there are no fluctuations in my aura any longer. My high royal vibrations are consistent, my advanced primordial aura flows with a metallic shine and oozes outward further and further into the darkness. My cores drift even closer to each other, even now, when my origin body and soul are not in a stressed and shattered state. Another flicker of the silver web of threads holds my existence together as I reply with a single, focused strand of aura back toward the demon into the void. Chapter 1043, Your method of survival is far too limited, and far too selfish. It cannot succeed. When I send this simple message, it uses a dense, compacted stream of my own raw aura. The crimson primordial aura that covers my sword and origin body does not follow the stream of consciousness through the void.
So, in the moment that it seeps through the thin white bubble, I feel the real, unaltered presence of Noctis, the silver cord demon. I have to instantly let go of any connection I had to that fragment of consciousness and only perceive it secondhand once it's destroyed and summoned back into my soul. It feels like a tiny grain of sand was just buried under the weight of an entire desert. The moment I truly try to compare the difference in raw power coursing through our auras, my mind gets lost in the enormity of the vast scale, yet, even touching the surface of comprehending this power, waves of understanding ripple through me. It occurs just as the flash of silver threads from my own cores fade. And I can start to picture in my mind where the next step of power lies. It is fundamentally different than the rigid ideas of energy and linear progression that my mind is still instinctively grasping onto. I send another wave of telepathy through the void, just to feel this aura again and experience its enormity. What is the use for all of that power? If you are only going to serve yourself. After spending time in this membrane, it would be the obvious conclusion to realize what you are trying to do is wrong. For time to pass, you've needed other minds to observe your existence, right? You had an entire galaxy at your fingertips, yet you choose to gamble on a potential future outside with no proof? And to do so alone? The burst of aura that makes its way through his bubble is even larger this time, and my fragmented consciousness dissolves like a single droplet of water into an ocean covering an entire world. Yet, I do feel the faint ripples with far more clarity as I am more prepared. The instinctual mapping of his mental pressure becomes far less mysterious. However, my words create an explosion of purple, white, and silver energy to spiral out from every side of that bubble. It's even more than before, and it's tinted with some annoyance. Do not give me a lecture. I have allowed you to feel my pool of consciousness. You now see the difference between us. I would never take advice from a lesser being like you. To make it this far, and stand on the high ground of proof? Now, isn't that amusing? How many times have you plunged into the abyss of the unknown to get to where you have? Waves of aura flicker out into the void and hit Maria and me. Some even contain small amounts of silver threads. I position my sword to absorb them, and the residual ether and primordial aura fragments and the rest of the energy waves are processed through its crimson aura before falling into our origin bodies. The weight of the energy does not change. It echoes against the outside of our bodies like millions of deep bells are ringing in our ears. The resemblance to the energy I just tapped into is very obvious. However, the density of energy being used is not the same. Every wisp of energy I track making dense through this darkness does not compare at all to the enormous pool I just touched. At this rate, the demon could let out millions of these attacks every passing second for billions of years, and it wouldn't make any difference to the pool of energy trapped behind this white bubble. It's still unclear if Noctis cannot produce more power, or if he chooses not to. Yet, it does not change the fact that the amount of energy he's producing now is as easy as breathing. I feel my constitution fluctuate for a moment in time while realizing this, and it opens up cracks in my mind for a few waves of pressure to seep through. My origin and sacred body shatter to pieces again, and the instant reformation makes all of my cores bend in on each other and overlap to trigger another sharp web of silver threads to fill my being, memories that I've already witnessed, and many words of wisdom that Ember has shared with me in the past, come to the surface of my mind as I send a burst of telepathy back through the void. This one powered by the internal aura I hold in the instant that pseudo-silver threads fill my body. Sure, I would not have made it here without diving into the unknown. But we are not the same. The difference is, the only thing I'm putting on the line is a sacrifice to grow stronger when gambling on a belief as myself. You are attempting to sacrifice the existence of life itself. If there is nothing beyond, you have not only doomed yourself, but every civilization that could have strived with the energy you have taken with you. What you demons call lesser life forms, those with lifespans lower than your own, is the furthest description from the truth. We see reality for what it is, a fleeting, yet beautiful, moment to make our mark, and we know that our end must come. Those of you that have the opportunity to live millions, or billions of years, you latch onto the idea that you are greater than the civilizations you watch rise and fall. Even the past overseers, their immortal cores did not last forever. Neither will you. I cannot entrust all of the life remaining in this galaxy to a creature that does not even understand what living truly is. A massive burst of my aura collides with the side of the white bubble, and a visible splash appears on the surface of the demon sea of consciousness. It is like a strong earthquake has sent large enough waves throughout its entire existence. A flicker of silver threads bursts through these waves, like a single tsunami crashing throughout the entire orb. It does not last long. The violent release of energy I used to attack this demon's mind,
and also reason for existing, is quickly countered. I feel every fragment of perception that was understanding its consciousness pool be overwhelmed and devoured. The outside of this translucent film pulses dark purple, and the answer to one of my previous questions is revealed. Noctis was certainly holding back. He's capable of releasing far more aura at once if provoked. Chapter 1044, the bursts of aura that explode out of the edges of this translucent orb are brighter, thicker, and cause the fabric of the dark membrane around us to bend under its weight. In the same instance, the churning digestion in my blade comes to an end, and a strong pulse of crimson primordial aura floods out of it. It surges around Maria and my origin bodies, creating a far thicker layer of protection, but even it is rattled by the raw pressure of the energy that collides with us. Next, it is impossible to avoid every single one of my energy bodies from shattering into microscopic pieces at the moment of impact. Even after being damped through the crimson filter, I feel the impossibly massive weight crushing down on my mind and soul. The demon's telepathy wave echoes through the cracks, becoming the only thing I can sense for a frame of time. There is no direction, no flowing energy bodies, no concept of the past or future even. There is only the present voice of this demon laughing through a void. What is this nonsense you're spewing? I was right. The Fallen One has brainwashed you to think just like he wants you to. What a pathetic existence. A slave to the ramblings of an immortal whose time controlling this system has run out. That dragon has gone insane too. Letting mortals like you decide his fate. To think he would even let you exit the upper realm in your current form. Still relying on royal vibrations? Still reaching into your ether pools with that tainted energy to activate glyphs. And you're still filled to the brim with purple divine threads. Your primordial aura is so weak and unconcentrated, it has not even become one with the energy you already wield. Your fundamental understanding of the energy in this system is so primitive, it only solidifies my claim. I am the destined emperor. The Fallen One was wrong. And every test you throw at me to try and make me sway from my understandings will only be proven to be trivial when the origin plane is dead and cold. With one true master remaining, as his words stop, I feel every single fractured piece of my mind and soul reforming in the darkness of the void, like I'm experiencing the reversal of every collision I just felt. Every cell, energy particle, glyph, and divine thread are summoned one by one back into existence, and the royal vibrations and primordial aura tethered to them reform with it. For an instant in time, when I'm unable to perceive the void, I do witness the sight through embers. Eyes. A recollection of events through our soultide spectate feed triggers in the back of my mind. Even when our bodies were destroyed, two crimson shadows remained floating in the void. The primordial aura that holds our origin bodies together was not obliterated by these purple waves of energy that look like demonic sun flares. In fact, there are a few other identifying factors that are not destroyed, yet are not directly linked to my consciousness. The imagery of my black and red metallic horn stays intact, while the structure of Maria's halo and angel wings are not broken apart either. Both of our soul swords withstand the blast without taking a single crack on their pristine surfaces either. A sturdy sea of silver threads holds my blade together, while Maria's appears to be a liquid diamond floating in the void. The waves of purple energy flow right through, and pockets of source resin even drain some of its power when it comes out the other side, when our actual energy bodies start forming again. We are not just instantly back to our natural states. The waves of pure, dense energy that leave dense in the dark void begin manipulating the space we float in. There is a residual pressure that instantly begins destroying the resummoned fragments of our bodies over and over again. The weight of an entire ocean crushes us as droplets over and over again, billions of times. I'm able to piece together what is happening by forcing together the moments of perception from small areas on my body that bend into safe portions of space before getting destroyed again, and the data that Ember continuously sends me from his point of view. The Golden Dragon's mood does not fluctuate at all. I get crystal clear readings of his mental patterns, and he does not think about stepping in to help at all. His words before were truthful. He truly is just acting as an observer. While this change in events is quite overwhelming, there is no fear in my heart. The dragon's indifference floods my own mind with a calmness that slowly starts to match the serene nature of his primordial aura. It is not from Ember's belief in me alone, it also has to do with the countless new memories of battles just like this from my blade, and the fact that with every injury I take the affected areas grow back far stronger. I'm gaining the same amount of comprehension every time my energy body is shattered that I received when sending a wave of my telepathy into this demon's pool of consciousness. He is foolishly allowing me to map out his entire mind in greater detail with every hit. This incomprehensible difference between us he brags of will soon be quite simple for me to understand. The extreme stress this pressure is putting our energy bodies under makes for a far different regeneration than last time, when there were just wisps of demonic aura that would flow away. This time, it's like Noctis has permanently stained this area of the void, with us tethered to it, bent in space under a mental pressure far stronger than our own. It is like we've been deleted. Every time we try to resurface using the mechanisms of the membrane we used before, we're suppressed entirely over and over again in countless ways. We cannot move away from the attacks. The only possible way to exist is to overpower them. These strange bends force our cores to fragment and bend in extremely unnatural angles that they have never been positioned to before. Flickering webs of pseudo-silver threads pulse throughout the cracks in my body. This only occurred a few times before for a barely noticeable fraction of a moment, but now, it won't stop. Almost every time my cores fracture and bend in on each other to resummon fragments of themselves, more pulses of these blending energies that should never naturally touch are formed. The same exact reaction is taking place in the depths of Maria's many soul energy cores. Every time the fragments of her energy bodies are destroyed, her near-infinite stacked pseudo-cores all trigger their bottomless pools of energy to automatically try to heal, but they are fractured to pieces before they can truly follow out the task. It leads to a strange fragmented cycle that allows shards of these cores to bend and break enough to twist through the single oversaturated true purple core that rests simultaneously in all of the copied soul energy core centers. Billions of pulses of webs made of silver threads streak through her crystalline angelic outline in the void. Chapter 1045, Two bodies flicker with the bright glow of newly created silver threads, just like the bent area of the void we reside in. The power we're summoning glitches in and out of existence, unaware if it is even real. However, the sensations that are building up in my pool of consciousness do consider this power real without question. It allows me to stack understandings of a tier of strength that was far above my mental capacity before, yet now, there are trillions of fracture points breaking, bending, and growing back all throughout my mind, bodies, and soul. Each one becomes tethered to each other by a growing web of silver threads in the shape of my many energy bodies in the shape of a demon. Maria's stacked cores trigger bursts of silver threads to tether to her wings, sword, and halo, creating an equally dazzling and confusing explosion of energy in the void. Even the bends in space start to react to the new forces of gravity that are flickering into existence. My mind adjusts, no longer relying on the scattered moments of clarity paired with Ember's perception. Instead, a steady stream of consciousness emerges from the void held together by silver threads. Even though all of the particles of my existence are still constantly destroyed, my pool of consciousness has grown strong enough to latch onto these silver threads at a higher frequency. Even my perception of the void shifts in a strange way. It no longer feels like a murky cloud of darkness with no direction or reason. Instead, it looks like countless clashing fields of invisible aura. I can almost smell the aroma they give off when they clash, or maybe feel or taste them. There is no physical sensation, or anything to see either. It's an entirely different way of perceiving reality. The closest thing I can relate it to is the perception of primordial aura, but even the clashing of primordial auras is only one variable in these infinite clashing fields. Silver divine threads are the only physical constant in this state. Everything else, like mana, demonic energy, ether, royal vibrations, even primordial aura, they're all meaningless ingredients when used alone. The words the silver-cord demon spoke moments ago echo through the back of my mind while I feel this new understanding of the void. If this is how Noctis sees us, then I would have wholeheartedly agreed with his assessment of our power. Attempting to use any of these energy sources individually is so inefficient. It is a crude and laughable use of the energy available to us. The only problem is maintaining a large enough pool of consciousness to hold them all together. In this state of extreme tension, I'm able to temporarily bypass this restriction. The summoned silver threads that hold my body together are surrounded by a thin layer of this combined energy. It is why striking the white bubble in the void with my wave of telepathy made such a large splash. It does not only allow me to begin making sense of the void, but also understand the strange demonic aura that causes depressions in space all around us. Looking at it moments ago, it appeared to be purple, or white, and sometimes filled with silver threads. Even so, it was always filtered through Ember's aura, or my blade, or the crimson aura around us before it actually touched my being. By then, this aura was broken down into digestible parts. However, now I'm starting to see it in its natural form. The odd coloration and strange presence now make complete sense. It consists of a perfect blend of the highest refined ether, strongest vibrations, extremely potent primordial aura, and the darkest demonic essence I've ever seen. They are bound together so tight
that the energies merge into an unrecognizable gel of power. Each individual energy wants to emerge on its own, but the weight of this demon's pool of consciousness is so heavy that they cannot escape, and have been refined into an unrecognizable aura. Nothing can defend or attack this essence, other than an equally dense and domineering collection of energies. However, there is one exception. It is the silver threads that exist within this aura. They act as an anchor, but their physical forms are bent into a different wavelength of space than this dense collection of merged energies. It allows the silver threads to direct these spirals of purple essence without causing any strain on their structure. As I take all of this information in, I can still tell I'm only grasping the surface of full understanding, but there is a blaring weakness that pops out at me every time I blocked a wave of this essence with my blade, and it devours the silver threads inside. The raw essence left behind becomes nothing more than a dead stain on space. It exudes a horrific pressure that constantly attacks me, but now that I can sense how and why, I can tell that it's no longer attached to the demon that threw it our way. The reason Noctis held back before, and didn't kill us the moment he laid eyes on us, makes far more sense as well. This is pure raw energy in its most potent and dense form. This overseer cannot move from within its self-made prison, so all of the energy it has obtained is all that it has to rely on using until the end of time. As the gaps between my cells and energy body particles become stronger and stronger, pathways of absorption start to eat away at the leftover energy that has left a permanent stain on space. Noctis may have believed he would trap us in his demonic shadow until our lifespans ran out, but now wisps of his hoard of energy begin flowing through my fractured body and seep into the 3 overlapping cores in my chest. An extremely familiar sensation washes through me as I start digesting that demon's mind and soul. The energy feels just like Marcellus, the purple cord demon, when his chaos body lingered in reality after his death. Memories of its life are sealed within. Chapter 1046. Every flickering sensation of my energy bodies being constantly destroyed and regrown opens up more pathways for the ambient collection of energies compressed into fields to seep into my being. While my understanding of this energy form increases with every bit I devour, the glimpses of the past I absorb also rush into my pool of consciousness. It opens up a vast new perspective of understanding. Not only am I tearing it apart and dissecting its secrets, but I also get the intuitive feeling that I'm about to witness exactly how it came to be. Flashes of memories hit me all at once, and I begin to see through the advanced senses of this demon. I no longer limit my thoughts to only physical space and the movement of individual energy sources. Instead, I feel the perception of the eternal darkness that surrounds us. There are long stretches of time where nothing at all happens. This demon sits alone in the darkness of the void, not allowing any of his perception to flow out of the white bubble. It is an extremely strange assortment of memories, because the majority of them are depictions of this demon in a completely dormant state. It shuts off all mental functions, because even thinking to himself expends energy, releasing small wisps of purple essence into the void. The emotion of fear and loss comes over this demon every time it uses essence, and never once does it manage to grasp the energy that leaves its bubble. Half my mind scans and understands all of the memories that flow into me at once. However, the half of my mind that is still partially tethered to the linear plane sorts them and watches every one of them in reverse. Starting from now, in this demon's weakened state, I watch as over the last few billion years it sporadically expended energy to converse with the construct that holds the galaxy below. Every time it did, wisps of its energy completely vanished, but in return it managed to keep an eye on the passage of time while the demonic forces consolidated their empire and drained the galaxy of all its remaining ether. Every time Noctis sends out tendrils of energy into the void to connect with the origin plane, vast amounts of time pass. Sometimes it is just 100 years, other times millions of years pass. Occasionally, he sends a larger than average pulse of his energy down into the construct, and the timelines perfectly coincide with realm waves I've witnessed in my past memories. In fact, this demon's perception is so vast that every time it even thinks of the origin plane, a wisp of its energy is enough to see the entirety of the upper and lower realm down to their last mana particle. Unauthorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. It aligns perfectly with every single memory of every demon and monster's memories I've devoured in the past. In fact, it fills in many holes of memories where the perception of the memory holder was not strong enough to see the energy signatures of grand events. I start to see them in a much broader perspective with every single possible energy fluctuation laid bare. Every time I absorb more of this aura in the void, I feel myself become more rigid, and the silver threads holding my being together become easier and easier to manipulate. Maria and I start to move through this stain of space in the void.
thrusting ourselves deeper into its potent depths, even closer to the demonic force that ejected it. This makes the strength of the memories I absorb even harsher. Strong fluctuations of its past come flowing in, many of which I can feel the demon's disdain, like it is still trying to hold on and not allow me to see these wisps of consciousness. I begin seeing many past lives of Ember in the lower and upper realm. For the first few 100 million years that Noctis spent in this void, he expelled massive amounts of energy to keep a close watch on the rebirths of this dragon. Mental fluctuations into the origin plane expended his energy every few decades in order to produce tools for the remaining demonic forces to use remnants of his silver threads to thrive. I watched Noctis implement the use of thrones and trials to weed out the existence of Ember whenever there would be new worlds connecting to the system. It also served with a secondary purpose to bring stronger forces to the upper realm in order for the newly established family heads to finish their plans before the seal. Many strange holes in understanding of the past begin to have their gaps filled in my mind, especially Ember's reluctance to use large amounts of silver or golden threads without the presence of shielding arrays activated. There are many instances in the past where the large-scale use of these threads, from Ember, or any of the other returning overseers that I see. Each time, these releases of energy do not seem to affect high-quality ether arrays in the upper realm, or the presence of mana densities in the lower realm. However, a large enough use of this power sends fluctuations out of the galaxy's energy construct, and makes ripples in this void. Seeing and feeling these ripples awake Noctis from his dormant slumber thousands of times over in the passing memories clicks everything into place. It is always followed by the full forces of the demon race converging on areas of the origin plane to exterminate the threats. It is not only what kept Ember suppressed in the lower realm repeatedly for so long, but also caused the demise of the other overseers, as slowly they became less and less fortunate every rebirth until their immortal cores burned out. There is one sensation that is extremely strange. Even though I watch over 1 billion years pass, the active mind of this demon does not seem to age. He appears to be exactly the same. Not a single additional epiphany or measure of growth has been infused into his mind this entire time. It even begins to make the conversations I had with it very eerie, and almost mechanical. I can't help but feel like they are just regurgitated reruns of the conversations it has had in the past. His raw power is formidable, but there is something extremely lacking, like this demon's soul is hollowed out. As my own active mind digests these memories, I finally sift back in time, back to the point where this demon sealed itself in this abyss. I've already watched this memory of Ember burning apart their soul tie from other angles. But now I finally get to see exactly what this demon did, coming from its own eyes. Chapter 1047, the collection of memories moving backward in time all lead to a single point. It is where this demon's pool of consciousness is the strongest and most profound, at the instance where his soul bond with Ember is forcefully severed. In this moment, my own energy bodies have begun moving through the void, and the pool of dead aura that attempted to trap us within an eternal prison is starting to subside. The dents in the void begin unfolding back to their natural state, as through the trillions of constantly opening and closing microfractures in my mind and soul, this energy is being greedily absorbed and assimilated. I gain a far more vast understanding for the fields and reactions of this consolidated energy in the void with every passing flicker, and it makes the scene of a golden dragon letting plumes of bright white flames so much more awe-inspiring. The demon's feelings in this moment course through me, and I relive the excruciating pain it went through in the moment. The mental fortitude necessary to not submit to the all-encompassing waves of serene, unyielding fire is unfathomable at first. Yet, it too broadens my understanding of what a being of this level can endure. Under the current strength of these flames, if pointed in the direction of the upper and lower realms, they would obliterate the entire galaxy the moment they made contact. For the first time, I begin to see into the true contents of this translucent fire. My consciousness falls deeper into the memories, and I start to feel the sensation of skills and buffs from the system being activated. They are not activated in the unconscious way that I've grown accustomed to. Instead, there are distinct manual mechanisms being triggered inside the demon's mind to make certain waves of energy act in their desired function. It triggers very strange shifts and fractures, even in the space within this membrane. I watch normally smooth, curving fields make violent right angles, and some even break and bend into brand new areas of space. I can tell that in this demon's desperate last attempts to hold on to life as its soul tie is being severed, an array made from the remnants of the soul tie itself is forming around him. It is merging with an extremely eerie skill that he wields. However, even in these memories, as I try to read what the skill is, only a bent shadow remains. I try to shift my vision to comprehend the ripples of aura flowing off Ember's body in this state too. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere.
The immaculate golden glow that lights up the void in these images of the past is countless times brighter than the current magnificent state of his dragon form now. The instant I try to dive in, the crackling sensation of golden threads overtaking the inside of my mind returns. Simultaneously, I feel that I've almost run out of wisps of consciousness in the void to devour. This increases our speed toward the white bubble, like we've just moved out of the sticky molasses holding us back. I plunge half of my active mind deeper, pushing past the explosion of golden threads, toward memories with less resistance as I absorb the final pockets of the demonic wisps. The premonition I felt the moment I touched this dense energy draws closer, as flashes of two major events start to come together in my mind. They are crystal clear images of this demon's every move while creating the demonic legacy, and upon its completion, the experience of merging all of its physical energy, wavelengths, and divine threads into a single source of power. My grasp on these memories becomes fleeting, as there is no more energy for me to absorb, but I can see the path to gaining more right in front of me. Every single one of my thoughts is mirrored through Maria's mind. With the flickering silver threads present inside both our bodies, and the close proximity of our soul tie, there is virtually no lag at all between our thoughts. Using telepathy to communicate is a waste, acting as one is more efficient. A burst of red and blue telepathy shoots out from both of our auras as we stride through the void. Each one is still made up of the violent and unbound collection of ether, mana, corruption, source resin, high royal vibrations, primordial aura, and even purple divine threads. Yet, streaming through the center of both of these waves, there are growing webs of silver threads that hold them all together. Tethered to the outside of every single silver thread, there is a weight of existence that forces the energy that is nearby to merge into the same consolidated, heavy gel-like substance that is a combination of every energy source in its vicinity. When these two streams of telepathy hit the demon's floating pool of demonic consciousness, two more enormous splashes disrupt the peace. Our combined voices ring in Noctis' mind. You are a shadow of your former self, and have already lost. Admit it, this is just a remnant of what you used to be. You are a coward that won't face death. There is only decay left in your future. You are a selfish fool for dragging the galaxy that gave you life down with you. I already know that any response this demon gives will only be the culmination of its memories and past conversations in this void. I do not expect anything of substance from a being that can no longer learn and progress. The results of this response are what I desire more. Maria and I both grab our blades with both hands and thrust ourselves straight toward the trembling bubble of consciousness. The outline of a demon frozen in time still lingers within. While our probing attack sends crashing waves through its ocean, my mind no longer feels like a minuscule drop in the sea. Instead, the tendrils of mental energy thrust into the bubble are like a fleet of millions of ships exploring and mapping out the body of water before us. A purple glow starts to fill our vision again, as the demon retaliates, and sends potent wisps of its consciousness out at us, equivalent in might to the attack that nearly immobilized us for eternity in the void. Yet, my crimson sword filled with dense silver threads, and Maria's crystal blade shimmering with a rainbow light, slice end. Bend through these mental attacks without slowing our movement forward one bit. When the energy pours in through the many cracks in my energy bodies again, the memories of the past pick up right where they left off, and the tips of both our blades pierce the outside of the Overseer's protective soul tie array. Chapter 1048. The new explosion of dense consciousness being spewed into the void is even thicker than the last wave Noctis tried to use as the first major deterrent. Waves of my own mental energy are still washing through the enormous sea of energy, so I can feel that the amount leaving this thin soul array is no small sum. It depletes the entire pool by a noticeable amount. Despite this, as the stray pockets of this dense aura flow into the fractures in both our energy forms, it no longer gives off a pressure that slows us down. Instead, it is quite invigorating to allow this pressure to build up in my soul and strengthen every single energy source in my being. The majority of this substance all flows inward to pool into the area where all of my cores intersect. It's only capable of latching itself to the pathways that the silver threads create. The mere mana, ether, purple divine thread, demonic essence, and even primordial aura-based energy bodies that envelop my true royal sacred body are not prominent enough energy sources for this substance to even pay them any mind. It is a decompressed fragment of the pure gel that is being wielded and controlled by these silver immortal threads. The silver threads surge through the fabric of my being, unnaturally pulling these inferior energy bodies together on a microscopic level. They would all be completely obliterated in the presence of this energy's might if it weren't for the strange nature of these silver threads' appearance in the first place. They are not quite the same as the silver threads resting in the core of my sword. Instead,
they are an artificial awakening that is occurring under the pressure of my dense energy cores bending in on each other. This is starting to give the energy sources they wield a very strange state of being. My soul energy core makes my mana-based greater form, sacred body, and even the red metallic advanced primordial fire in my origin body all flicker in and out of existence. It is exerting the same exact pressure that creates this anomaly of silver threads. It even makes the presence of the system flicker and turn bright silver in the depths of my mind. I felt this sensation before when the creator's legacy seal was first broken, where I could see into the complex mechanisms of the system and understand their every movement and meaning. Now, this form of advanced perception is starting to come back, but my foundation of knowledge is far deeper. It allows me to understand far more of these intricate connections. My royal demon's core is filled with so much demonic essence, and a collection of extremely strong wills that even begin to devour the latent anguish from this aura in the void. When it flickers, my royal transformations, and the corrupted black advanced primordial aura in my origin body are forced to fall deeper into the fabric of space, carrying more and more weight with every passing moment. My bright purple saturated divine core holds my divine astral form together. The edge of this core that bends into the others is almost entirely bright silver. Dense strands of silver threads tether the rest of the core into existence, and it makes my astral body dissolve and meld with the void. The presence of a body made entirely of divine threads becomes the very pathways where these silver streaks travel, with this divine body's unique ability, with no preset limit in its size. Its only limitation being the amount of energy available to it. The anomaly of a near-infinite amount of fabricated silver threads allows for it to exploit this feature to the greatest degree. Maria's creation of a near-infinite supply of soul energy cores creates a very similar effect. The single divine core inside of it acts as a single entity, but the constant folding of space triggers more and more silver threads to explode outward in order to contend with the unnatural existence. It makes both of our silver outlines in the void grow exponentially larger as we strike our swords through the soul array, and deep into the ocean of consciousness this demon floats within. The potent understandings flowing through my own body and mind make the flashing memories before me far more profound and beneficial than they were moments earlier. I witness snippets of the demonic legacy being created through many fractured memories in the past, but now I witness it from the eyes of this overseer. I no longer have to reverse engineer every single glyph's meaning and attach them to arrays I already know to find out what their core purpose is. Instead, the raw innate understanding of each glyph already comes with the conscious memories of this demon. Both sides of the demonic legacy glow bright white and purple in my consciousness. Not a single glyph is etched with mystery any longer. The entirety of the demon race's source of power becomes simple in an instant. It makes my royal demon's core tremble even more violently. And the massive amount of energy absorbed from many demons' old legacies grow heavier. In turn, it enriches my understanding of the creator's legacy further as well. All of the present glyphs in the depths of my soul look and feel more crisp and sharp. However, just like the demon's legacy had a hidden shadow of glyphs added by Noctis on its backside, I start to see golden glimmers in my soul, hinting that even this creator's legacy has another side to it I haven't seen. Chapter 1049. While comprehending the entirety of the demonic legacy, innate understandings of the hidden side of the creator's legacy start to whisper its secrets into the depths of my soul, yet, just like peering into the boundless form of Ember's golden immortal body, there are shimmering golden seals making it difficult for my mind to push further without inflicting harm. I let these thoughts causing me resistance fade away, and focus on what I can still see with full clarity. The mental and physical transformation that Noctis undergoes after completing this task is very clear. Memories of his divine core and high royal demon's core merging together under the overwhelming pressure of his primordial aura and pure willpower show an eerie resemblance to the exact transformation taking place within myself and Maria right now. However, while we are using technical exploits of the system and our rare and unnatural talents, Noctis is bending space and forcing the appearance of these silver threads through raw strength alone. Tethering to the outside of these threads, I witness the compressed gel that is his primordial aura, high royal vibrations, and demonic essence compressed into an indistinguishable dark form. It is actually a very unexpected transformation, for I thought it would happen all at once. Yet, as I watched this demon exist inside the void for millions of years, I realize it was an extremely slow process. The full creations of the demonic legacy, and this demon's demise, were many millions of years apart. There are even visions of memories from the lower and upper realm that slip through in between as Noctis floats in solitude to completely compress all of his physical energy into an essence capable of altering the void. There are many fractured conversations I hear and watch take place between Ember, Marcellus, other anomalies of the era, and even some overseers that still hold enough power to become a nuisance every few millennia. watching this consolidation of all these energy forms does grant me a more vast understanding of what is happening inside my energy bodies, but it actually is slightly underwhelming. This is because I hear Noctis boasting to all those that challenge him in this era where he remained undefeated, and his words echo in the depths of my mind. I am the strongest being this system has ever witnessed, the pinnacle of power, out of all the overseers in the past, those of you that call yourselves divine beasts. None of you have held a strong enough will to create a legacy this powerful. None of you have consolidated the innate energies of the origin plane like I have. This is the Emperor's essence. An energy form fit for the one true ruler of you all, with no enemies strong enough to challenge him, and the galaxy he has claimed rapidly declining in ether, stunting the talent of all life in the following eras. What he yells into the void could be considered true, yet, even now as I feel this gel being formed within my own body, calling it the Emperor's essence feels like it is far too esteemed of a title for this formless collection of energies. Sure, for any living being that cannot form this gel, they would be killed instantly. Yet, it still feels far too lacking to be named such a thing. This self-proclaimed title is just as falsely claimed as the demonic legacy. It is a mere copied shadow of what it should be. As this line of thought becomes the main focus of my active mind sifting through these absorbed memories, I start to piece together what is missing. It is that indescribably vast sensation I feel when peering into the inner mechanisms of the system. This dull gel lacks the profound nature that the system does. It is attracted to the silver threads within living beings and is able to be guided by them. This is very clear to see and feel within my own body. It also proves that when this energy leaves the spark of life, severing its ties with the remnants of this demon soul, it becomes nothing but a stain left in space. In all of the memories where this demon wields this essence, even when he was still alive, the energy became nothing but a dead dent in space when it left his being. Even the silver threads that resided within, when severed from the demon's immortal core, would then fold into space and disappear. It is the exact same sensation I witnessed back in the purple zone of the upper realm, watching Ember relinquish the silver threads in his immortal core. I did not possess the perception to understand where the threads were disappearing to then, but I'm beginning to see it now. They flicker out of existence. An exact reversal of the reaction taking place in my own body now, as they flicker and bend out of an unknown area of space into existence. This is not the only strange phenomena that catches my attention. It is also the presence of bright white glyphs still remaining in the depths of this demon's consciousness even after all of his innate energy has condensed. The full demonic legacy is still imprinted on the inside of Noctis' soul, as since its inception, he intended to activate its full might once the galaxy below became devoid of life, and even this membrane of darkness decayed. Yet, in the memories surrounding the severing of this demon's soul tie, and its activation of a final array, it evoked the very profound sensation that this gel is lacking. All of a sudden, everything clicks into place, as my sword crashes through the soul tie array, and wide cracks start to spread over its edges. The purest glyphs of the demonic legacy all pulse and flicker with energy. This orb that holds Noctis in suspended animation, isolated from even the void itself, what was meant to act as the vessel to transcend death, could have been used in a far different way. More and more imprints that were invisible to me before in the creator's legacy start to form, lighting up brand new glyphs that I've never seen before. Their understanding becomes increasingly clear, as there is a way to assimilate it with this gel to make a far more powerful energy source. If this demon was not consumed by selfish greed, he would have seen it too. Chapter 1050. The soulbound manifestation of the demonic legacy starts to shatter into the void. The ether it's made of is so refined, it cannot be compared with high-quality ether. It has reached a potency to the point where it is at an equivalent density to the dark purple gel it surrounds. The only name that resonates with me as I break through it would be flawless grade. Shards of this pristine material shatter like frail glass and begin covering our bodies as we dive through. Many of the glyphs imprinted on this translucent bubble are extremely ancient and fragile. Some attempt to spin and activate, while others just break apart or even explode into pure white dust in the void. It's clear this array was extremely delicate, meant for a peaceful period of solitude in the void, and to be meticulously activated once the time is right. The enormous weight of abrupt pressure completely disrupts all of its functions, even as the stray mist seamlessly sinks into the gel that forms around the silver threads in my body. It only increases the overall ether pool depths. There are no longer any mysteries left for me to uncover about this demon's legacy. It has all been laid bare. Violent splashes into Noctis' pool of consciousness send waves of this consolidated essence away from the pool and into the void.
With each splash, I can feel the remaining strength of this demon wane, yet, with our swords, and now even arms, plunging deep into the purple pool, the demon's yells echo directly into our minds without any need to wait for its wisps to travel through the void. This is truly what you have chosen? Still so weak and naive. I have given you the chance to retreat and live your lives in the realms below, but you still run toward your demise. The deep ocean of consolidated gel becomes denser and denser the further in we push. It even slows down our movement, creating pressure on our energy bodies, breaking them apart once again. Yet, this time it is no surprise. There is no moment of shock or hesitation. Instead, there is only a stronger pulse of silver threads that erupts out from our chests. The thin network of silver threads holding our bodies together instantly grows brighter, and new bends and cracks in space open up to summon far more of this eerie, divine light. It even condenses large amounts of our auras into far more of this consolidated gel. Instead of the deep demonic purple pool we fall into, the energy states that form become an extremely bright and solid version of our primordial auras. The metallic red glow that fills the void erupts like a fire that threatens to devour the void to ashes, and the pristine light blue, mirror-like gel that consolidates all throughout Maria's being shines so bright that even the purple essence surrounding her becomes overwhelmed. It looks like we're burning and freezing pathways through the demonic sea of essence, but actually, anything our auras touch becomes assimilated into our own power. I yell back to the demon as its true body beneath the sea starts to come into range of our blades. Retreat? To an enemy that is already dead? Your reign over this system has come to an end, even as we reach the innermost depths of this demonic gel pool of consciousness, its density increasing by many times. Our energy bodies easily keep up. I can feel my own cores flailing and closer to each other, to the point where over half of each of their mass is intertwined. It makes my body so densely packed with silver threads that there aren't any weak points left at all. Even though we're at the deepest depth of the consciousness sea, I do not feel my forms cracking or shattering anymore. In fact, the physical barriers between all of my energy bodies, as they stack within each other, are also starting to have blurred boundaries. It is as though they are bending to become one, just like my cores. Maria and I are fully submerged in the sea, but the streaks of our auras behind us have created a powerful enough dent in space to not let the purple pool close up behind. In a powerful and absolute movement, with every fiber of our being, we both slash into the epicenter of this construct in the void toward the unguarded chest of this completely motionless silver-cord demon. It appears as though he is still sleeping, trapped in time, in the exact position he was left in when his soul was severed. Even his clawed hands are still raised in the air above his head, showing where this array was manifested from. The tips of our blades both meet the flesh-like body of this bright silver demon, and I even feel it give way, allowing us to thrust forward and through. Yet, just as we do, a terrifying pressure ripples through the void. It is the sensation I felt every time this demon activated its skill in his memories, yet all of its data was scrubbed away and bent into a black shadow in all of the images. The imagery of reality itself turning into a countless number of spinning glyphs and gears makes tremors vibrate in the depths of my soul. I cannot tell where this pressure is coming from, or how it's managing to collide with my psyche from all sides. It's like a trillion colonies of ants crawling all over the inside of my mind and soul, each one carrying intricate, hypnotic spinning fractals and patterns I can't look away from. I lose the concept of the passage of time, causing all of my movements, thoughts, and energy pathways to freeze. I'm able to understand that I'm in this state, but have no way of interacting with my own body or the void around me to react. Maria appears to be completely frozen too, as her blade is piercing the demon's chest right beside mine, but neither of us can move forward any further. As my limited awareness in this state moves upward, I look into this silver-cord demon's eyes that now seem full of life. He blinks once, and a smile slowly creeps onto his face while everything else stays motionless in the void.